How's everybody doing? Yeah, we'll see if they actually make a console or not. I mean, I'll believe it when I see it. A Troon made a video on you? Good for it. It was you? Gross. Put your penis back on right now. Let's see. Let's see, Fahad with the 2. Appreciate it, man. It's sad where Xbox is. I grew up in the 360 era. Yeah, it is sad, man. It truly is.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Yeah, it is kind of ironic, dude. Like, the whole tranny shit is basically some weird fetish. And the irony of it is if they actually go through with it to its end state, they have the inability to orgasm, which basically makes it so they're unable to live out their fetish anymore, which also kills their entire desire to be trans. Which is what pushes them over the edge most of the time, is because they're like, oh shit, well now I don't even want to be trans anymore because they don't have a sex drive anymore. So it's,
nice cock.
I mean, there's a special place in hell for the doctors, man. That's all I can say. The doctors that do this shit to people after taking the Hippocratic Oath are genuinely fucking vile human beings. But yeah, it is just, it's a mental illness, plain and simple. Let's see, Doom Explode with the 20, appreciate it, man. It's very generous of you. Best Halo game. I would say overall Halo 3. I think campaign and multiplayer-wise, it's the best package. Now, I have a controversial take about the best multiplayer. I personally really like Halo 5. which I know is not a popular opinion amongst the Halo community, but I genuinely enjoyed Halo 5's multiplayer. I played a lot of it, but I love Halo 3. Halo 2 I like a lot, which I never actually played that in like the heyday of the game, but I played a ton of Halo 2 Anniversary on Master Chief Collection. But I would say overall, Halo 3 I think is the best, which is kind of fitting because it's where the franchise was supposed to end. So it was like Bungie's magnum opus, so to say, for the Halo franchise. But I like all the only Halo I don't really like is Halo 1. I'm not a Halo 1 fan, but I like pretty much all the other Halos. Yeah, dude, some of the party games on Halo 5, like Griffball and Halo 5 could have been a standalone title. Griffball and Halo 5 genuinely could have been its own game. It was that good. If Microsoft was smart, they would have made like some free-to-play version of it. And it probably would have popped off. Especially with how popular Rocket League became. So... well, Bungie was already hinting at Destiny in Halo 3 ODST. So they were already done with Halo after Halo 3, but Microsoft told them that, no, you need to make 2 more Halo games and then you can leave, essentially. So Bungie was done with Halo after Halo 3. They were forced into making Halo 3 ODST and Halo Reach. And then they fulfilled their contract with Microsoft and they were allowed to basically buy their freedom. Which is just kind of crazy, man, because imagine if Prime Bungie made Destiny. Like, the Halo 3 dev team didn't get split up, and they all just immediately started working on Destiny right after Halo 3. That game could have been an all-time classic. Which is just kind of sad to think about, in all honesty. Like, how good that game could have actually been. And Microsoft would have owned it, which the Destiny IP is technically bigger than Halo. I mean, now it definitely is, given that, you know, they ran the Halo franchise into the ground. Just sad. Dude, I was really jealous of people having Halo when I had a PS3.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
I was just jealous of them having a 360 in general, because they would always talk about, like, hopping in party chat or playing, like, Gears of War, Halo, and all these other games. It's just like, bro, you felt like an outcast on PS3. And even if your other friends had a PS3, you couldn't interact with them outside of a game lobby. So what you ended up having to do is, like, you would grab your home phone back in the day, because nobody had cell phones, and you'd have to, like, call your friend on the fucking landline. And, you know, your parents would bitch you out if you're on the phone for too long, because, you know, none of the calls would come through. Or if they needed to use... It sucked, man. The PS3 sucked. It was not a good social platform at all. But yeah, that was not fun. There was only like 2 people I knew that had a PS3 instead of a 360. And both of them were like obsessed with single player games back then, so I couldn't even play with them half the time. So, unfortunate. Brandino with the 5. Shigeru Miyamoto is the GOAT, not Neil Cuckman or Kojima. Created Mario, Zelda, Pikmin, Mii's predecessor, and backed Pokemon. Yeah, I would say so. He's definitely up there in terms of, like, all-time greatest game devs, if not the best. For sure, man. I mean, Mario and Zelda are, like, the 2 biggest gaming franchises after Pokemon, so... Yeah, I've noticed the Redditors have calmed down on my Silent Hill video now. The like to dislike ratio is starting to tick back up, which is interesting. So I guess whatever, you know, Twitter user or Reddit thread was bitching about it, the traffic has died down on it. So that shit was funny as fuck, man. Like, all these femcells just started pouring into my comment section. It's like, yeah, there's not a chance that's organic, man. Women do not watch my content normally. They're attacking my ghost video now. I'm not really getting many negative comments on that video. Most of the comments on that are pretty positive. Probably a bunch of bots. Yeah. But yeah, the Ghost of Tsushima video is sitting at like, hold on, let me check the like dislike ratio. It is at an 87.4%, which is really good for shitting on a Sony game. And then the Silent Hill video is at 72.2. So that's fine as well. So, yeah. Nice try, Libs. Brandino with the 10. Miyamoto produced the Mario movie, destroyed the woke of us in profits and revenue. Neil Cuckman was irrelevant on the red carpet while Miyamoto was getting a lot of attention. Yeah, dude, that's one of my favorite clips ever, is Neil Cuckman just standing there in front of the cameras and not a single flash goes off. And you know, like, that just crushed him deep down because he's, like, probably just, you know, desperate to get in the good graces of Hollywood. And then he got kicked off the show after the poor Season 2 reception. So, brutal, dude. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man, is he's actually part of the Hollywood elites, you know, technically. But it's still funny they rejected him. Guess we can go and fire this up. Mute the Skyrim music. But yeah, I do find it funny on the topic of Halo, though. You know, all these guys always talk like, oh, you just fucking hate Xbox. It's like, dude, I literally have 2,400 hours on the Master Chief Collection. Like, we are not the same. You know, how many of these so-called Xbox fans have 2,400 hours on an Xbox game? Alright, the gyro's not too bad. Alright, can I skip this? No. Of course not.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Synchromax with the 5. Mahler's subreddit was calling Synth a legit Nazi for his Silent Hill F review. I haven't watched it yet. Is it really that bad? Yeah, this looks really good, man. This just shows you that you don't need, like, every individual blade of grass modeled to make a game look good. Synthetic Man believes Silent Hill F is anti-marriage propaganda. It literally is anti-marriage propaganda. The game is pure propaganda. Like, that is blatant, overt feminist propaganda in video game form. Like, there is zero subtlety in that game at all. Like, it is straight up why marriage is bad. Why having kids is bad. Why gender roles are bad. Like, it's quite literally...
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Anti-marriage, anti-gender norms, anti-society. So, all the shit that's causing the collapse of the Japanese population is exactly what the game promotes, which is the ultimate irony. EB7 with the 2, Phil fumbling D1 by itself is a fireable offense. Yeah, I think he was in charge of Xbox first-party studios back then, which is just fitting, man. Even back then, he wasn't a good taste maker. Alright, can you not... What's the button to spin? Or can you not do that? Oh, I guess you need the star, never mind. It's me, Mario. There's a Twitter video of Synth lookalike taking a dildo in his mouth and watching Fuda. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Yeah, whoever, like, went through all the gay porn on the internet to find a lookalike is probably the biggest cocksucker on the planet Earth. Imagine digging through gay porn on the internet to find a gay porn star that looks like, I guess, a YouTuber you dislike. That shit's gay as fuck, man. Holy fuck, bro. He made a community post about what the fuck? Why? Don't bring attention to that type of shit. Mike TUGC with the 5. I keep seeing people on YouTube with a paperclip profile picture. I have no clue what it means. I had no idea either. I've seen it like, I mean, it's not super relevant, but yeah, I have seen a few people with it. It's some we did it Reddit moment. Okay. Yeah, this game visually looks really good. It just shows you that Nintendo games age like fine wine. Alright, let's see. Oh, dude, I remember having to catch the rabbit. This shit was so annoying. Yeah, you have to use motion controls for the pointer to pick up the stars. Oh, you can't go through the... This shit fucking sucked.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't let me go through the other one. Alright, let's see. Did I have to talk to the star? Shit, I should have been paying attention. Oh, no, okay. Dude, the fact that Dreamcast guy was like, why would anyone want to listen to Maryo Galaxy music? It's like, bro, what? That is like one of the most retarded takes ever. Maryo Galaxy is considered to be like one of the best video game soundtracks of all time. There we go. Grab the rabbit by the ass. Yeah, basically last minute he decided like it wasn't up to his quality standard. And he was like, yup, we gotta get rid of this. And basically did it from the ground up right before the game released. So the main theme, the Gusty Garden theme, I think it's called, like the theme that's playing right now, like these were not originally in the game. So he just dumped the fucking soundtrack, essentially, and just restarted from scratch. Yeah, whoa mama, dude. Yeah, now I have the power to beat women. Genesect King Revive of the 2. I was meeting Wes Johnson, Shea Goroth voice act. Is that, that's Mortal Kombat, right?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Or is that something else? But very nice, man. Oh, Oblivion? Okay. I don't know what... Is there a... There's got to be a Mortal Kombat character with a similar name. Now I have to check. Shao Kahn? That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, I don't know. I was not connecting that with Elder Scrolls at all. Let's see. El Rosario Soul at the 5. Saw your Ghost of Yote slop story. At least Ghost of Tsushima had a better story. You had the Mongol invasion, or as I like to say, the emigrant invasion. That's right.
They're not sending their best.
Many such cases. Beat his ass. Oh shit. I forgot you can't just like fall through. Alright. I could on the other planet, but I guess because this one is the black hole. Are black holes real? I don't know if... The thing is like, most of the shit you see in space is just, it's fake. Like, they don't have an actual idea what a real black hole looks like, or what a galaxy looks like. It's all just, like, basically, you know, an artist rendition. There's no actual, like, factual basis behind any of that shit. It's just or like basically imagining what it would look like. But yeah, for years they propagated the lie that there was no sound in space, which has now been disproven. It's like, there's all... I don't know, bro. I don't buy into it, to be honest. There's so much shit they lie about. Who actually fucking knows? They've been trying really hard to do the whole PSYOP on the UFO thing recently, which has not really taken any sort of mainstream significance. Nobody really cares. I just don't buy the whole thing that it's like, oh, we just stopped going to the moon because why not? Or, you know, the fact that no other country has been able to land on the moon either. Because it's like the moon has as many resources as the Earth does, you know, geologically speaking, if the moon is in fact just a chunk of the Earth. So the amount of money you could make by having moon mining expeditions would be insane. Like, it'd probably be the most profitable endeavor in the history of humanity. But yet nobody's fucking bothering to even try. Like, I just don't buy it. So, either we're currently doing it and they just don't tell anyone, or it was fake. That's kind of where I am at with it. It's either they're actively landing on the moon and just not telling anyone, or the thing was fake in the first place. Which, personally, I lean more towards the first option, that they're actively exploring a lot of different shit in space and just not telling anyone. I think it's much more likely that space is being actively explored, they just don't let anyone know. It's like all the drones and shit that get labeled as UFOs, bro. Like, we have so much advanced technology that nobody even knows about. Have I ever wanted to work for NASA? No. I don't care about NASA. Griff's waifu? Nah. She's not mine, Mario waifu. I'm more of a Princess Peach enjoyer, but Rosalina's pretty good, too. Dude, I remember I used to just spend, like, a ton of time just doing random shit in this area in particular. The Black Star. Griffin wants them as white as he can get them. Amen, bro. If it ain't white, it ain't right, brother. Rosalina is a babe? Oh, yeah, man. If she was real, we would totally date. Yeah, I remember these missions. I forgot there's a cooldown on that. Yeah, this is one of the better soundtracks from the game. Definitely. Wahoo. Nice. A truly next-gen Mario? I guess so. Oh yeah, this part. Oh shit. Oh fuck, dude, the camera's fucking me up. No! Alright. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, this was such a cool game back in the day, though. I was never really a huge, like, Mario, like, platforming fan. I like the spin-off games better than the mainline ones, but I did enjoy this game as a kid. Nah, I think Dreamcast guy really is broke. Like, he has multiple roommates and shit. He literally didn't have a mattress for like 7 years into doing YouTube. Like, the last thing I'd be spending money on if I didn't even have a bed would be a fucking, you know, video game console personally, but hey. Wahoo! Wouldn't be surprised if the new content cop is on Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I wouldn't be either, because iDubbbz is desperate for money and attention, so that'd be the easiest way for him to get it. Shit. Oh shit. Yeah, the motion controls are kind of hard to get used to. That's gonna be my biggest learning curve with this. Oh shit. There we go. No. No, I'm using my Pro controller right now. Oh shit. Damn it. Oh fuck. Really? Yeah, this is gonna be a learning curve, to say the least. Oh, nope. Just trying to get the coin out of him. I guess that works. There we go. Oh shit. Don't fall out. Fuck. Alright, my fucking contact almost fell. That would have been bad. Oh shit. Fuck. Damn it. Shit, barely. There we go. There we go. Oh shit. I gotta be really careful. It's very easy to fall off during these sections. There we go. Yeah, this part is annoying. It's way too fucking specific. Like right there, that should have been it. There we go. There's like a delay to when it actually starts pulling you in the direction, so you have to kind of... You gotta pre-time it. Baby slop, that's right. Yeah, I would imagine touchscreen is pretty good on this. Unfortunately, I can't stream with the touchscreen, so I have to use the Pro controller. Wahoo. That's not a secret. Oops. Fucking dumb Toad. I didn't know he was actually referred to as Rainbow Mario. Oh shit. There we go. Yeah, Candace Owens is fucking batshit crazy, man. That bitch is off the rocker. I bet it grips. Well, you can find out. I don't want to. Feel free to report back to the class, man. Oh, dude, I remember, like, trying to line that up back in the day during the Bowser boss fights. Oh, shit. There we go. Yeah, this game visually is held up really well.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, I have a 4K OLED monitor now. Nibarius of the Two finally playing some Peak, I see. That's right. Yup, I remember this one. Bow to your queen. I guess that was lucky. I wasn't counting on that platform being there.
I can't afford this shit!
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Oh, does the honey make it go away? Got it! There we go. Shit. Damn it. I'm fucking up the timing. Oh, well, shit. That was retarded of me. Alright. He can't pick it up? Oh, well. Oh, shit. No such luck.
I can't afford this shit!
There we go. Eric X with the 2. What the world needs is another Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, unfortunately, good luck with that happening because I don't think Microsoft has any interest in it, and Rare, it seems like, is basically condemned to infinitely producing Sea of Cheeks. Sea of Cheeks, yep. I have never understood the appeal for that game at all. And let's see, Nefarious of the Two Cuckold Simulator Switch 2 Edition would sweep the Game Awards. Nah, that game's way too based, bro. The George Droid shit would send them over the fucking edge. And let's see, Ratchet Samurai with the Tier 2 membership. Really appreciate it, bro. Thanks so much. I think any studio is better when they're not under Microsoft in general. It's like once Microsoft gets their hands on them, they just lose any and all ability to create. Oh, she's moaning. It's Flicker Bean. Oh, well. I lost my wings. If a studio is acquired by Microsoft, that studio's devs become the same. Yeah. Sad but true, man. There's like a weird like inconsistency to that. Boo. Let's see. Eric X with the 5. Sorry, it's random, but it makes me violently ill. How excited people are for GTA 6. Normies don't learn, and I wonder if they're stupid or it's on purpose. I think most people are genuinely dumb. Like, once you realize most people don't even have like an internal monologue, they don't think before acting, like a lot of shit starts to make sense. So most normies are barely even considered sentient. Bing bing wahoo.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Alright. Oh, okay, that doesn't do anything. There we go. Peach is a whore and friend-zoned Mario. I don't believe in the friend zone thing. I think Nintendo just doesn't want to cater towards shippers in general. Oh shit. There we go. Nintendo should go bankrupt. Yep, so I can buy them for pennies on the dollar. Nintendo should go bankrupt so then I can buy them for $10. And then I can control the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, I got one more left in this one. You'll tendy my Switch? Ooh. I don't know. If I had fuck you money, I would definitely buy a game company. Ideally, I would get Square Enix, though, but Nintendo would be an awesome one, too. I want Square Enix more than any of them, but Nintendo would be great too, because then I would basically control Pokemon. Yes. And I essentially could print my own currency. Let's see. It's Alex Rain with the 18 months. You're actually playing a good game for once. Wow, I know. I gotta take a break from the slob. Silent Chill, F, and then Ghost of Sloptei were pretty testing. And Ricardo Comstocks with a 2. Uh-oh. The government forces you to wear a bucket on your head. Sorry, man.
I can't afford this shit!
It has eye holes? Well, I guess that's better than nothing. Dance on that pole, Mario. Almost lost my super health. I'm guessing I need the B power up. Yeah. so that way I can fly behind. The Big Bee Mama. GTA 6 Game of the Year 2026. It'll be a game of that year, but I highly doubt it'll be the best game of the year. Oops. I don't know, bro. They didn't give Red Dead Redemption 2 Game of the Year, so if Sony puts out a game, then it's anyone's guess.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Bro, I'm struggling.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There we go. My typical 3D platforming skill issue of not being able to line up the fucking jump is a continuous issue. Yup. Off. Dude, I fucking suck. I suck. Damn it. Bro. I'm obviously fucking something up. Am I supposed to like go over here and do it? There we go. Finally. Wahoo, dude. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we got over here. Oh, you could have used the dandelions. Alright. Yeah, I'm retarded. No, I wanted my bee. Alright. It takes it away anyway, never mind. Shit. Let's see. So you generation with the 10, blame Jethro. Let's see what it is. Oh, fuck. Where did this go? I don't even know where the... Reacting to incels getting mad at Silent Hill. Okay. Close out of that.
I can't afford this shit!
Bees visit up to 2,000 flowers a day. Yeah. Bees are very crucial, so... let's see. So Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. I've invested all my money into real Nigerian space science. Those chimps can and will fly. Just you wait. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason we originally sent monkeys into space, so they've got that shit on lock. I hope it pays off well for you, Ricardo. You deserve it, man. And then also Ricardo Cumsucks with the 2. Play the Alright, I'll do one. Let me find it.
You know.
This guy here.
You know. I found out the hard way the last time that I tried this.
No, not again!
And I haven't seen this done with any other sodas before. And I just don't think it's going to be as crazy.
The editing is like top
Alright, awesome.
tier,
Thanks,
man.
nigga. Alright.
The editing really does make it.
Not again! No, not again!
You
All
know.
right, there you go. There. Let's see. And then also Ricardo Cumsucks with the 5. Have you ever had real Tupelo honey? No, I've not. It's the shit. Never expires, just like all other honeys. But not only does it taste the best, it never No, I've never had that. I'll look it up real quick. Now, the honey I get is just, I guess, random local honey they have at the grocery store. But no, I've never heard of that. It says it's a restaurant when I looked it up. Okay, I see it now. Interesting. Yeah, I've never had that before. Savannah Bee sells it? Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. $10, I see it here. Yep. But yeah, no, I've never had that before. I get like the local wildflower honey. So, yeah, I'll try that. Yeah, wasps are worthless animals. Or I guess insects. Same with hornets. They serve no purpose. Just like mosquitoes. Oh god, I remember these. I think these were really challenging, if I remember correctly. Or just annoying to control, I don't remember. No, wasps are not a food source. Why am I just, like, running in a circle? It's, like, glitched out.
I can't afford this shit!
I wish you could just steer with the thumbstick. Dude, Final Fantasy Remake Part 3 better have a surfing minigame start. Oh, shit. I need that one up if I keep crash.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, shit. Don't do it. I did it! Hooray! None of my Mario Kart skills matter, man. None of them matter because it's gyroscope turning. Do flip switch first. Apparently Smash JQ called out Dreamcast guy years ago. Grifter calls out another grifter. Damn, man. Hating on Dreamcast guys not very cool. But yeah, Smash JQ was one of the Amico shills back in the day that we used to make fun of. I remember that. Oh, shit. Oh, what? Bruh. I landed on it and it, like, pushed me forward just a tiny bit. Oh, shit. Fuck, man. Holy shit. This is gonna be brutal. Trying to, like, jump and maneuver when it, like, changes angles is kind of AIDS. Like, look, it's running around in circles for some reason. Nope. Dude, I cannot get it to jump properly. I can't get it to, like, push me forward when I jump at that angle for whatever reason. There we go. Jeez. Yeah, that sideways jumping is gonna be a bit of a biatch for me. Smash JQ says he's not anti-woke YouTube channel, yet he calls out wokeness in his video. Yeah, exactly, man. Many such cases. Oh, I remember this one, yeah. Wahoo! What are you sorry to Ricardo for? Did you take his helmet away? Nope. There we go. Oh shit, really? There we go. You got a grand star. Hell yeah. Now I can become the Grand Wizard.
Look.
Let's see. So Fluffle Nugget with the 2, timeout Hayden. If he appears, I will. Unless he's up here somewhere. Let's see. Nah, I don't see him. Alright, let's see. Then E-Man with the 5. Time Ricardo. Oh, man. Gotta send him to Pear Prison. Sorry, Ricardo. But you'll be back. Altarez with the 2. Oh my god. Mommy Rosalina. That's right, dude. And Ricardo Cumsocks with the 5. Tupelo Honey is not only the best, it by far tastes the best. Like, it's a super honey on chicken. Holy moly, it's nuts. I've never really tried putting honey on meat, to be honest. I probably should with chicken. It'd probably be good. Like, do like a honey teriyaki sauce or something. That'd probably taste pretty fire. But, yeah, I'll order some and try it out.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
$10, that's not bad. Who timed out Ricardo? E-Man did, so. Alright, let's see where this fat star is. There we go. Hey, you. Got any tasty star bits? Time to feed Rich, yeah. Well done steak is better than bleeding steak. First off, steak doesn't bleed. Second, that's ship tier bait, man. I'm not falling for that bait. This is from a Yoshi level, the music. In one of the old 2D games. Oh, shit! No! It launched me over to the right. Why? Bruh, this is gonna be brutal. Platforming is not my strong suit, in case you guys couldn't tell. Alright, there's something going on with my controller where it's like making me turn. I don't know what that is. Like, sometimes it just makes me run in a different direction than what I'm pushing on my stick. No, it's not stick drift because it would be constant. It's just like it glitches out when it hits a certain angle. Like when the camera's pointing a certain way and you start moving a different direction, it like locks you into spinning in a circle. I don't know. It's something to do with this game. I've never had this problem on any other game, so... There we go. Fuck you, Toad. I'm never gonna beat Sweet, Sweet Galaxy. I just beat it. Oh, shit. Fuck. Another gyro level. Uh-oh. Here we go, man. Mamma mia. Yeah, it's like Super Monkey Ball, but AIDS. I can't get it to register. Holy shit, why the fuck? Alright, fuck off. Just let me do it. I have like the top of my controller pointed at me to not move. It's retarded. Yeah, fuck that, bro. I don't care about picking up anything else. Just give me my star so I can be done. Yeah, I don't know why they don't let you just use the thumbstick in order to steer. That should have been an updated feature. Oh, I like this soundtrack. Dude, what the fuck? Yeah, there's something glitched with like the movement. It just did it to me again. So there's something bugged with the controls. Like something's acting finicky with like your direction every once in a while. I really hate that Toad music. It's one of my least favorite Mario soundtracks. Dude, it just did it to me again. It almost just threw me off the edge. There we go. 5 dancing toads, that's right. Damn, Ricardo vanished. He wanted to go eat his honey, I guess. You're not God's chosen people? Yeah. Many such cases, man. Alright, let me talk to this fucking weird man. It was E-Man who timed him out. Alright, let's see. Has to pick up the cat poo. Ooh. Yuck. Wario Land Virtual Boy. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get one of those Virtual Boy accessories just for the resale value, but I don't know. Maybe I'll buy the cardboard one to use. Wahoo! Yeah, look, see, it's spinning me in a circle. That's what's happening without any additional input. So there's something wrong with the game. They gotta fix that. Yeah, don't you have to use the shell to open the things? Yeah. There we go. Bing, bing, wahoo. A trooper, as in a troop. Die, bitch. Oh, I missed. Oh, shit. There we go. There we go. Griffin do like cook spaghetti. And he's happy. What? I have no idea what that is. I don't remember what the comets do. Oh, pull star path. Okay. Alright, let's see. Alright, I should have plenty of time. Alright. Got it. If you want some cheap games to add to your collection, Digimon. Yeah, the only problem with Digimon I had is, like, the one I played, which I think was Cyber Sleuth. Like, there was just so much dialogue. Which, I don't know if that's, the case with all of them or not, but... I got, like, an hour in and barely even fought anything. Nice. right in the anus. I vaguely remember this boss. This one's not really this one's not really sticking out in my head. Oh shit. Dude, why can I not latch onto that? Holy shit, man. Why the fuck can I not jump on those now? I was doing it earlier. There we go. Got it. Alright, let's see. Alright, there we go. For Tangan now is acting like he was never a fan of Xbox? Oh, I'm sure, man. I'm sure. They're so heckin' anti-consumer now, dude. Meanwhile, him and that other guy, Alex, shilled for Game Pass for years. Oh my god, I was trying to get a fucking coin, dude. Shit. Now I gotta restart this whole segment again. Just remember, I was called a PlayStation fanboy, dude, because I didn't like Game Pass. Which is wild. Dude, holy shit, this is irritating. The angles are fucking me. Shit. God damn it. Shit. There we go. Oh, I have the Nitro deck for the regular Switch. Yeah. Those are pretty cool. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. No! $30? Fuck. I don't have 30. Let's get another bomb. Yeah, the Switch 2 is much more comfortable. I mean, it's larger, so your hands don't get as cramped holding it. Oh my god, really? The fucking thing was planted perfectly, it just didn't blow up in time. There we go. Come on, go. Thank you. Oh shit, I have to replay it because I just did a bonus one. Fuck. There we go. Oh shit, I remember this. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Got it. Wait, what? Oh, okay, there we go. I guess I just didn't push it at the right time. There we go. Okay, so that's done. One more on here. Am I gonna 100% the game? I don't know. Oh shit. Alright, why can I not make that jump? There we go. Oh shit. Oh shit! I thought that would fucking latch me on like gravity wise, but I guess not. There's no gravity to the side of that. Oh shit, that's lava. Oh shit. Dude, what the fuck? It wouldn't let me move. This fucking piece of shit. There we go. All right. Alright, well that works. Fill me up. Yeah, Mario Odyssey I didn't really like. I couldn't get into it. Like, I played it for like, I think 8 hours, and I just got really fucking bored of it. Oh shit, yeah, I gotta jump on There we go. Yeah, literally Beyblade. Apparently Nintendine thinks Galaxy is the worst 3D Mario. Yeah, I knew that guy was dumb, but I didn't know he was that dumb. Jeez. Oh, I remember this one, yeah. Yeah, I have the new Pokemon game pre-ordered physically, so I'll probably try it out. I'm not excited for it, though, at all. Trippy, dude. Oh well. Might as well enjoy my invincibility. Bowser always looked so cool in this game back in the day. Alright. Oh shit. You already beating the... No. That's just your first encounter with Bowser. This is the second set of galaxies. I think there's 8. So... Or no. What, 6? Okay. Your special one. But remember, they're just friends, dude. Yeah, Peach is real special. She's the key to the survival of the Aryan race. The bedroom, hell yeah, dude. That's where you finally meet up with Peach. Oh shit. There we go. I was looking for the fat star. Still there. Boom. Yahoo. Oh shit. All right, here we go. No! I got the angle wrong. Again, I wish you could just use fucking regular controls, not motion controls, but oh well. No! Dude, I fucking... Damn it, I moved my controller. Is that seriously not the correct alignment? Holy shit. Alright, well, fuck. God damn it. Dude, holy shit. This is cheeks. I really wish I didn't have to use fucking gyro. Holy fuck. Dude, what? I got the one up, but not the fucking... Really? Come on, man. This is brutal. The hardest challenge in Maryo Galaxy. Motion controls. Thank God. Oh, come on. No! Oh my God, bro. This is brutal. I paid to unlock this level? Really? What? Bro, what happened? Well, at least I got a checkpoint. Oh, nope. Dude. All right. Woo! Damn. All right, bro. That was brutal. I got so many of those stupid fucking star bits. Jesus. God, I wish I was that chair. Dude, sniff the seat, sniff the seat. Dude, I can already almost beat this entire galaxy. That's what I mean. If you do like the stuff early on, you can kind of just rush through the end. If you front load all your stars, you can finish the game faster. Towards the end. Oh, that was lucky. Oh, shit. There we go. Oh shit. I guess I can just jump up and grab it. Yeah, okay. I didn't realize it was that low. Star Fox Adventure? I only played Star Fox Assault. That game was pretty fun. I had that on the GameCube, so... Yeah, there was so many cool, there was, like, so many cool GameCube games. But yeah, I don't know why they don't make another game like Star Fox Assault. I would definitely pick that up. I thought it was pretty fun. They should add that to the, GameCube back compat. god. Alright, where's the other ones? There's one. Griffin's a sink? No, I'm just single. You don't need a special term for people who are just single. Oh shit. Why is Mario on like an acid trip? Yo, what the fuck? Nah, I got my Switch the morning of release. I didn't get it at midnight. I tried to get local pickup to get it at midnight, but I was not able to. The only place I wasn't able to pre-order one was from Best Buy, which would have been my only option to pick it up. know where these other things are. Aw, seriously? Okay, so they're in boxes. I bet it's down there. Yep. Fuck is my... There we go. Why was it like spazzing out? That's a wild recommendation. Cut down on talking about femboy and food porn. Yeah, I don't even know why that would come up in the course of a stream. That shouldn't even be a topic in the stream, I feel like. Yeah, but you don't have to, like, engage with the conversation if the chat brings it up. He had a rant about how transgenders and femboys aren't the same because femboys are... Oh my god. Jesus. Yeah. That's not a hill I'd want to die on. Needs to drop Blue Archive, the gacha game. Yeah, I don't get the appeal of those games, but I'm not really turned on by anime characters, so that's the whole point of those games, is wanting to fuck the characters. Well, yeah, you play Nikkei because you want to see the asses jiggle because you want to fuck them. It's like why you play Stellar Blade, is because partially the game's fun, but also you want to blow the fucking back off of that bitch. So, yeah. You want to crack her synthetic spine. Yeah, I know it's the same dev. That's why I mentioned it. Yeah, exactly. The whole gacha shit, I don't get. Just watch porn at that point. Like, fuck, man. Honestly, you're better off even just spending money on OnlyFans. Like, jeez. The gacha stuff I don't get at all. No, I'm not a 2B enjoyer. I like A2 better than 2B. A2 is my preferred Nier Automata girl. Truth, yeah. A2 is better than 2B. Nah. OnlyFans is definitely better than Gacha Slot, bro. Because not only is OnlyFans cheaper in the long run if you just pay for like a membership for like a few months, you're actually cranking it to a real woman and not literal anime girls, so yeah. Cranking it to a real woman is always better than cranking it to fucking anime girls in a gacha game. Here's an interesting quandary. Is it more sinful to crank it to real women or drawings of fake women? Well, the Bible basically says, like, you know, you don't want to lay with a beast, aka a non-human. So my understanding would be if you're lusting over artificial things instead of a woman, that's probably worse than lusting after a real woman. Because a real woman, you're supposed to be attracted to. You're not supposed to be gooning your brains out to fucking little anime girls. So, I think being attracted to a woman is definitely less severe than lusting over a fucking cartoon drawing. That's like brain rotted lust of the second or third degree. So well, if it's photorealistic, that's like in the same category as like regular women. We're talking about anime chicks. So, yeah, if it's like a photorealistic character, then, you know, that's pretty much the same thing as like just a regular woman. I mean, yeah, it's not technically, but the main comparison was between like real women and anime bitches. But, yeah. I don't know. I don't understand it. So, I can't really, put myself in their shoes. But, yeah, it's just like... jerking off to anime, I don't get it. Like, the whole hentai thing makes no sense to me. Hentai to me is just fucking weird. Porn in general is anti-Christian. Porn is anti-humanity. It's literally designed as like a, you know, a psyop to prevent people from mating. So, yeah, it's like anti-human. Not even just anti-Christian. It's anti-human. Says the guy who likes lolly anime slop like Oromo. Yeah, because there's a huge difference. Or, I'm sorry, no difference at all than watching anime and jerking off to it. Those are literally the exact same things, obviously. It's just implied, I guess. If you watch anime, you jerk off to it, right? Jeez. Yeah, we're only a few years away, it feels like, from the child brothels of the Weimar Republic. Which we already do have child brothels, they're just not public. The fucking what? Yeah, prior to Mustache Man taking power in Germany, the Weimar Republic had like legalized child brothels in Berlin, where you could go pay to have sex with German children. So it's pretty fucked up, man. E-Man with the 10 time Hayden. Oh, I think, yeah, somebody got him. Alright. I guess we can go ahead and do videos. See what this video you generation said. Oh my god, bruh. Ugh. I sound like a broken man. Well, I'm a broke man. I can barely afford to pay my rent. He's a broke boy? Yeah, I am. Times are tough, dude. If you're a broke boy, just say so. So. Alright, let's see what this sloppa is. Something about Silent Hill. Let's see. Let me close my phone. No, that's nothing. It's long, so I'm gonna speed it up. We'll see if we make it all the way through. Maybe OF should give Social Security. Oh, yeah, man. They should give all the hookers, or I'm sorry, what do you call them? Content creators. What's the term they use? Oh, shit. It's not content creator. It's something else. A model. Dude, nah, not model. Damn, I can't think of the term. No, not entertainer. It'll probably come to me. Well, they are sex workers, but... No, there's a different term. I can't think of it. It doesn't matter. Who fucking cares? But yeah, all the hoes, they should give, you know, free health care to. They should give them a housing allowance and everything. After all, they're our greatest allies, greatest soldiers at ravaging the West. Yeah, they are succubi at times, for sure. If they earn in millions, then yeah. Yeah, honestly, dude, I would date an OnlyFans girl if she was making millions of dollars, but that's just me. I mean, who cares that she comes home every day with another guy's spunk all over her face? I'm there to clean it off for her with a smile. Jesus, bro. Imagine being that guy. That's brutal. That's absolutely brutal.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
These guys that date porn stars and stuff, it's like, what the fuck? That's just so gross, man. Raging Boar with the 5, bro. I just encountered a guy in Black Ops 7 literally named Goyim. Well, I guess he wasn't one of God's chosen. That's a shame. Right-wing e-girls? There's no such thing. It's a myth. Right-wing e-girls are just women that are using right-wing politics to grift. Most of them don't have any sort of real political convictions. They just want attention. You wanted to date Belle Delphine before she got railed on camera, so stop the cap. Not wanting to date an OF model? Nah, it was before she did nudes. I said I would. Also, she got a boob job, so that's a no-go. But nah, the thing is like, if you just do, like, the fucking, like, Instagram tier OnlyFans, where it's, like, literally just, you know, like, slightly, you know, provocative photos, where it's, like, not full nudity and stuff, I don't really think that's that big a deal. Like, fucking chicks post that shit on Instagram for free. If you can make money, you know, extracting simp bucks and not even go full nude, who cares? That's like the chicks that sell feet pics. Like, I wouldn't give a fuck if a girl I was dating sold feet pics. Like, bruh, go to the fucking beach and you'll see plenty of feet. Like, I don't know. To me, that's like, whatever. So, if it's, like, one of those instances where she's, like, just selling pictures that would be, like, posted on Instagram anyway, then, yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit? But if it's, like, full nudity or, like, actual fucking porn, nah. That's a no-go. If it's full nudity and actual porn, nah. But even then, it ain't gonna happen most likely anyway. That would only be a consideration if she was just like fucking loaded. Otherwise, nah. Get you a BBL.
So I want to actually, because somebody actually...
Oh god, ew. Oh, is this a reaction to my video? Gross, look at this thing. The satanic fucking lamb. Oh, how edgy.
Asked me to make a video on Silent Hill F as kind of a review. I finished it a day or two ago. I really liked it. I think the combat could...
Shocking.
use more tuning. I think it gets really repetitive towards like the end of the story, which it runs into that problem that like a lot of horror shooters and a lot of other horror games have had in the past, where it's like, okay, we need to ramp up the challenge, but all we can do is just have more combat. But I do think the bosses are really good. The core story is so well told and feels so...
The story is so well told. Jeez. Me when I have 0 standards. Isn't that sad, bro? This is the point we've reached. That's considered a story well told.
Authentically in line with the
Just
series.
overtly woke sloppa.
Way that I was shocked by. Notably, as a Silent Hill fan. I don't know what these people are going to say about the game, but one of the things I enjoyed the most about Silent Hill F was how it actually connected
these people? What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
to the other games in very subtle
Check your prejudice at the door, bigot.
ways, but ways that feel incredibly considered, ways that, in the traditional way of Silent Hill fandom, lead to a lot of speculation and are going to lead to a lot of, I think, engaging...
God, I love my thumbnail. It's so good, bro. The Tylenol, the Silent Hill feminism, it just looks perfect.
Like, fun forum discussions. Like, speculating on the mysteries of Silent Hill, on the order, on the characters, has been such a foundational aspect of keeping Silent Hill alive for, the decades since Downpour, since PT even. Having a new game that still feels in line with all that stuff, where you can point to be like, maybe this connects to this, or actually maybe this is talking about this. For example, there are a lot of little ties to, I don't want to spoil it because the game just came out, the drug used by Lisa Garland, by Kaufman in Silent Hill Origins and Silent Hill 1, that the cult members have, that like it has hallucinatory effects. That ties into Silent Hill F. And without spoiling anything, because it is deeper than that. It is not just like, oh, it's all a dream. It's deeper than that. But I think it is also an interesting origin story. Also, the supernatural elements, it feels culturally considered in a way that like this, you still explore an otherworld that is like a darker reflection of reality for the protagonist. And then there are a lot of like similarities, I think, obviously being the only 2 female protagonists in the series, unless you count, some of the spin-off comics like Anne's story, which was a spin-off comic for Downpour. Hinako, Heather, very similar, not very similar stories, but where I think Heather's story focuses more on the pressures of growing up and the pressures of that particularly like religious organizations will foist upon young women and the standards around them, the way that they're used. Hinako's story is more about societal expectations and being forced as a woman to do these things that are just not who you are or who you want to be. That's my like baseline. If people want to know what I think about Silent Hill F, I really dig it quite a bit, and that is
Yawn.
coming from a hardcore Silent Hill fan. I've played. So here's the thing that we're gonna get into with Griffin Gaming and Synthetic Man. I can guarantee.
Oh, Synthetic Man too? Dude, why? It's just like way too hard trying to be edgy. The fucking bird skull necklace, the satanic lamb of the devil. Like, it's just cringe, bro. Absolutely fucking cringe.
Before I do anything else, I've played more Silent Hill than them. I have spent more time enjoying the series, diving into its themes, dissecting its symbolism than they have. I've spent more time. I put out a feature-length documentary on a game from the series that most people didn't really like or care for, because I just love the series that fucking much. So when people talk about, there's this divide that you get with Silent Hill fans, where people will say like, gosh, I really like those games on PS2. And what they're fucking talking about is Silent Hill 2, maybe Silent Hill 3, on the off chance Silent Hill 1. Because those are the ones that they've heard about for years and years. Maybe they played them.
Nah, he's not a real Satanist, bro. It's just a fucking LARP. That shit's a LARP.
I say it's probably incredibly unlikely they finish them. I love Silent Hill. It is a series that is so creatively important to me. It is so creatively foundational to my sense of aesthetics, my sense of storytelling, when I write fiction, when I make games, and all that stuff. So to have people... It is such a series that is like, because it is so legendary, but it's not always easy to engage with, you get a lot of fucking tourists. And I generally don't use that term, because I think it's like, if somebody wants to like one of the games or not, whatever. Not everything needs to be for every person.
What the fuck is the problem with being a tourist? Are people just not supposed to play games? Like, why is someone's opinion of a game that's a standalone title any less valid because they didn't play all of the other unrelated entries in the series? That's like such a retarded mentality. I had a bunch of fucking dumbasses in my comment section going like, oh, you're not a fan, don't review the game. It's like, okay, so you have to be a fucking fan in order to review a game. That is absolutely fucking retarded. So unless you're just sucking the cock of whatever game you're talking about, you shouldn't have an opinion on it. It's just turbo aughts, bro.
But when motherfuckers play one new game and then feel that they can speak authoritatively on it, like ruining the series or the themes of it being out of line, or it's a modern audience woke propaganda, whatever the fuck we're about to listen to. Nah. You're in my house.
No, you can call anything woke propaganda. It doesn't matter if the rest of the series is also woke. If the entire series is woke, it doesn't make the newest entry any less woke. Again, it doesn't fucking matter if you have or have not played the other games. You're just as capable of forming an opinion on the game you played as anyone else.
All right,
is.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Because guess what? There's probably plenty of people who have never played Silent Hill before that were considering maybe picking this shit up.
Now, Silent Hill, this is my town. You have stepped into my fog, bitch.
Should be an interesting one, guys. Hope y'all are having a great day today. Just full of so much positivity and happiness, dude. Because when it comes to the game we are talking about here today, there's not really too much of that to be found, ironically and unironically. Because we are talking about the latest game in the Silent Hill franchise, Silent Hill F. Now, to put this out here up front, I am a self-admitted tourist of the Silent Hill franchise. The only Silent Hill game I have played, aside from this one in particular, is Silent Hill 2 Remake, which I never had.
Bro. He's gonna say he never actually fucking finished it?
Yeah, it was shit.
Rage
I have seen the movies, but I don't really know if that's a good or a bad thing, depending on who you ask, so maybe I should just keep that to myself. But I just want to make it clear, I'm by no means a longtime fan of this particular franchise. The entirety of Silent Hill F is basically one big allegory for the expectation and stress that society puts on to young women to not only get married, but to also have children, as well as to conform with traditional Japanese gender roles. And on top of that, mix in a little bit of drug use, and you have the plotline of Silent Hill F, or conflict, or whatever it might be, something that's actually haunting the person.
So, 3 minutes in, and there's no actual issue with anything I've said. See how long it takes.
Who has found themselves in Silent Hill. And just a quick warning in case you couldn't.
So honestly, thus far, not entirely wrong. You could have read that out of any number of reviews that say the exact same fucking thing. But so far, he's not wrong. That is technically...
Yeah. Because I actually played and understood the game. No way. I just have a different opinion. Crazy. Holy shit.
What the game is about, and that's what a lot of the themes deal with. It's not the only thing it deals with. It also deals with the impact that these patriarchal and matriarchal roles have on people, the family system, society's expectations for women, for friends. Like, there's a lot of other things that I think the game handles really well. But as a baseline, okay.
Game Plus, but the main playthrough that everybody's going to experience the first time, the final boss of that playthrough is literally a wedding dress. And no, I'm not kidding. It's literally hinted at in the very first scene of the game.
You're not fighting the dress.
Yes, you are. Holy fuck. Yes, you are. Look at the design right there. Let's see if it... Yeah, you literally fight the wedding dress. You fight yourself in a wedding dress. The design of the final boss is based off of this wedding photo. So, yes, you do.
What?
Here. Again, I actually played the fucking game. I know what I'm talking about. Do you guys think this looks familiar? Hold on. Let me see. There we go. Does this look similar to the picture up there? Does that look pretty similar? I don't know. The headdress thing, whatever the fuck that's called. And then the dress pretty much is a 1-to-1 match. So, I think it is, in fact, the wedding dress.
Hey, buddy, who is in the dress? Yeah.
Oh my god.
I can't afford
Oh
this
my...
shit.
No shit.
I know we're getting into spoilers here. Like, again, spoilers for, like, the whole game. But you aren't just fighting a fucking dress, dude.
Yeah, that's talked about in the fucking massive story segment.
Dress didn't just do that to Hinako's parents. Like, it was... Whatever.
And TLDR,
Oh my god. Dude, it's like literally the fucking intro. But, you know, I haven't gotten into the autistic detail of the entire plot synopsis yet, so I guess, you know, you have to front load your entire review with every autistic detail you can possibly think of for anything you might mention. What the fuck, dude?
Silent Hill F is really not a game that I would recommend for $70. Again, I'm a tourist of this franchise, and even I know that this really doesn't feel like a Silent Hill game. It's like they took the eerie atmosphere of Silent Hill, dropped it in a Japanese village, added the Scarlet Rod from Elden Ring, added some Souls-like combat, and you have Silent Hill F.
Now, here's what I was talking about. Remember how I started talking about Silent Hill F, and I was like, yeah, actually, you know what? Thematically, it fits with this. It actually has these callbacks to the series. Like, you can actually hold up this character next to this. And I like the way that it did the other world, and all of these things that are thematically in line with the series, while also being aesthetically in line in the series, while also having, like, Akira Yamaoka fucking balling out on the soundtrack. So no, you're just fucking wrong. Like, don't hit me with this tourist shit. Be like, well, I can just tell.
No, this game is combat-centric. The fucking Silent Hill franchise is not combat-centric. I know that much from people who have told me. This game is completely different in that regard. This is a combat-centric game. The Silent Hill franchise has never been about combat. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's like literally what everyone told me.
That is not like Silent Hill, because, like, if you... I don't know anything about Silent Hill, but I know this doesn't feel like Silent Hill. What?
So I could be wrong, but to me,
You're right. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not just pulling shit out of my ass. And I'm saying, like, I'm a tourist, so correct me if I'm wrong.
does not feel like Silent Hill from what I've seen from the classic games, and even the movies, to their credit, but I don't really know if I can put it into words. Maybe you just need to see it for yourself.
Again, he's trying to be like, oh, this is obviously not Silent Hill. Because Silent Hill has never had you fist-fighting gods. Oh, wait. Yes, it has. Silent Hill 3, you can end Silent Hill 3 literally shooting God in the face with a submachine gun with a fucking Uzi. Like,
Okay, are you doing that here?
Don't. The fuck, man?
When it comes to the performance of Silent Hill,
We're not here for him bitching about how he can't play a game. We're here for work.
The story of Silent Hill F, like I mentioned previously, primarily surrounds the theme of the stressors and expectations that societies and families put on young women when it comes to adopting a traditional gender role, getting married, and having children. There are also themes of abusive parents scattered throughout, as well as mothers that enable abusive fathers by submitting to their will. It also deals with the theme of addiction as well, as throughout the game it's revealed that Hinako is taking pain medication, which is one of your primary healing items in order to cope with the reality in which she's forced to live.
That's not what that is.
Yes, it is! Oh my god! It's literally in the fucking screenshots in the fucking game for like, or not the screenshots, the little in-game notes that Shu is giving her the fucking pain medication. Yes, it is. Holy fuck.
Motherfucker, I can't believe you're fucking trying to lecture me on the story and you didn't even understand what was happening.
Yes, I did. Obviously, I did know what was happening. I have the fucking screenshot still. Hold on. Oh, maybe I don't. I may have deleted it, actually. Well, let me check. Let me see if I still have the files or not. I may have deleted those clips. Yeah, I did. But it's in my video, so...
Therefore, tension headaches, they're given to her by Shu. They're hallucinogenic. There are notes all throughout the game that compare this kind of classic methodology of, like, ancestral local medicine.
Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna pull it up now. Videos. Silent Hill. Let's see. Let's see. Give me a second. It might take me a little while to find it. If I still had the video files, it'd be a lot faster, but... There we go. What does that say? Red capsule. Painkillers in capsules. Relieves pain and raises spirits. Wait, there it was. Hey, partner. These painkillers should work best for you. They'll not only take care of your headaches, but also any pain from your injuries. I suspect that the main cause behind your nasty headaches is from you unconsciously grinding your teeth, blah, blah, blah. Literally cited as fucking painkillers, but whatever. In a piece of in-game lore and the item description, but alright.
And modern medicine. And it's actually, this is a link to a classic, like,
yeah, they're still painkillers, whether they're traditional medicine or fucking scientific medicine. It's still a painkiller.
Silent Hill theme. It's the Aglyphotis. It's the White Chrism. It's the White Claudia. Like, it is a extracted original version of that drug that has been throughout. It's in Silent Hill 1, it's in Silent Hill 2. It is the fucking bead that Heather takes that's in her locket that her dad gives her.
Okay, it's still in the game called a painkiller. I don't care what the ingredients are. It's supposed to be a painkiller.
At the end of Silent Hill 3. And he's like, yeah, it's fucking Tylenol. Like, it's fucking, haha, Tylenol meme. Come on, man.
No memes allowed, guys. You can't make light of anything. No memes allowed.
Hero, Shu did put what is highly implied to be White Claudia in them. Because Shu was a apprentice apothecary. His family was like the town doctor for so long, and they had the White Claudia growing in their backyard. Like, it ties together. And this is one of the things...
Tylenol meme is canon. I know. It has to be.
Again, this is a great example. You can tell when somebody isn't used to playing or understanding Silent Hill. And this isn't like a Rick and Morty, like, oh, you have to have a super high IQ.
Okay, but this is the problem. You should not have to play every single entry of a franchise that are not directly connected. This game doesn't even take place in Silent Hill. So, therefore, not my problem. It's not a direct sequel. It's not a prequel. It's not an interconnected story. It is a standalone experience. That's like saying that, you know, unless you played Final Fantasy 1 through 6, you can't understand 7 properly. No, they're all independent stories. But whatever.
It's like, a lot of this shit is just paying attention. A lot of it is just reading notes, putting two and two together, like the kind of subtle storytelling that the series has always been known for. And again, when I was talking about, like, this is why it fucking fits in really well.
The scene of this game literally foreshadows the villain of the game and the overall theme, which is literally a wedding dress.
No, it's not.
You took everything from me.
Wow, they almost look the exact same.
Hey, real quick. Is there ever a point where Hinako actually looks like that?
Yeah, no shit. When you get to the end of the story section. No way. Again, look at what point they're at in the fucking thing, okay? We're at what, like maybe a minute or two into the story section out of like 20 minutes. Yeah, maybe as we progress our way through the fucking story section, I might mention it. I might just happen to mention it.
Ever a point in the story where Hinako is maybe in a wedding dress, or at least inferred to be taking part in any kind of wedding? Why are there different...
Why? Because maybe I mentioned it right about in here? I don't know.
Motivations that sometimes might seem conflicting between Hinako's story in the real world, or the fog world, and the other world. Could it be because there's this kind of internal strife, and that manifests in the end as her literally have...
Holy straw man, bro. Acting like I didn't discuss this shit when it's literally later on in the video. This is retarded as shit. Let me just assume this person doesn't mention anything about what I'm talking about, even though we haven't even watched the entire section that it would be in. This is like getting pissed off that chapter 1 of a book doesn't have the ending. Like, no shit.
An internal struggle with her...
You gotta get through the entire book to get to the ending. You gotta watch the video to know what's said in the video.
Self. No, it's a wedding dress. You fucking moron. Jesus Christ.
Well, if there's a quick way to happiness, then there must be other ways too. One time when I was little, Junko showed me how to find my way out of a maze in a puzzle book. There was no doubt that she showed me the quickest solution. Still, what I felt that moment was nothing compared to the joy of figuring...
Oh, why did you skip the first part? Why did you skip the first part where pregnancy is portrayed as being this disgusting illness that makes women become, you know, this aged, disgusting monster? Literally in this first part of the passage, she's talking about how, you know... Ah, dude, it's pitiful.
...it out myself. I once went to see Junko in the hospital when she was pregnant.
Okay, never mind. It isn't here. All right. But also, this part was also important, but that wasn't included.
I know, Zuri, I hate how YouTubers can't review games without just summarizing the story. Like, I realize when I do reviews on movies and stuff, I generally do like a beat-by-beat breakdown when it comes to like Christian films and stuff, and that's because I need to like layer in why things are funny, why things are absurd, why things are outrageous, why...
Yeah, skip the part where it's my older sister. She's one of the, prettiest and kindest people I know, and there's nothing she can't do. I can rely on her for anything. And it's like, she's always been there for me since the day I was born, until... she left to get married. Oh my god. The reason her life sucks is because her sister got married, guys.
The film as a whole doesn't work. For a game, it's a very...
Like, I'm just really convinced these leftists don't know how to, like, interpret anything unless it's, like, literally spelled out for them. Like, there's no inference. There's no reading between the lines. It's just, if you don't say something in pure black and white terms, they just can't comprehend any sort of nuance or anything.
Different kind of flow, right? You don't need a lot of fucking... Like you don't need to read out entire notes. If you can put a note on the screen, you can summarize in a brief second. Like, that's why this thing is fucking... This is 1.3. Like, this is past 1%. And the dude just, like, make a fucking point.
Your own way, not bound to society's pressures and expectations.
No, I already made my point. I'm providing contextual evidence to back up my points. Because, you know, everyone loves to go, wow, what's the context? What's the context? I'm giving you the context. I'm providing clear examples of what I'm talking about directly from the game. So there's no room to say, oh, you cut out the context. It's there. All the context you need is right there.
Blah, blah, typical feminist narrative. So there you go. You needed a little bit more confirmation.
Okay. It's because, and again, this is the thing, he's already acknowledged that the game does. It is illustrating in the story how being confined to these positions are torturous for Hinako. Like, it is tantamount to torture to be bound, branded in marriage.
That's right. Getting married is literal torture, guys. Let the human species go extinct.
To take on the family
Actually, no. We'll just import more Indians.
of this other person, right? Additionally, if you go and read, which I know he fucking didn't, or I'll be surprised if he did. I haven't seen the full video. Maybe he did. If you go and read Hinako's notebook on the monsters that she encounters, there is a
I know what they are.
of symbolism in how she regards. There's one particular monster that is this giant, gross kind of series of flesh sacks that kind of look like breasts, and it gives birth.
No, 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 no. Those are pregnant bellies. And that's literally the note I just read. That is literally the note I just read. It's what she thinks of her sister. A pregnant woman vomiting all over the place. That is her sister.
Either subscribe, donate,
She
or get the
views
fuck
getting
out.
pregnant is like some monstrosity. Dude, this is literal overt fucking propaganda. I don't think... Like, do people not know how propaganda works? Propaganda is done through symbolism and inferring things and subliminal messaging. Propaganda doesn't work if you just go, marriage is bad, don't have children, you know, be a 50-year-old cat mom. No, you have to, like, frame things in a way where people arrive at their own decision. You're basically holding their hand and walking them down the path, but they have to pick which way they want to go. They have to feel like they're in control. It's all about the subliminal messaging. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. If you see something compared to something evil enough times, eventually you just associate it with being evil. If it's too in your face and on the nose, then people catch on to it and it doesn't work as effectively. This is propaganda 101.
To these other monsters, the way she talks about it, like, I would rather die than give birth like this. I would rather die than turn into something like this, is because who she is, the things that she wants out of life.
Okay, and who is she? She's the player. Again, can't put two and two together. You are Hinako. You get a sense of identity to the main character of a video game in which you are playing. You associate with them. This is how propaganda works. This is insane, man.
Is so antithetical to the roles being forced on her that she is literally saying, I would rather die than go through with this shit. And this ties into the first ending of the game. But sure, this is just feminist propaganda and not just a one person's personal story. Like, this game isn't saying that all marriage is terrible.
Yes, it is. It literally is. The entire theme is that gender roles are forced onto women and are inherently evil.
As illustrated by the fact that her sister obviously thought it was right for her. It is saying that some marriages, when
Okay, and how is her sister represented? A fucking bird-faced masked creature.
forced, are terrible. And that's illustrated again by Hinako's parents having a horrible dynamic of an abusive, irresponsible, drunk father and an enabling mother.
He never thought of her as a girl. He thought of her as nothing more than his partner in this game they play called like Space Wars or something like that, which is some LARP they played as kids or whatever. I don't know. It's kind of complicated. But the key takeaway here is
It's super not. She just has a friend who doesn't just treat her. So that's kind of the difference between Shu and Foxmask is that Shu just like treats her like a friend for a lot of the game. Like
No, he treats her like a boy. They literally say, I've never thought of her as a girl. Yeah, she never acted like a girl. No, he doesn't treat her as a friend. He treats her as a boy. And that is a point they hammer home multiple different times. They make sure you understand that Hinako is viewed by those around her as a boy. She doesn't act like a girl at all.
kind of inferred that he does really like her, and I haven't gotten all the way through the second playthrough, so maybe there's more notes and stuff to pick up. It's kind of inferred that he does have like a crush on Hinako, but he doesn't. The reason that Hinako likes him so much as a friend, and it's kind of friend zone him, is that they grew up together, they played tons of games together, and she was one of the only people who doesn't put pressure on Hinako to live up to this nebulous feminist ideal, anti-feminist ideal, this ideal of femininity, I should say. Yeah, these just feel like common themes in Silent Hill. They fucking are. Like, this is a story, an introspective story, and the thing I think makes it work so well as a Silent Hill story is that it is this introspective story of somebody dealing with their trauma in a way that is horrific and horrifying. And to me, that's Silent Hill. And it does have these other ties to the story through the drug, through the agophotis and all that stuff. But more than that, it is telling this deeply personal narrative that also does not necessarily point fingers at people's trauma. It doesn't say that there is specifically one person who's to blame for any of this. It does.
Yes, it does. It literally does. The mom, the dad, and the sister. It's their fault. Dude, the fucking note that I had pulled up literally is Hinako blaming her sister for getting married and leaving. You know, the reason why her life sucks is because her sister left and got married.
Point fingers at, like, the idea
There's
of
several references to that.
societal expectations, but in terms of them not being right for certain people, like Hinako, and under the pressure that is exerted on her, she cracks. And the entire game is a result of that. Well, yeah, and Hiro, she was a fuck up. He did drug Hinako, but not telling her what was in the pills, but he at least shitty man in the life of a woman traumatized by her father's emotional abuse. Also, Shu was trying to help her. Like, Shu fucked up because he was an inexperienced, like, apprentice apothecary. Like, he thought he was doing it with good intentions. And I think, again, that is another layer to the storytelling, is that, like, much like Foxmask, he's not himself, at least in the first playthrough, an abusive or bad character. But it is still, like, abusive as a core theme to do this to somebody who is not willing, who does not genuinely want it. It goes against who they are as a person and their personhood, simply because they were born a woman. Like, that's the core fucking theme. And it actually has very little to do with this idea of, like, strong, independent woman and feminism and all that shit. Why is she dressed as a bunny? It's a Robbie the Rabbit costume that you get for pre-ordering. Yasuo Hinako, a tomboy, which back then was to insinuate someone femme was queer. The game never says, but the possible reading of why she's not interested in Shu romantically. Well, and one of the things I appreciate is, again, it's kind of like nebulous, like what Hinako is into, if she is attracted to women, if she, like, a lot of that stuff isn't really addressed, which I love. That's that good Silent Hill shit.
So we learned through the real world segments that Hinako's father is abusive. A lot of times it's comically abusive.
How many times do I have to tell you?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Did you even taste this? It has no flavor. You're making me just... You cannot...
I don't think an alcoholic abusive father being emotionally abusive to his wife for not making a dish correctly.
Oh my god. Dude, it's the most stereotypical, like, oh, you made bad food, I'm gonna beat my wife. Like, that's the most stereotypical, like, fucking abusive dad, you know, character trait. It's so fucking corny and over the top. Like, ugh, my miso soup doesn't taste good. I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's comically bad. Like, it's so stereotypical, it just makes you laugh. It's retarded. Yeah, it's comically abusive. They didn't even come up with, like, a realistic scenario. It's just something so fucking dumb and over the top that it just makes you laugh. You don't sympathize.
That's comically abusive? I think it's kind of interesting to rail against it being like this woke propaganda and like, oh, this is just against like feminist roles in society. And then to call this kind of abuse over the top when the idea of like, oh, you just respect your parents and like, how dare you ever talk back? That was something I fucking heard growing up. Like, how dare you talk back? How dare you do anything? How dare you try and have, like, agency in your life? I am the parent. I basically lord over you. But he's like, that's an okay, acceptable, like, this is a comical representation of that somehow? What?
Yes, it is comical. My miso soup, it tastes like mud. What the fuck? Like, bro, come on. This miso soup, it tastes like mud. That's not fun. Dude. It's retarded as fuck. Come on.
Please, don't. Please, I beg you. Hinako, I'm sorry, but could you go to the grocery for me? But...
It's not like he spilled his soup and it's like, you fucking bitch, you made me... Like, you know, that type of shit would have been funnier. But I don't know, man. It's just over-the-top retarded shit, man.
I can't. I just go now.
Enough of this. Who the hell does he think he's talking to?
Okay, so again, I think he's trying to say that, like, oh, the mother being like, oh, can you go to the grocery for me, is somehow a comical beat. When it's
no, it's just over the top. He grabs a knife and fucking spears it at her. Like, it's retarded. Come on, bro.
Actually a very common...
The dad picks up a fucking knife and spears it at his daughter. Like, come on.
Thing in abusive situations for people trying to protect physically, whether it's a younger sibling, whether
it's just so over the top, dude.
Their child in this case.
You have him spurring out over miso soup that tastes like mud and then spearing a fucking knife into the ground right next to where Hinako was sitting.
By sending them away, sending them out of the room, getting them out of the house, so that they, in the child's place, will take the beating. Which is what happens here. Like, there's nothing funny about this. If I'm chuckling, it's because it's like, dude, you know fuck all about abuse and how it actually works or manifests, because this is pretty fucking realistic.
But we also learned that her mother is an enabler, and that is the end state of a wife, is to basically be subservient to her husband.
Nope. Again, completely wrong fucking lesson. That's not the end. That's not what the game is saying. It's saying that they have a bad marriage, which also impacts why Hinako doesn't want to be...
Wait, so the mom wasn't an enabler? Huh?
Forced into a marriage and spend the rest of her life with somebody as they grow more and more embittered towards one another. Like, it's actually not that hard to parse.
Maybe this was written for women. I don't fucking know what the gender breakdown of the Silent Hill fanbase is, but it just goes to show you that even in Japanese modern games, we're getting a lot of woke, anti-male feminist propaganda taking place in these stories. So this game is inherently woke. Now, I will say, I did enjoy the story overall. I know, it sounds crazy. I can call...
Cucked. Massive cuck. Reddit cuck. Fucking figures.
Reddit cuck? Oh my god.
Fucking fake ass chud. This is one of my favorite things when they have to make yeah, anti-male. Okay, beta. Okay,
Fake ass chud. Oh boy.
beta. This is one of my favorite things when they have to make excuses because they like.
Yeah, the person LARPing as a fucking Satanist is really in the position to cast stones over pretending to be something in more than one way.
The thing, but then they still have to go back like, yes, it's woke. I mean, like, I like it. It's like maybe you're just like being an oversensitive little biatch. Have you thought about that? Maybe you.
No, I'm saying that even though the game is woke, it's still funny. Like, it's mildly entertaining, regardless of the fact that it's woke. Wow, a nuanced take. It's impossible for their simple minds to understand.
You are just trying to find things where they're not really there, or you need to take
What?
more time to like think and really gestate on it. Anti-natalist, anti-marriage, misandrist, dog shit. If you thought what we just listened to was somebody who didn't really understand a series or somebody who didn't really understand a game, just wait until you listen to this, what is sure to be buzzword soup, because Synth doesn't have any opinions he doesn't get off of fucking internet forums. The dude did not come up with the term anti-natalist out of his own lexicon. Let's read why it's disgusting woke abuse to talk about how women are abused. Women get treated no differently than animals. That pisses them off. All right. In a world where literally women are depicted as not having rights, arranged marriages, where they are forced to be basically breeding mares for whoever they get unlucky enough to get passed off to. But sure,
You'll never be one.
I'm sure the guy who... I feel the need... Okay, before we get too far into this, because we'll undoubtedly be talking about some gender issues, I feel the need to remind everybody that Synthetic Man is a virgin. He has not had a relationship. The woman that he probably has seen the most...
That's false. I thought Synthetic Man dated that black chick. At least that. I don't know if he's done anything else, but... I do know that one. That's my little bit of synthetic lore that I know.
Or is probably closest to is literally his mother, who he lives with and hates, yet still wants her to make him chicken tendies. I feel there's a lot wrapped up in his insecurities when it comes to dating and women, but he is quite literally, and I have a whole video on this. He's quite literally an incel. Additionally, it needs to be brought up again. Things that he said in the past, like Silent Hill 2, the Silent Hill 2 remake, where he said about Angela when Angela was having a breakdown because Silent Hill 2, that she's so ugly he wouldn't even her. That was a funny joke for him. And also, he has said drunkenly in the past that, and again, this is all in my video. I have it all on tape, even if he's tried to delete the streams. Gotcha, bitch. He said in the past that he wouldn't even want to go on a date with a woman because he doesn't know what he might do, inferring either beating her or assaulting her in the other way. So I feel the need to preface that.
Yeah, he's gonna beat them cheeks.
Right? Like there's a lot wrong with Synth, but that's kind of where he stands with women and modern feminism. Right? That's his knowledge of it. It's very little, but he sure does hate them anyway. And it might be because, I mean, like, who's to say? Maybe it's a Nick Fuentes situation where he hates women so much just because he feels much like the main character of Silent Hill F, he feels forced by society into being attracted to them, even though, as I also explained in the video, he's not. Like he has admitted many times to having fetishes about femboys and fuda. So, like maybe you just don't like women, dude, and you are reacting violently. Whatever. That's beside the point. I'm not gonna be his fucking psychiatrist. Many have tried, many have failed.
This game is some of the most overt anti-natalism, anti-marriage propaganda.
Anti-natalism, anti-marriage propaganda. Livy, thank you very much. My favorite blue hair they them. Yeah, can you fucking believe? You know what? He's right. I didn't have blue hair. I beat Silent Hill F, and they gave me blue hair and pronouns. Woke. You can't argue with that. Woke.
The average Japanese woman, she's a little taller than average, kills a bunch of grown-ass men and women with no guns. I guess she just beats them to death. She's that badass. This game is an absolute joke, dude. I cannot believe there's a prominent YouTuber, and I'm not gonna say who it is, but you already know. Let's just say it involves increasing your skill upward in some way. Is saying this game is like a masterpiece and the future of Silent Hill. No, this is a horrific joke of a video game. Imagine comparing marriage to chopping off your arm.
Yeah, imagine. Again, this is the thing. It's like, imagine comparing marriage to chopping off your arm. We're regurgitating the same points you see, but also, and I feel compelled just to remind people, the fuck do you know about it? Imagine comparing marriage. Like, why do you have any opinion on marriage, Synth? That's probably never gonna happen.
Why? Why do you have an opinion on something you've never personally gone through? That's like the most retarded shit ever. So just because you haven't ever been shot, you shouldn't have an opinion about being shot? Like, what type of, I don't have to eat shit to know it tastes like shit. So like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? You can't have an opinion on something unless you've personally experienced it firsthand. Wild.
Good for you, dude. No woman wants to be around you. No woman wants to be in spitting distance of your moldy ass. Like, why should anybody take any of your opinions on, like, the sanctity of marriage or what it does to people? Seriously, let alone when the fact that you're already trying to obfuscate the themes of the game approaching marriage, specifically for Hinako, as a negative thing.
He went through a divorce as the kid, so yeah. I mean, technically everyone has experience with marriage because they've been around their parents. So everyone has experienced marriage firsthand, and it's their childhood. How your parents interact with each other is everyone's first experience and, you know, basically benchmark for what a marriage should look like.
She's never wanted, but something she's forced into, something that would take a part of herself, her personhood away. So it's like, yeah, fucking imagine marriage.
How do you know you're not gay if you haven't sucked That's a good point, man. You know, I guess I should figure that out. You know? Any takers?
Like, yeah, imagine being forced to live an entire life in the shadow of the person you wanted to be. Imagine being forced to go through drastic and traumatic changes to your body, having a kid, because it's just what's expected, not what's right for you. Imagine the psychological pressure that might put on someone, you think. It comes down to, for so many of these things, just an inability to literally see anybody else as, like, worthy of empathy. Even though people like, oh, he has plenty for himself. Plenty for himself. He'll fucking pour me all night.
I don't care if Japan in the 60s, women had no rights. This game was released under the current political climate. They knew that this is left-wing propaganda. And the main writer for this is the guy who made Higurashi When They Cry, which is a very infamous series. And I know a lot of people like that, but just trust me, this is complete embarrassing slop. I don't care if he worked as a social worker once upon a time and witnessed a lot of abusive fathers who beat their wives and their children. This story is encouraging Japanese people not to get married or to have kids when their country's birth rate is already in the toilet.
Oh my god, dude. He can't even not be a fucking Nazi for other countries. He's just like, oh, the fucking birth rates are going down.
Be a Nazi? What the fuck does birth rates have to do with being a Nazi? I'm pretty sure every single politician across the board has talked about birth rates at some point. So is every single fucking political, you know, figure a Nazi? The fuck?
It's like, again, what the fuck do you know about it?
And has begun importing dangerous immigrants just like all the first world countries in the West.
What does he know about it? Well, he's what? I don't know how old Synthetic Man is. But he's whatever age he is, not married and doesn't have kids. Which is a very large trend in the Western world, and especially in Japan. So he knows, again, firsthand. Most people 50 years ago would have been married and had children by now. 80% of people by age 30 were married and had children in the fucking 70s and 80s. It is now like 13%. So, yeah, almost everybody knows about that. Every one of us would have probably already had kids by 25.
Why don't we take a moment and ask Western women how happy they are with their financial independence and sleeping around with hundreds of men in their 20s as they find themselves?
I love he has to go and track down things to nitpick. When does it drop both relative to where they were 4 years ago and relative to men? You find this drop in happiness of women whether or not. Regardless of whether they have kids, how much money they make, what job they hold, whether they are married, single or divorced, how old they are, or what race they are. Dog, dude. Oh my god. So the thing you're saying is directly at odds with the thing you're showing on the screen. That their level of happiness has dropped, regardless of if they are married, divorced, how many kids they have. So it's almost like the thing that you're advocating for isn't the key to their happiness? Do you think? And this is something I talk about in my video on nostalgia.
No. What has gone down since 1972? Marriage. Happiness also trails downwards. So you can say there's a correlation there. That when people don't get married, they don't have children, they don't, you know, have a family, it directly affects their happiness. So as, you know, the rate of marriage goes down, the rate of people having kids goes down, happiness also decreases, which the 70s, like I was just talking about, was a high point for that.
The changing material conditions over time, and additionally, the impact advertising has had on people, their self-perception, their perception of self-worth, where you see somebody in an underwear advertisement being all skinny and hot, and you're like, fuck, I gotta get up again and go to work, and I've gained 20 pounds because all I can afford to eat is food from work, and all the, again, shit Synth doesn't know about, because the dude has never been able to have an actual job. Could be anything else, but nah, it's gotta be marriage. I legitimately can't believe he couldn't even fucking, like, look for 10 more seconds to find an example that actually lines up with what he's trying to say. Dude,
this is a complete joke. I don't care how quote-unquote seriously the story is told. This is basically just about a woman who doesn't want to grow up and accept responsibility because she had a...
Again, his definition of... fucking bold, dude. Fucking bold for a basement-dwelling, food-and-jerk-off incel who still lives with his fucking parents because, by his own admission, he cannot hold a job. Because he said this on camera, it's in the video, that his parents basically still house him because they know if they kicked him on the street, he wouldn't make it. And he wants... his entire job... He's my age, by the way. He's fucking 30. His entire job is whinging and bitching about games being woke online and talking about, oh, games used to break so much, blah, blah, blah. And he wants to talk about anybody else, even a fucking fictional character not wanting to accept responsibility. Bold take.
Compare that to James Sunderland murdering his wife. Do you think that's on the same level of guilt of being drawn into Silent Hill? Actually, the term Silent Hill is never used.
Let's see. So Raging Boar with a 5. Yeah, we can check that out. And J Boogie with a 2. The amount of foundation this guy puts on. What the fuck? Yeah. Still doesn't pass. Not even close. Dat Boy with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, bro. Big ups.
In this game at any point, this is clearly originally not a Silent Hill game. Some people suspect it was a Fatal Frame game originally. For instance,
what? Okay, sorry.
Instead of having this weird Dark Souls jank combat, it involved you taking photographs and then doing weird counterattacks on enemies. That's a possibility. It's also possible
It's possible this Silent Hill game made by Konami was originally a Fatal Frame game made by Koei Tecmo?
No. This was not made by Konami. Konami is the publisher. This was outsourced to a Chinese studio. So this is not a game made by Konami. So Koei Tecmo could have just as easily licensed the game out as well.
When they already have the new version of Crimson Butterfly, they've already been working on a pathway forward, like ever since Resident Evil, all the other big horror survival series, and their publishers have been working on ways to get them back on track, because they saw that fucking sweet Resident Evil simoleons that keep flooding into Capcom, and they're like, we gotta get on that. What the fuck are you talking about? He just, like, literally saw, no, Japanese, so it's probably Fatal Frame. Like, it's probably Fatal Frame. Jesus Christ.
Story, I'm not going to go too in-depth here because I pretty much covered all the major points in the intro. Basically, this game is split into two parts. You have the town parts and you have the dream sequences. The town parts are Hinako reminiscing about her teenage years, while the dream sequences are an allegory for women losing their identity when they get married. Sure, I could go into a lot of details of this.
Not women. Specifically, Hinako. I feel like this is almost a really good microcosm of how all these people...
No. It's not just Hinako. Because her mother does the exact same thing. Her sister did the exact same thing. Nope. All the women in this game who are married are suffering from the exact same thing that Hinako is afraid will happen to her.
People like Synth Griffin. They approach all women as a collective mass, like a fucking hive mind. Like if you ever listen to
oh my god.
and talk about like modern women or modern feminism or the modern audience or whatever, it is just like there's no concept of individuality for a woman.
Yeah, it's called a generalization. You can't talk about every single individual person in a reasonable amount of time. You take a generalization about a certain group and apply it to that group. There's always outliers. But a generalization is the only effective way to talk about a grouping of people. Of course, there are people that don't fit the mold perfectly. That's why it's a generalization. It is literally impossible to perfectly describe an entire group of people encompassing every single member of that group. It's just a disingenuous argument.
Is they must all be this. They must all do this. And it's like, no, that's not the case. As we talked about with Griffin's video, the game shows that's not the case. It's just specifically Hinako. Specifically.
No, her mother literally surrenders her autonomy, surrenders her identity, becomes a slave to her husband. The mother is suffering from the exact thing that Hinako fears. It is not just Hinako. Like, I don't know how that's lost. And it's also insinuated that Hinako essentially has lost contact with her sister. Because once she got married, she no longer was the sister that she knew and loved. So, no, it's not just Hinako. She's basing her fears off of what she's seen. All marriage in this game is portrayed in a negative light. There is no positive example of marriage to look at. It's all negative. If there was like a contrasting, scenario where we saw one of her friend's parents and they were like a loving couple and got along well and the wife was happy, then yeah, you could maybe make that case. But the game does nothing to actually present a case where marriage can be a good thing. It is only portrayed as negative. So, again, just because something isn't explicitly stated, you can put two and two together and figure out what the fuck is going on.
Let's see why it's woke.
Story. Honestly, the characters are not that deep. They're pretty one note, so there's not that much to talk about. Sakuko, the forgotten friend, only has like 30 seconds of screen time in the beginning. Rinko is the typical rival girl, like I said before, who hates Hinako's guts and wants to be with Shu, and Shu is just a boy next door childhood friend character. Of course, in the dream sequences, you have Hinako's fiance in their arranged marriage, and he is represented as a demonic fox spirit, a kitsune for all you weebs out there. Take away from the story other than the propaganda angle. It just seems like complete nonsense.
It's just like they cannot, even outside of mild critiques of a patriarchal society which forces women to put their bodies, their minds, their entire lives into arranged marriages to people they may not even like, who may be abusive. Outside of critiquing that system, neither of these dorks can actually define what is woke, what is propagandistic about any of this stuff. Just the fact.
What is propagandistic about it? Oh my god. Oh, dude, imagine living in such a vacuum. It's just insane, dude. This is willful ignorance at its finest.
That it is criticizing, or even inversely, advocating for women to have more of a voice in their vocation, in their direction in life, than being sold off like fucking cattle. Which is the system that the game is critiquing. Like, To them, that's woke propaganda.
This game story is told feels so pretentious. Like, it's digging at this deeper message somewhere, but there isn't one. The first time you play this game, you get locked into a bad ending. No matter what your choices are, you get the same one every time. And then on subsequent playthroughs, to get better endings, you have to never use the red pill item throughout the game, since, as I already told you, the pills are what created this drug-fueled massacre in the first place. But I'm not going to torture myself by playing through this whole game again. Yes, there are some changes in the cutscenes on New Game Plus, but you still have to suffer through the combat, as I said earlier in this video. So let's just get to the whole woke element of this game, even though I've sort of already covered the basics on it. Although I got a lot of my rage out during the intro about the overall feminist message of this game, I think it bears repeating again how ridiculous it is in this day and age that we're getting yet another game pushing for anti-natalism and anti-marriage messaging when women are—
What fucking games? What the fuck is he talking about? Yet another game is pushing for anti-natalism and anti-feminist messaging. Huh? What the fuck are you talking about? I will literally chat. Do we have any examples you can think of for a game that is anti-fucking natalist? Ah, yes.
Yes. God of War. God of War Ragnarok. There you go.
We are just awash with these modern games that are convincing women to not have kids.
Are more unhappy now than they have been in any other point in the past 100 years. Yes,
I love the fact that the evidence he showed about how women are more unhappy now.
And why is it just exclusively to games, too? Like, every single piece of media celebrates, you know, independent women, girl bosses, single women, you know, women that don't want to have kids, you know, the women that whore themselves out and then, you know, don't need no man later in life. Or they get divorced and then take all the money and then they're so stunning and brave. Yeah.
Says that unhappiness is regardless of whether or not they're married, divorced, or have kids. The things that he's saying are to blame. The things he provided as evidence doesn't mesh with.
Marriage is like slavery. It's like giving up your identity. You have to do everything your husband says. No, it's much better to be a career woman and work until you're 40, have no fucking kids, your egg carton's empty, you got 5 paths and they're constantly taking a piss, still chasing the high of that Chad who fucked you one time when you were 20. I mean,
Jesus Christ, man, the incel just fucking leaked out of him. Woo, he was just like, oh, those fucking Stacy's. No, they're just gonna be, all these women are just gonna be, you're gonna wish that they were still fucking
right, awesome.
in high
Thanks,
school.
nigga. All right.
A nice guy like me, and they're just all sitting there with their cats and their empty egg cartons and like, ooh, don't you love your career? It's like, it's not that different from like Matt Walsh shit, honestly, but it does betray the real resentment that he feels towards just like women in general for not living the way that he, again, arbitrarily has decided is the proper way for them to live. Yeah, lady doesn't like it either. This is somebody who does not have relationships. This is somebody who does not date. Like, his experience with women, as far as I remember, was like in high school where he got fucking rejected. His villain fucking origin story was literally being like rejected, and then he's just like this forever. Like, he's just going to be this bitter little incel dweeb well into his 30s, well after he's completely balded and has succumbed to the mold in his house, like J.K. Rowling.
Come on, do I even need to tell you how ridiculous it is to equate marriage to chopping your arm off, slicing your face off, getting a huge-ass brand?
Again, it's not all marriages. It's for Hinako, because the game treats Hinako as a character with her own agency, not representative of all women. Clearly.
Okay, then why are all the women in the game the exact same? Hinako's sister has the fucking bird mask on because she went through the exact same procedure that Hinako went through. Hinako's mother is abused by her husband, and she does nothing to break that cycle. She is a slave to him. The only examples of marriage in this game are negative, and they all follow the same similar trend. Again, if there was some sort of contradicting viewpoint or, you know, the polar opposite or something that, you know, provided the alternative, then yes, you could maybe make that inference, but no. That is never presented in this game. The 3 marriages are all perceived as negative and bad for similar reasons. So it's not just a one-off thing like, oh, it's just Hinako. Nope, her mom is suffering. And then also it's portrayed as a negative thing that her sister got married because she's no longer the same person. You know, it's just... It's so obvious. This is not hard to put together. Again, I'm a fucking tourist to this shit. I was halfway paying attention to the story, and I feel like I have a better grasp of this shit than a so-called fan.
Because her sister is married and happy. Even though her sister is trying to get her, assuage her into also getting married. That's not right for Hinako. That's a main underpinning of the fucking story. Like, it doesn't elude me that both of them misread the story in the exact same fucking way.
On your back, and your husband literally having mind control over you. Can you imagine if somebody made a game about marriage today? It showed the horrors of the divorce court, with women taking half of the man's money, having custody of the kids, showing how these...
One of my favorite aspects of like the kind of online incel subculture, one of my favorite aspects of this kind of online incel subculture is them getting afraid of things that they will never experience. It's like, dude, you can't even talk to a woman. Divorce court, that's still a pretty far off finish line for you, buddy. Like, don't get me wrong. If you do ever find somebody to put up with you for that long, yes, divorce will be in your future, but that's still, you gotta talk to somebody first, pumpkin. And by the way, having been divorced, it's like, it's amicable. Like, my ex-wife did not take half of my fucking possessions. Like, that's not how divorce works.
Wait, did he get divorced and then became a trans? Dude, was it Melonie Mac?
Unless you're terminally online, incel who just believes.
Is this Melonie Mac's ex-husband? Bro.
Dumbass propaganda.
Another conspiracy-esque element you think about is Japan's birth rates are lower than ever, and they're also importing more immigrants than any other point in their history, much like every first world country in the West right now. So again, do not doubt for a second, this is more globo homo propaganda. Shinzo Abe is rolling in his grave right now seeing this shit. And to add to the absurdity, this game was developed by Neobards, the shitheads who made that terrible Dead Rising Deluxe remaster last year. They're a Hong Kong-based company. So this is a Chinese game telling Japanese people to not get married and to not have kids. Are you gonna tell me right now that isn't propaganda? You can.
Yes. Yes, I am. A Chinese developer, you think they cannot tell a story in Japan in the 1960s? You don't think that they actually might be more qualified than a Western studio to tell a J-horror game? Yeah, also, the writer was Japanese. That's a great point, Redoni. The devs are Japanese. It was chosen by the writer himself, and they did research on the 1960s time period.
To the horror genre. It doesn't do anything right. It's not scary. It's not fun. It doesn't tell a good story. And yet there are people on this platform, my fellow YouTubers, who highly recommend this game and say it's the future of the franchise. What a fucking joke, man. It's incredibly obvious that Neobards was trying to make a Silent Hill game for women. And the worst kind of woman at that. The far leftist, communist, champagne socialist feminist type who absolutely despises men and other women and her parents and basically...
Some cheese for this word salad of yours? Would you like some extra dressing on this fucking word salad? Man.
Holy Reddit, man.
That's fucking crazy. You could have gotten fucking ChatGPT to scan 4chan for that shit. That's so funny. That's so funny. Champagne socialist, feminist, girl gamer, Hong Kong-based globo homo agenda. What the fuck are you even talking
Reddit.
about? You fucking loser. Oh my god, man.
Jesus, bro. That was a certified Reddit moment at the end. But yeah, I feel like I have a better grasp of the story, personally. How much did I make from the review? Let me check. Hold on, let me see if the monetization and yeah, it did update. Okay, it hadn't updated recently, so let's see. Analytics. $317.34.
Gaming.
How much has the Ghost of Yowie video made so far? Let's see. What revenue? So, off of the first 29,000 views, it made $133. And right now, it is at 50,000, so probably about 230 so far. That's pretty good. All right, let's see. Where are we? Hunter with the 2. He can't talk about being a woman because he'll never be one. Yeah, exactly. It's wild. Doesn't even understand who he is, but wants to, you know, preach about other people's life decisions. Crazy, man. Sauce Made Dragon with the 5. What are the Looney Tunes are we Wait, what in the Looney Tunes are we watching? Kill It in Minecraft. Well, you can thank U-Generation for sending that, so that was his recommended video. Raymond with the 2. I can see what it is. Oski Woski with the 5. Is this creature really allowed to talk about other people not getting women? Bro, literally swap teams. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And Fox ate my foot with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. So let's see. Some parts of this review may be considered violent and cruel. Who cares? Yeah, the only part that's cruel about Silent Hill F is having to play it.
This video spoils a lot about Silent Hill F, and very quickly, you've been warned. In Silent Hill 2, there's a part near the end where you go down a very long tunnel. It leads you to the prison, which certainly couldn't be located this deep. You make several frightening jumps down into the unknown, and end up in a labyrinth with no map to guide you. This journey is symbolic, as it represents James taking a deep dive into the mysteries of his own mind, exploring his guilt. However, that is up to the player to deduce from the experience, because Silent Hill 2 trusts the player to understand the metaphor. It doesn't spell it out for people who don't get it, because spelling it out would ruin the impact and artistry for the people who do get it. On the other hand, there's Silent Hill F.
The road twists and turns. It's like I'm walking through my head.
I can stop the video right here, the point has been made. There's a lack of subtlety so severe it would make Silent Hill Downpour cringe. Silent Hill F seems to think we are so dumb that we need every theme and message beaten into our heads and screamed at us in the most obvious ways possible, all the time. For those of you wondering why some Silent Hill fans are not happy about the—
That is true, it is. That's the thing, it's like, I don't know how they can pretend like it's not just, like, blatant propaganda. Like, there's no subtlety. None. It is spelled out in the journal entries, in the item descriptions, in the dialogue, in the character interactions. Perfect. Like, everything in this game just literally tells you, this game is pushing this message. You know, accept it. Let's see, Yogi Bear with the 50. Damn, bro. Really appreciate it. So, very generous of you. Blue-haired dude loved Silent Hill F because he saw himself in the psychotic, drug-riddled mass murderer. Yeah, a sign of what's to come. You know, conservative influencers, look out. You might see another scope glean in the fucking distance. Shit. Into the nines with the 15 months. Got the Final Fantasy Pixel Bundle. Also playing Tactics. Very nice. Yeah, I still need to play Tactics at some point, but I'm probably going to play Maryo Galaxy first.
Newest entries, this is a big part of it. Hinako's father is abusive. Do you get it? After the fifth flashback and seeing his behavior acted out blatantly, Hinako doesn't fit into typical gender roles.
Yeah, be like, synthetic man, get down. Shit.
Do you get it? After the 20th time the game comments on it? So much for subtext and picking up on hints. Don't worry, I'm not going to start ranting about feminism. I'll leave that for channels who specialize in that shit. This video is going to be very harsh. I put this warning here because there are people who watch my content who do not like this side of me. So if you're one of them, tune out now. It's been a great year of great video games. I haven't done a single negative video all year, but things are about to get really ugly. Let's make one thing clear right away. The only reason this game is called Silent Hill is because of marketing. Konami has made it very clear that this resurgence in their support for the Silent Hill franchise is no different than their previous whoring out of it for pachinko machines. Only now the pachinko machines have suits and ties on as they hold martinis to make you think they're classy. Silent Hill is just a name you slap on a product to lend it whatever credibility the series has left, draining it of its life force until there's nothing remaining like they're the old farts from Cocoon.
I feel tremendous. I'm ready to take on the world.
I'm fucking shocked. I had no idea it could be this bad. I don't care that this game has fog and dark themes. Everything that happens is not actually happening. You're not actually in this Japanese town in the 1960s. You and your friends are not actually being attacked by monsters. The first ending puts the main character at 20 years old when she's in high school in the game. This all appears to be in her head at a later date or played out in some dreamlike reality that probably makes more sense if you know Japanese spirituality. Point being, this is definitely not about an ancient power or cult ritual that physically manifests monsters in the real world, which is what the Silent Hill series is about. It's not just about the characters, it's about the special local conditions that spark their adventures. This game is instead another short message situation where fog is imagined or dreamed by someone with trauma as they fight monsters in their head or something. It is not a Silent Hill game, and I know at this point you're either totally with me or you hate everything I'm saying, but give me a chance here. My issue isn't with you necessarily, it's with Konami. I'm fine with telling new Silent Hill stories that take place in other locations, Japan included, but at least try to justify your use of the name. The god inside Heather allows Silent Hill 3 to start in another town, Walter's use of the cult's magic in South Ashfield in Silent Hill 4. Something directly tied to the series, so it makes sense to call it Silent Hill, because without a strong connection to the town's power and the local cult rituals, you can't do that, especially if nothing's actually being manifested. It doesn't matter if you give another town
Synth and Griffin special. Oh, what? Calling out feminism? I wouldn't say that's my specialty.
The name of Silent Hill, or how many flowers you sprinkle in the game that might be the drug used by the cult, or Hinako being told in one of the endings that she was born with divine power, which she may or may not have been, or the existence of other old gods in this place. It all sounds like Dahlia's pubes theory to me. I started thinking, I'm sure they're gonna throw in something stupid so fans can justify this game being called Silent Hill. They'll say, look idiot, in this one room you can find a pile of Dahlia Gillespie's pubes or something, and now it's canon because it has Konami's name on it. Silent Hill F, being a story divorced from the power of the actual town of Silent Hill, would have worked much better as its own IP inspired by the series, or at least something with its own name while having connections to Silent Hill lore, like a companion piece. The best way I can express this, that I think might get through to some of the people who disagree, is by giving the example of Prometheus. Love it or hate it, Prometheus is its own kind of story. While it does—
Dude, Prometheus was great. Until it became an Alien movie. The first hour and a half-ish, or I don't know how long Prometheus is, but the first half of the movie, we'll just say, was awesome. I love the first part of that movie. And then it turns into another shitty Alien movie. Ruined.
Take place in the Alien universe and has things that connect to those movies, the tone, story, and themes are pretty different, and the Alien itself is in no way central to the movie's plot. It works as a standalone film, but knowledge of the Alien movies can enhance it, and its contributions to Alien lore can deepen your appreciation for the series, or ruin it. However, Prometheus would be a very bad Alien movie. That's why it's not called Alien Prometheus. If it had Alien in its title, which it did in early script concepts, people would rightfully be upset at it for not being about the alien, and for being so freaking weird. It wouldn't matter what—
It is about the alien, though. It literally is about the alien, and that's why it sucks. That's what it becomes almost immediately. Like, you know, it's this cool plot about humanity discovering their creator, which is basically just another form of humanity. And then it devolves into lay heckin' monsters trying to kill me and shit.
Details connected to the world. If it's called Alien, where's the fucking alien? But it's not, it's called Prometheus, so it's okay. That's what Silent Hill F feels like to me. It's Prometheus, but with alien in the title. It has some ties, some parallels, but it is not a Silent Hill game, and some of us are tired of seeing the name thrown around like this. If you think we're stupid for being so upset over the use of a name, you're free to think so, but to me it's a big deal, and my frustration comes from 2 decades of seeing the series mistreated, and recent actions of the publisher trying to redefine and retcon the series to make it about anything other than the special place of Silent Hill purely for profit motives. In January of 2024, Konami committed the ultimate public embarrassment by releasing the 2-hour fake video game Silent Hill: The Short Message as a way to test the waters, to see just how far the fanbase will bend over backwards to defend the company's awful decisions, and how far forwards they'll bend over while Konami unzips their pants. The short message exists for one reason and one reason only: to launder what is called Silent Hill phenomenon theory, which has done irreparable damage to the series by officially establishing that Silent Hill-like events can happen not just outside of the town of Silent Hill, but without any connection to the special powers of that town that caused the original game's unique events in the first place. Because now it's really all just a psychological condition that makes people see fog and monsters with no connection to a supernatural force. We ignore the mysterious power the land around Silent Hill has been known for ages, the power the Native Americans spoke of before the settlers came. A town where ships disappeared on the waters and where soldiers were tortured at a Civil War prison camp. We ignore the acts of religious fanaticism that led a psychic child to give birth to a literal god. We ignore that it is supernatural power that causes monsters to appear and to shift reality. Whether it be Alessa's projected nightmares or James's inner guilt, it is real, it is happening, it is not all being played out in people's minds. They've taken what makes this town special and diluted it by saying what happens in Silent Hill can happen anywhere for whatever reason. And doesn't that just cheapen the whole project, turning it into something that's not a unique phenomenon in a special place? Aren't Freddy Krueger and Pennywise a little more interesting as local villains specifically terrorizing one place instead of popping up everywhere around the world? Not that those series haven't been bastardized too, but you get my point. Silent Hill phenomenon theory may not be what every game goes by going forward, but it is a clear sign from Konami that they're just gonna do whatever and fuck the town of Silent Hill and its ancient power and its history.
They want to have basically the Resident Evil effect. You know, it's like Resident Evil has all these different locales in which the, you know, zombie virus of whatever game it is breaks out in. So they basically just want to be able to take it all across the globe like Resident Evil does. So they're trying to shift what the game is actually about, which, you know, again, just make a new franchise at that point.
We want to make games with fog and monsters and nightmare worlds and call them Silent Hill because it's marketable, as clearly stated by their company mandate regarding this direction. But Mayo, if they keep forcing games to be connected to the town somehow, it'll get boring. Then stop! Make something else! Silent Hill is more than its
Yeah,
characters, its
exactly.
themes, and its style of horror, which are not exclusive to the series. Much of this stuff can be found in other games and movies, whatever media you consume. The Machinist is an excellent psychological horror film with characters that would be right at home in a Silent Hill game. The main character is riddled with guilt, having horrific, bizarre experiences that blur reality. The themes and imagery are very Silent Hill 2 specifically. But it's not a Silent Hill story because none of what's happening is being caused by the town's power or the cult's magic. Even if you added monsters in the fog, that wouldn't make The Machinist a Silent Hill story. And that's what they're doing. They're adding monsters, fog, and little lore connections to stories that aren't Silent Hill stories, and saying that's enough. Jacob's Ladder is very Silent Hill, and is in fact a direct inspiration for the original games. But you couldn't just call it Silent Hill Jacob's Ladder because it has nothing to do with the town. Do you at least see where I'm coming from? If you're okay with this, fine, but I'm not. And this fundamental disagreement doesn't make any of us less of a fan of the series overall. Unlike the short message, Silent Hill F is at least a real game, and my god is it a tedious one. Of course, just like every horror game these days, it has to be filled to the brim with notes. Notes about this, notes about that, notes about every member of your family and your friends, notes about the town, notes about school, notes about plants, notes about pimples on your ass. Long gone are the days of horror games where you could play for a long period of time without stopping to read something, which made the occasional discovery of notes far more interesting. Resident Evil's The Keeper's Diary is so memorable because it's one of the few documents that talks about what's going on. If there were 2 notes in every room, it wouldn't have the same impact. I have a video on The Keeper's Diary, check it out. Now we gotta cram an entire novel into our video games. Signalis, Tormented Souls, Chronos the New Dawn. I'm sick of it. And these are games I love. They're just bad at delivering stories because they're obsessed with fleshing them out to a ridiculous degree. And Silent Hill F is just the latest example of bloated, note-focused storytelling, this time to a degree I've never witnessed before. Leaving the whole it's not Silent Hill thing aside, the story itself was sadly not something I felt very invested in. I appreciate the individual themes, and like any story I was open to it at first, but it all felt disjointed and unfocused to me. It's about a friend being jealous of Hinako's friendship with Shu, it's about Hinako not being where a woman should be in society, it's about her alcoholic abusive father and complicit mother, it's about Shu's jealousy of Hinako's engagement, it's about Hinako's pill addiction, it's about a guy cursed by the Fox clan to seek marriage with Hinako because she's blessed with a divine power. I mean, it's all over the place. I don't think any particular story element is bad per se, but I do wish we'd had a more focused central narrative that I could emotionally invest in, because despite reading every note I could find and watching every cutscene, I struggled to see what I was supposed to care about with all the themes so scattered. And I didn't particularly care about Hinako. I found her kind of boring and unlikable. Hinako blurts out the obvious and eventually goes on to scream monologues mid-boss fight like she's in Attack on Titan. It's so Silent Hill, you guys.
Everyone gets to laugh at me. It's my future self. I want to live my own.
Name is Yuffie. Dude, it's literally just Yuffie in a horror game.
life. Just spread my wings and use them to fly wherever I want to go.
Yeah, I just don't care. I'm sorry. For anyone who did connect with this story and loves the characters, okay, I'm happy for you. I'm not into it though. I'm not mad at anyone for loving the game, and I don't support anyone harassing people just because they express appreciation for it. My issue is with people telling critics of it that we're fake fans for not accepting this. Anyway, when we're not reading notes or watching cutscenes, we're doing what the linear objective prompts tell us to do, exploring buildings that are fairly uninteresting in their layouts and looks, fighting monsters, and solving puzzles. The puzzles range from clever and interesting, like the locker combinations that beautifully connect to world building, to utter bullshit, like assuming the player knows what a sakura tree and flower look like enough to distinguish it from the silhouette.
Bro, he has the same complaint as DSP. That's actually funny.
Of other trees and flowers. Sometimes puzzles are quite interesting and imaginative, but overstay their welcome. This field puzzle should have been half as long. I enjoyed some of them, but I did find there to be a little too much focus on puzzles. I didn't want to do them anymore by the third act. I just wanted it to be over. The game's structure had become insanely repetitive. Walk around the town, pass out, and wake up in the Dark Shrine over and over. The Dark Shrine segments overstay their welcome, sometimes massively so. They're not scary in the slightest, and they introduce the most ridiculous jumping the shark moment in the series' history, but we'll get to that. First, we gotta talk about the combat. The idea of a melee-only Silent Hill was intriguing, I can see that working. However, the problem is that people always say old Silent Hill combat is bad. It's alright in SH1, but SH2, SH3, yeah, it's bad. But it's also not very difficult, and there's not much emphasis on it, because the games aren't about that. You avoid a lot of it, you have a lot of ammo, enemies go down easily, certain melee attacks are totally broken. The game's strengths are the world, the horror, exploration, atmosphere, story, music, etc. And when you try to make the combat better with more mechanics, more enemy behaviors, you start creating a stronger emphasis on combat, and you want to use it a lot more in your game. That's why Homecoming has so much combat. That's why the Silent Hill 2 remake has so much combat. That's how Resident Evil 4 unexpectedly turned into an action game. And that's why a crazy amount of Silent Hill F is fighting monsters. It's like they're afraid people are gonna think the game is boring if they aren't constantly murdering. So much fighting. Long.
Dude, the gameplay is what makes the game boring. Like, genuinely. The actual combat sections is what makes the game boring.
Drawn-out boss fights, giant tanky masses, fast enemies with leaping grabs, bizarre random feeling attack behaviors, specific moments open to counterattack that just sometimes won't trigger.
Like, honestly, walking around the environment, finding shit, and doing, like, the, puzzles and stuff was way more entertaining than the actual combat. And let's see, Sauce Me Dragon with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, bro. And also with the 2. Ain't no party like a gay pair party. Indeed, man. Gotta love the gay pairs.
Even if you're calmly waiting for it. Don't you just love getting hit by enemies as you're going through door animations or crawling under something? Who programmed this mess? Don't you just love your weapons constantly colliding with walls or even bouncing off enemy weapons? Don't you just love getting pushed back into a corner so the camera zooms into your character, blocking your view? Don't you just love enemies bursting through walls or doors to instantly grab you? The weapons mostly feel pretty similar, and there's nothing else you can do besides dodge, counter, and swing, which is why it gets boring. There's too much combat for such a limited set of attack options. And because this game is melee focused, you know what that means. It has to be a poor man's ARPG. We have to memorize a bunch of weird delay attack patterns. We have to dodge and perfect dodge away. We have to instantly react for counter hits. We have enemy lock on. We're upgrading our character stats and equipping buffs. We have a dozen different spells for healing, stamina, and sanity with varying degrees of effectiveness and extra abilities instead of the simple selection of items we had before. Do we need 6 different healing items plus stamina and sanity items? We can't even use items in the inventory anymore. No, we have to put them in a quick use slot, forcing us to heal or regen stamina in combat like we're playing Dark Souls. Thanks guys, thanks, just what I wanted. I should have known this was gonna suck, considering their big reveal stream was 90 minutes of Konami patting themselves on the back and talking about anything other than the gameplay. Oh, the art, the characters, the world. Not a second of gameplay in that presentation, because they knew it was bad. Everywhere you go, there's combat. But even if you are skipping past enemies, which to be fair, you can do in a lot of situations, the game features many forced combat sections, locking you into rooms until you kill everyone. The last third of the game is full of it, and the combat feels so bad. So bad. Clunky, cheap, and slow, with the most ridiculous level of hit stop maybe in any game ever, grinding the game to a halt with every swipe, especially when hitting multiple enemies. Everything you do feels terrible, and that sucks when the game wants you to do it all the time. I tried to get it over with quickly using heavy axe attacks and charging up my sanity meter attack for quick stunning hits, but it's always awful. Whether you're playing on hard mode and really challenging yourself, or switching to story mode to just push through the game, it is a tedious, never-ending, repetitive nightmare. Then it jumps the shark. In the Dark Shrine, Hinako loses her arm and gets a fox arm attached in its place, and I thought, oh, this better not be a combat mechanic. But oh yes, it is. There is now a Silent Hill game where you run around swinging a giant fox arm at the
yay her with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, bro. Big ups. Yeah, dude, this shit's so retarded.
Monsters. And then you gain the...
But people are like, oh my god, it's so introspective, dude. It's so profound. I never grasped it until she chopped off her own arm and put a fucking werewolf arm on.
Ability to consume essence from their corpses to charge up a rage mode like it's Devil May Cry. Who asked for this? I'm charging up a fox arm super attack by absorbing corpse energy in a Silent Hill game. You want me to take the subject matter seriously while I'm doing this? I think the weight and sadness of James's story wouldn't have hit as hard if he'd been doing body slams and shooting lasers out of his eyes. Someone take this series away from Konami. There's gotta be something we can do. I'd rather go back to the depressing days of Homecoming and Downpour than deal with this. Take me back to when this series was dead. The constant, forced, drawn-out combat rooms eventually ruined any interest I had in what was going on in the story, and that's quite an accomplishment. I don't think a game has ever done that to me, so congratulations, Silent Hill F. You're the first game to kill its story through combat. I simply cannot understand how anyone could enjoy what's going on here, and I try to be understanding of experiences that aren't for me. Different tastes and all that. We don't have to like the same stuff. This makes no sense to me, though. There are people that actually think this shit is not only tolerable, but in fact great and really fun. They're all over the internet trying to gaslight me into thinking this is amazing combat. There are people... Hey, come here. Come a little closer. I gotta tell you something. There are people out there, people who walk among us, that actually play this game multiple times. They engage in this combat the whole way through for a second, third, even a fourth playthrough. It could be your best friend, your brother or sister, maybe even the person you sleep next to every night. If you catch on that someone you love might be doing this, slowly back away from them. Don't let them know something's wrong. Just find a way out. Call the authorities, and maybe you can get them the help they need before they do serious harm to themselves or someone else. By the time I got to this mission, I'd had enough. I was close to the end, but I was being asked to run back through the entire town chasing the fog monster, fighting mobs of these bullshit enemies to lower the barriers blocking the path. This goes on, and eventually I said, no thank you. I'm out. I'm fucking out. I even lowered it to story mode difficulty to try to rush through it, but it was still just too agonizing to tolerate, so I quit. Yeah, that's right, I fucking quit. Bitch at me all you want and say I shouldn't be talking about the game unless I finished it. I don't care, fuck you. I refuse to waste my time further. I saw someone else play through this
I don't blame him, man.
part and it looked horrible.
I put this shit on fucking on God mode because I didn't want to finish it.
The boss fight was more of the same. I watched the endings on YouTube. I read some fan theories. I argued with people on Twitter, as is tradition with a new Silent Hill, and I'm never going back. I learned years ago doing this that if I'm 10 to 15 hours into a game and I'm miserable, finishing it isn't going to make me appreciate it more. You can just walk away. So I did. Silent Hill F is by far the worst, most obnoxious thing I've played all year. It is the short message again, but with shitty combat and much longer. To me, the evidence shows that Konami sees the Silent Hill fanbase as a bunch of people who sit on the couch wearing their Robbie the Rabbit ears and an I Love Silent Hill t-shirt, grinning and ready to swallow anything the company gives them.
Dreamcast guy.
I am not saying that everyone who likes this game is that
Remember when he wanted to buy the Silent Hill jacket and it was like $100? He was like, oh, I can't afford that, but I want it so much.
Kind of person, but that's what they think of you. If you like this game, fine. You think it's fun, you think it's spooky, you like the story for some reason, we can disagree. I don't have problems with people because they like something I don't, but I'm not looking to find common ground with people who think we are fake fans just because we take issue with how Konami is treating this series. And let me just say, if you actually think this is the best game in the franchise, better than the original trilogy, you've lost your mind and we have nothing to talk about. The name Silent Hill isn't like Resident Evil or Biohazard. Those names don't mean anything, so the series is left to be defined by what happens in it. Bio-experiments, basically. That's why they can take it around the world. But imagine for a moment if Resident Evil were instead called Raccoon City. Well, now that changes things. You can't take Leon over to Spain to kill plagas and call that game Raccoon City. Then, what if we had an unrelated zombie story halfway around the world and called it Raccoon City? And then what if it was all a dream? Oh man, who cares? What's the point? Silent Hill is fucked beyond recognition at this point. I'm expecting Silent Hill to take place on the moon in the next 5 years. They'll take any story and slap the title on it. I bet if you took the movie Solaris and called it Silent Hill Starbound, the fanbase would actually defend it. Whatever. I love Doom. Check out my video on why Resident Evil 3 Nemesis is the true sequel over Code Veronica. Watch my 3-hour video on Season 1 of The Twilight Zone. Goodbye.
I leave my knife, and I bid you adieu.
Alone in the Dark is better than Silent Hill F? I don't know what that is. Nah, next Silent Hill game takes place on a space station. Oh yeah, dude. I think it should take place on a submarine. Imagine how claustrophobic it could feel. The walls closing in on you constantly as you walk back and forth down the same small vessel over and over and over again. But each time it changes, becoming more warped, symbolizing your sanity slipping away. It's so this is the thing, bro. It's like horror games to me are just the opposite of horror. The horror is the idea of actually having to finish it. That to me is the only scary part of a horror game, is like the idea that you actually have to fucking play it.
New game is woke as f. I've been hearing a lot of people saying that Ghost of Sloptei is woke. I don't know why though. Like I don't get it. Is it just because
I don't get it, Jesus.
like the character is a woman, or said she's a woman, she's lesbian and chopped? Okay, bro, don't judge. Although I will say this game would 100% been perceived better if the character was like considerably hotter. If she was like Eve type hot, the game would have been perceived much better. I will.
And the thing is the Japanese voice actress for Ghost of Sloptei is an actual Japanese woman, and she's attractive. But instead, they chose the nasty, you know, they, them, Amerimut, who, you know, is gross.
I'll have to say, though, she doesn't look annoying. It's not like she's the girl from Forspoken.
She is annoying.
Looks mid. I don't see anything that screams, oh, this is GEI, or oh my god, I'm not gonna buy this, or I don't want to play this. The game looks genuinely fine. It looks good. I don't see what's wrong with it. Besides the character being mid, I genuinely don't see what's wrong with the game. New game is woke as f. I've been hearing a lot of people saying that Ghost of...
He was wrong. Yeah, exactly. Naue from Assassin's Creed Shadows looks like a model compared to her. Yup. They deliberately made her ugly, so they chose her for a reason. And it wasn't for her beauty. It's the opposite. Let's see.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here. Today we're talking about Xbox because we got two separate stories to dig in this video today, and both are bad, but both are also probably lies. So yesterday we dug deep.
Yeah, no attractive women for the CHUDS, guys. You are condemned to a fate of sub-5 Asian women. Which way, Western men? Trannies or sub-5 Asians? Take your pick.
On the rumors and leaks that the next-gen Xbox is officially canceled. That it sounds like, according to multiple sources, cross-referenced and stuff, that basically Microsoft is afraid of investing in next-gen tech, of basically putting another couple $1 billion on the line to make that next Xbox, the Series XXX or whatever, something to actually directly compete with the PlayStation 6. But what's extra interesting is that now they've replied. Last night, Microsoft actually published a statement saying, yes, we're still interested in hardware. So,
well, congratulations on your job, man. It's exciting news. Glad it worked out.
We're going to dig into that because people do not believe it at all. But we're also going to talk about a new leak that came out today about the canceled Xbox handheld. You see, Xbox has been very interested in the idea of essentially doing their own version of a Steam Deck, a tiny system with a built-in style of basically an ability to play an Xbox Series S on the go. Backwards compatibility, play all Xbox games natively. You can dock it, you can play it, Game Pass on the home screen. Well, that got canceled. The Xbox handheld is also in the graveyard. A new leak says why. And
oh yeah, I heard about this. Apparently, AMD was demanding 10 million chip sales. So if they were going to build the chipset for the Xbox handheld, they wanted an order quantity of 10 million at least. And Xbox was like, "Oh, we're not going to sell 10 million of these, so we're just going to cancel it." That's actually brutal, man.
It's kind of insane, but let me break this down. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. So, I do want to quickly thank people. There have been a ton of new subscribers. Every video is getting thousands and thousands of likes. I just want to appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. I love talking about gaming, and it's so cool just watching the explosive growth, to be honest with you. But this is the official response. Every journalist, anybody that reaches out, you get this exact canned response. Now, here on the channel, I hate corpo speak. I hate the fact that corporations always have this weird way of not just coming out and say stuff. They always got to say it in a vague way. But because the entire internet is now talking about a canceled next-gen Xbox, they published this. We're actively investing in our future first-party consoles and devices engineered and built by Xbox. For more details, the community can revisit our agreement announcement with AMD. Now, what happened was a couple months ago, about 2 months exactly from today, there was a weird video that popped up on the official Xbox channel that said, we're excited to be working with AMD on the next-gen Xbox to deliver the best deal in gaming. Now, when this kind of stuff happens, usually what's happening is that when you talk to a chip manufacturer, these are very big, very expensive deals because a company like...
I don't know. I think Steam Deck has only been estimated to sell like 4 to 5 million. Steam Deck's not even close to 10 million. It's like right at the halfway point. So, and that's a $400 handheld. If the Xbox handheld came out at like $700, it's going to sell significantly less than that.
AMD, what they do is basically they say, okay, we're going to design you a custom chip to have the best graphics, lowest power usage, lowest cost, right? But in order to do all that research and development, you got to pay us up front. Sort of promise us how many millions and millions and millions of chips are we making. But what's weird is that a lot of people are split. I do feel like a lot of the Xbox internet, it says, how dare you question Xbox? Look, this is it. If a corporation says it, we have to believe it. Look at that.
Yep.
You really think they're going to give an answer on hardware they're probably not going to bring in 2025? Y'all clutch pearls. So the talk is that the next-gen Xbox was originally planned for 2026. And if that's true, maybe early 2027. I was expecting that around February, March of next year, we'd start to see this next-gen console if they actually are making it. But the thing is that the reason I sort of doubt it is that, honestly, this deal will be so expensive. Right now, we're starting to actually see Xbox pulling out of entire regions of the world, entire stores. They're getting pulled off the shelves at Costco. They're basically not even at Walmart. They're just completely leaving entire parts of Europe and the Middle East and stuff. Xbox is basically trying to consolidate their tiny, tiny market share. So I do think that, honestly, this to me is kind of a sign that this feels like a vague answer of saying we're going to abide by our contracts and put out something, even if it's not technically a next-gen hardware. Now, this is a funny thing. This is Brad Sams, the guy who actually has done a bunch of very big Xbox leaks. He actually leaked the Xbox Series S before that was actually shown. He actually had pictures and all sorts of stuff about it. Brad Sams says this. It's good that Xbox said we're still building first-party hardware. However, let's talk about all their stuff they've actually canceled. The Windows Phone, the Kinect, Band, various Surfers, Kin. I don't think they'll have to change plans, but they always do something right up until they're not. Now, this is funny. I think every corporation does this. Nintendo is funny because Nintendo said we're not sunsetting the 3DS, even while they're making the Nintendo Switch and stuff like that. Companies like to be vague about when something's canceled because it hurts stock price, or a lot of times.
Well, they didn't sunset the 3DS immediately. They kept making the 3DS and supporting it for a while after the Switch came out. Nintendo and Sony, because they're Japanese companies, typically will support, their hardware for 10 years. That's usually the case in Japan. They expect a 10-year life cycle for electronics. Now, American companies have no such obligation.
And it hurts the fan engagement if you're just saying what's dead instead of what's next. So I'll be honest, this to me, I think is a good example about the fact that, honestly, Xbox is dead when it comes to the hardware aspect of it. Tim Dog even posted this very, very long thing at 6 a.m. thing. Tim Dog, sleep in a little bit, brother. Well, basically said, look at that. We're not getting a response from Phil Spencer or Sarah Bond, the two heads of Xbox. If they're not going to straight up just come out and say, hey, this is next gen, well, then we have our answer.
I love how Dreamcast guy tells other people to sleep in. Bro, some people work. Like, dude, some people actually have jobs. Some of us actually have to wake up early in the morning or be up early in the morning in order to go to work, sign on to work, whatever it might be. Not everybody has the luxury, which I say that very sparingly, of, just sitting in your fucking house with a bunch of roommates, playing video games all day, making sloppy YouTube videos. So there are some people who have to wake up at like 5 or 6 a.m. to head to work. So they can't just sleep in.
People that make these decisions don't work on Sundays. So today, hopefully we get some real answers and some kind of clarity. Look, I am seeing some Xbox people sort of defend this, saying, like, I saw Paris post this thing where he's like, look, man, these are just rumors. You can't jump on all these rumors, even though I feel like they're so blatantly obvious. I think that, honestly, the idea of Xbox being dead makes more sense than them investing tens of billions of dollars in a next gen that's not even going to sell probably 5 million consoles worldwide. But this is a great point. For the very health of the industry, you better hope Xbox keeps providing hardware options, or I'll be seeing y'all at PC Fest. I'll be honest, I do think the next console war isn't going to necessarily be a console war. I think it's going to be more of a handheld war. I love my Steam Deck a lot. To be honest, I'm quite obsessed with my Steam Deck. If they make a Steam Deck 2, there's a rumored Steam Deck 2 coming out that's going to be way more powerful, or about 30 or 40% more powerful than the current Steam Deck, but honestly, not that big of a price. I do like the idea of there's talks about a PlayStation 6 handheld. Personally, I'm excited about Steam Deck 2 versus Switch 2 versus that portable PlayStation 6. That, to me, is the next gen fight I'm most curious about, right? But we're about to talk about the Xbox handheld. I wanted to end with this because it is funny that a lot of people are straight up saying that they don't believe Xbox statements and they don't believe a lot of these positive Xbox leakers. Like Windows Central has written hundreds and hundreds of articles about how, Xbox is about to take the lead. Xbox is kicking butt. Xbox has these big giant plans, all of which never really come to fruition. But even this writer here, Jez Corden, people are making fun of the fact that Jez Corden said, no, Xbox isn't porting exclusives to PlayStation. And he said this about 45 days before they announced a bunch of games going from Xbox to PlayStation. People keep pointing out it's only 4 games. Xbox will lie. Xbox will look you dead in the eye with the biggest smile on your face and say, we're excited about the future of Xbox. Well, you can see all the Xboxes getting fed into a giant wood chipper behind them, right? These people will lie to you. but they're corporations. These are, I'm sure, very nice people in real life, but they're on the clock. They're not here because they love Xbox. They're here because they love the piles of money they earn, right? Okay. Now, the other leak that we're going to talk about in a second is I just think that this is an interesting tweet to cap off why I'm still on the Xbox Next Gen is canceled bandwagon. This is a Legacy Killer HD, very big YouTuber, and I like his tweets a lot, but this is an interesting one where someone says, even if they're not killing this gen, it's probably going to be the gen after. I just cannot imagine that we're going to keep getting these very bad selling Xboxes. It's just not lucrative, right? Yeah. And look at this, often overlooked fact, but the fact that...
Especially when they're not going to have a, you know, lockdown ecosystem, so no more required Xbox Live, which means Game Pass revenue goes down. They're not going to be getting 30% of game sales, so overall gaming revenue goes down. The hardware is going to have to be extremely overpowered in order to accommodate the fact that they're just going to be getting generic PC ports instead of optimized console games. So I just, like, doesn't make sense to me personally.
The console market has stagnated in growth. I want to come back to that in a second. The Xbox Series consoles are selling worse than the Xbox One, which was already a catastrophic failure. More focus is going to PC gaming and cloud. But this is a very interesting point, which is that for a long time, gaming was kind of niche. I grew up, obviously, in the 80s and 90s, right? And back then, it was interesting that I kind of go to school when that era where, like, Pokemon was around, Pokemon was coming out, but only the weird, nerdy kids played Pokemon. We'd be at the lunch table with our Game Boy Colors swapping Game Shark Mews and stuff like that, right? But as gaming has become more and more mainstream, going through the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360, these systems got more and more popular, but we are almost hitting this absolute ceiling. At this point, everybody knows what video games are. There's commercials for video games. Video games are some of the highest profiting, highest talked about things on the internet. A huge chunk of the entirety of YouTube is just gaming content, right? So I do think about the fact that we are hitting this point where basically, if you want a console and you've got the money to do it, if you live in a part of the world where they actually give you the console access and stuff, you probably already have it. We are hitting this point where console growth has, in a way, hit a ceiling. And I think that Microsoft has realized their share of the entire market is so teeny tiny. If this is their limit, they can't cut it. I mean, straight up there, if this is the ceiling and the ceiling is this low for Microsoft and Game Pass and Xbox, it's not just unprofitable, it's bad for business to even try to keep up, right? Okay, but here's the other tweet I really want to talk about, or the other leak that I really want to dig into, which is that the Xbox dedicated handhelds, I think that they were very much trying to get into this Xbox handheld war. The same way that I think that the Switch 2 is going to be competing against the Steam Deck 2 and the Nintendo Switch Portable, Microsoft realized the painting is on the wall. Going mobile is a good idea. Having some sort of high-end portable, maybe not $1,000 freaking dollars like their Asos ROG Ally, but something like that would be a good idea. Now, apparently, this leak is from Kepler. Kepler is actually a leaker we've talked about in the past. Kepler does a lot of very specific AMD-related leaks. And basically what he said is that they wanted to do this deal. They went to AMD and said, hey, we don't just want one chip for next gen, we want two chips. We want you to make two separate styles of SKU, one for our Xbox handheld and one for the new Xbox console. And they said, okay.
That's pretty telling, though, that they don't even think they can sell 10 million over the course of an entire generation. Again, it just makes no sense why they would even bother making it at that point.
That's great. Well, we want 10 million units. We want a on-paper contract. We want us to upfront buy 10 million of these chips. And we're not going to design the new Xbox until you agree they're going to sell at least 10 million of the handheld. And Xbox said, no thanks. Now, a lot of Xbox leakers, Jez Corden including, are saying this is absolutely a lie. A lot of people are saying, bro, this is absolutely a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. See, lots and lots of that. But here's the thing. The reason I do believe this, and it could be incorrect, Kepler has been right.
Yeah, I can believe that's true.
More than
this is exactly how custom manufacturing works, is you agree to make a certain fucking amount of something before they set up the production line.
Has been wrong, but he has been incorrect on occasions. But this to me is sort of standard business practice, which is that if you're going to invest, if you're going to put in a giant, ridiculous amount of research and development, these kind of chips, this is not cheap to figure out. This is a very expensive endeavor. So it's very common that you basically ask for an upfront contractual promise, right? They've been doing this since literally the 80s. In fact, even Nintendo actually used to make people have to buy basically batches of games from them before they'd print them, right? You want to make a Nintendo game, you buy the Nintendo cartridges and space in the Nintendo factory from Nintendo, right? That's what they did. So This is very standard business practice. So to me, if AMD straight up said, hey, we only have so much time to make chips. Everybody in the world wants our chips. Defense contractors, they go in cars, they go in cell phones, they go in everything. Our chips are incredibly vital to the entire economic economy. If you're trying to get, millions and millions of our chips, our limited time of our research and development team, you got to pay us. You got to pay us up front. You got to buy these bad boys fresh. So the idea of Xbox thinking of that, going back, really scrambling, huddling with the team, talking to Phil Spencer, talking to Satya Nadella, I would not be surprised if they said, okay, we're going to have to kill one of these. Maybe we do just next gen as a console, and now even that may be scrapped, or we only do the handheld, but I just don't think we can do both. And I think they realized this is just not really going to get out. I do think 10 million units is a very high bar for something that is kind of tainted by the Xbox brand. In fact, right here, Kepler really points out the fact that the reason that they didn't want to take this risk is because even the Steam Deck is ridiculously popular. Word of mouth, there's entire channels dedicated to the Steam Deck. Steam Deck has a massive, massive community. That has only sold 5 million units. The ASOS ROG systems have sold about 1 million units. A $10 million chip commitment is just unprecedented. It's a type of thing where honestly it sounds like they just didn't want to invest so much money into such an uncertain future. Honestly, I do still believe this is the end of Xbox, and I think it's not for lack of trying. I do think that Xbox just made a couple very, very, very big experimental swings that all went badly. Kinect was incredibly stupid for the Xbox One. The Xbox One reveal, 12 years ago when it came out, they spent the entire thing talking about TV integration and HDMI pass-throughs and stuff instead of showing crazy cool games. Show us the next Gears of War. Show us the next Halo. I think that Xbox made a lot of very big mistakes.
That would make too much sense, man. That would make way too much sense. God forbid they actually show games people want to see. And not just show them, but actually show off gameplay, too. That's too much to ask from a gaming company.
10 years ago, and they're still paying the price. And at this,
it's a lovely day, I guess so.
At this point, it sounds like what's killing Xbox isn't just a lack of interest. It's the stroke of a pen, basically putting it in the grave. But these have just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about the future of Xbox? And specifically, how do you feel about this reply? This official statement saying that, yes, the next Xbox still exists. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh, man, I love being talking.
Ricardo with the white pill.
I've been enjoying talking about this Xbox stuff so much. I appreciate y'all. These videos have some of the longest watch time ever. I've been putting up like 18-minute videos, and it says the average watch time is like 9.5 minutes. You guys are gamers. Thank y'all so much for going on this adventure with me. It's so fun.
Thanks so much for watching that video.
You guys are gamers.
After living and dying by window lighting and random lamps in my room for the better part of like 15 years of content, ladies and gentlemen, I decided to take the next step in my career. I bought 2 lights and clamped them to my desk. Now, overhauling my setup took an embarrassingly long amount of time. Reconfirming to myself, I was put on this planet to talk about video games maybe? Control that Xbox was pulling out of the next generation of hardware. One of the other reasons
And Sauce Made Dragon with the Tier 3 membership. Really appreciate it, bro. Thanks so much. Too light, bro. Yeah.
Either
I didn't grab the mic over the
donate,
weekend.
or
Was
get the fuck
well, frankly,
out.
we posted like 6 videos last week, so kind of want to just give myself and our editor Dan a little break. But also, we had the Bioware video, the 76 video. Wanted you all to check those out. In the meantime, while we waited for these rumors to settle, and we got everything to go through today. Everything from the Xbox hardware rumor down the rabbit hole to what makes it somewhat legitimate into Xbox responding to these rumors. There's 2 things you can take away from this. Number 1, it's pretty bleak for Xbox that these rumors gain traction, saying all that needs to be said.
Yeah, we
about the brand. Number 2, and the bigger talking point, is that despite Xbox denying these rumors, I don't believe you. Sorry. Broken trust is broken trust, man. And I'm not just saying that from the evil corp bad, therefore I believe nothing they say angle that I understand many have adopted and I think is fair with how companies behave nowadays. What I'm talking about, though, is Xbox's behavior over multiple generations, dating back to the Xbox One. But really, what I'm talking about is as far back as last year, when the entire Xbox leadership core sits down and tries to tell me, hey, 4 games are going over to multiple platforms. And that's Sea of Thieves, that's Hi-Fi Rush, that's Grounded, that's Pentiment, and that's it. Anyone with a functioning brain watching that show knew it was not going to be just
nobody with the 2. Appreciate it, man. No message, though. I guess it fits the name, but big ups, bro. Appreciate the 2.
Just those 4. That means that Xbox is...
This guy's an ad. Yeah, he has that energy.
very comfortable just lying to us whenever it's convenient for them, because just months later, they rip off the Band-Aid and say, hey, Indiana Jones.
Yep, all they do is lie. That's why I don't get why anyone takes Xbox seriously at their word. They do the exact opposite of what they tell you.
Is going to PlayStation 5 before Indiana Jones ever came out exclusively on Xbox. From there, we'd see multiple ports to PlayStation in Forza Horizon 5, Gears of War Reloaded, and many more to come. And many people anticipated Xbox to do this because multiple moves throughout this generation have always suggested that Plan A for Xbox is never actually going to happen. It's always Plan B, C, D. Like, it's always something different with them. It's always an issue. It doesn't go according to plan, and it's because their plans change on the flip of a switch. In turn, it has shattered the trust, but even if trust were a factor here, the ultimate reality is, with hardware sales trending downward over, like, I think 12 plus quarters for Xbox and the business decisions that they have made, interest in Xbox hardware has never been lower. Where if they bowed out of it, I would get it. I wouldn't even be upset at this point. I'd be like, yeah, that's the smart thing to do. I don't want to see them go. I want PlayStation and Nintendo to have more competition. But it's clear that Xbox has set their sights on PC, growing over there. They think that's the future. And if Xbox One's reveal told us anything about Xbox as a brand, Microsoft as a brand, is once they believe something is the future, they commit all their resources, all their talking points to it. Just look at what they're doing with AI right now. They're all in beyond belief. So we're going to go through this rabbit hole of rumors, how it started, how it gained credibility, what Xbox said, where I stand on everything. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here and you're into Microsoft gaming, consider subscribing. So this rumor began with Sneakers SO over on Reset Era. Now, this is important to note because this was the individual that actually did start talking.
I'd be willing to bet Griffin's ass the Series X is going to be the last official Microsoft console. That's a big bet, trust me. But yeah, I have a feeling that's going to be the case too.
About Xbox's multi-platform plans before they were
maybe they'll have like a hybrid PC, but I don't really consider that a console at that point.
Confirmed by Xbox. This gave him a level of credibility, and now he's out on Reset Era basically saying that Xbox is out on the next generation of hardware. So we'll read what he wrote and then get into how it started to gain a little more traction beyond the just general plausibility of the fact that Xbox really has no reason to be in the hardware business anymore. He says that the next round of layoffs is coming in Q1 26, and it should just be as massive as the last one, but that the ramifications of the Call of Duty Game Pass gambit not working out were just starting to get properly measured. But the thing that really stuck out to him was that suddenly, really concrete plans for actual Microsoft hardware went from being definitive to up in the air. Not canceled, by the way, but up in the air, which was really startling, given that the thing was meant to be out relatively soon. It was one of those situations where, despite folks being told, hey, we want to pull the trigger on this in 2026, the steps you would need to take in the lead up to delivering a new console gen weren't being met. Lots of things that were sure things started to get pushed. The Costco retailer pulling Xbox, and apparently they're one of many that we'll learn about soon, which, by the way, we did see how now Sam's Club has pulled out on Xbox. So there's a little something there. To sum it up, the future of Xbox is software publishing with a significantly honed in focus on profitable IP like Call of Duty, WoW, Minecraft, etc. Cloud gaming being the home of the Xbox platform, transitioning Game Pass into basically becoming the point of entry subscription for xCloud access, which they'll continue to drive the price tag higher, and releasing their software on any device that has a marketplace and users willing to buy their titles. Maybe some OEM thing will take up the Xbox name, but given what is clearly a collapse in favorable mindshare and faith in said brand, I'm not even sure a third-party OEM is going to want to have an Xbox console by the time Microsoft is done reorienting the division. Now, given that, let's be very frank about it, shitting on Xbox tends to be the popular thing nowadays, yeah, a lot of people naturally saw us and went, oh, hey, what's going on here? I believe that one. And so podcasts started talking about it, such as Xbox Era. They sat down with Tom Warren of The Verge, whose story we just covered a few days ago about how Xbox is bringing cloud gaming into a free tier that was going to have advertisements in it. So they were chatting a bit about what was going on with Xbox, and they started to laugh off this rumor a bit before Tom Warren said that Sneakers SO actually has an idea of what's going on internally at Xbox as he has seen. And I mean this with no disrespect to the Xbox Era boys, but the way the conversation went from haha to you're serious is a perfect indication of where the Xbox fandom is at now. Like, surely it can't get worse than that. You're telling me it's going to get worse? Tom Warren hasn't said much about it since, but that was enough to give it the kind of grain of salt credibility marker to it, where it's like, okay, random Reset Era user who did get something right before that was pretty drastic and unbelievable, but ended up being true, is now having someone like Tom Warren, who's been on the inside of Xbox reporting many times in the past, is now saying like, yeah, he has an idea. As these rumors grew from Saturday into Sunday, Microsoft had to get in front of it. But that was after Jez Corden posted this article on Windows Central Gaming saying Microsoft confirms Xbox hardware plans are still on track. Here's why rumors are false. So this is an updated piece from what he originally wrote, but it says, I've asked multiple trusted sources, many of whom spoke to me on the above devices, which are things like Project Kennen, series consoles, and so on, which previously turned out to be true about what Xbox's present hardware posture is. And with Microsoft's confirmation, there's no reason to think anything is changing. To which Microsoft submitted a statement saying, Microsoft has provided the following statement, echoing our previous report, quote, we are actively investing in our future pure first-party consoles and devices designed, engineered, and built by Xbox. For more details, the community can revisit our agreement announcement with AMD. We'll talk about in a separate rumor in a moment here from an AMD leaker how Xbox just might be contractually obligated to get these consoles out. But before we get into that, let's just talk about really the state of Xbox consoles, right? The reason people are willing to believe these rumors...
They probably are contractually obligated to buy a certain number of consoles. But the problem is they have server racks that they can use those chips for instead of making a console. So they could just build a bunch more cloud instances, if that's the case. See, nobody with the one? Appreciate it, man. Thanks a bunch. Can't... Oh, wait, I better buy a used Xbox Series X to play 360 games. Yeah, I mean, that's really the only reason I would say owning an Xbox is worth it, is to go back and play that generation of titles, but, you know, that's about it.
Over what Microsoft is telling you is beyond the broken trust. It's just the reality that Xbox hardware no longer has value. That's indicated statistically if you just want to look at the constant hardware decline in revenue for Xbox as they do their quarterly earnings reports at Microsoft. It's constant. It's always hardware down. Even when software is up, it's usually thanks to Activision Blizzard King, but the Xbox business is kind of running itself into the ground. Hardware is not growing. And we know companies like Microsoft like to chase growth endlessly. Why is hardware down? It's because, I mean, really it started to spiral big time when Xbox pulled out on exclusives. And what we've seen with the change in Game Pass is that they've lost so much money on that Xbox is trying to retrain their users to buy more games. Xbox users play a lot of games, let's be clear about that. But thanks to Game Pass, they float from game to game because there is a plethora to kind of window shop through over there. But in the terms of financial commitments, we're starting to see stats pop up that are indicating less and less spending. And I imagine a lot of what's happening with Microsoft is incentivized by, hey, look, people are actually buying our software. It's just not always on our platform. But when we bring Forza Horizon 5 over to PlayStation 5, it ends up being the best-selling PlayStation game of the year. Huh, interesting. Mind you, I'm going off of stats pre-Ghost of Sloptei. We don't know where it's going to end up now, but being even in the top 5 for PlayStation, pretty great spot to be if you're Xbox, especially when you're beating out the likes of like Monster Hunter this year, which sold 10 million copies on its own in like its first month. So it's like Xbox's strategy of like Game Pass, making them competitive and trying to circumvent the competition has brought them full circle back to the point of like, hey, to make our business function, we need people to buy our games more. And so we're going to gouge the fans who are going to remain in Game Pass. We're going to jack up the price so much that even if we lose millions of subscribers because the price is so higher, those who are paying are going to cover that difference, cover that spread. And so they just make a lot of money off of this. And I think that's why they have not walked back their Game Pass plans. But all this is to say that you have butchered a service that was a big selling point for your platform. You have now tried to jack up your prices on your video games and failed. And I imagine, given how you've approached hardware, you're done subsidizing costs, which means that you're not going to be very competitive in the pricing point of your next system. Like, I could totally see a world where we have another PS3 360 scenario where Xbox is like telling you to get a second job to go buy your next Xbox. Like, I could see a world where it gets that crazy. But point blank, it lacks value. It lacks value now. Exclusives create value. Services create value. When you bottleneck all of your great features, cloud gaming, Microsoft rewards, into one singular service to try and artificially jack up the price and be like, we're giving you more and try to get this positive sentiment behind it, you've stripped the brand of everything that created value for it. And it's so funny to me because Xbox has like 30 plus million users on their consoles. Like, they have a large console base. The fact that there's a world where to a company like this, that isn't enough and that it might just be worth shutting it all down is crazy to think about.
But the problem is, right now, their gaming division brings in more revenue than Windows and Office. But Windows and Office have a much higher profit margin. So if gaming has one of the highest revenues of any, like, I guess, set section of Microsoft, but has one of the lowest profitability rates, and that's probably not even taking into account the massive expense of acquisitions discounted over a period of time. You know, is Microsoft really better off operating that business unit or not operating that business unit? Because they could take the money that they're spending on it and put it into something else that yields a higher rate of return. So I think that's more likely analysis that's taking place. Is the gaming division's too big to close down, but, you know, not big enough for them to let it keep... This is just kind of tricky, man. They bet everything on Game Pass, and it's just completely collapsed.
But how does this get carried a step further? Well, Kepler L2 steps in, who is a AMD leaker, and was talking a bit about why Xbox pulled out on some of their hardware plans for a dedicated handheld this year, which was originally reported. He said AMD needs to justify their commitment to R&D, which is why contracts were signed on how many chips they want, even if they're not ready yet. But he says, as far as I know, the handheld was canceled because AMD wanted a commitment of 10 million plus units to justify making a dedicated SoC. But with Steam Deck only selling approximately 5 million units and Asus ROG/Lenovo Legion only selling 1 to 2 million, Microsoft did not want to take the risk. Jez Corden has stepped out and said that this isn't even slightly true, by the way. So it's just a flat out denial. No real reason as to exactly why Xbox backed out on the dedicated handheld this year, other than I imagine, based on what we have read before, was to synchronize this with a kind of PC launch that will likely be much more expensive. Because again, if Xbox is done subsidizing the cost of hardware, I feel like you need to have some sort of Series S-like option that creates a price proposition where it's like, if you want to get into the Xbox hardware ecosystem for cheap, instead of paying $1,400 for your console PC hybrid that's going to sit in your living room, pay $600 for the handheld. I imagine that's why PlayStation's doing a similar thing, though I think given that PlayStation drives a lot of the Sony business, PlayStation's pricing will be a lot more competitive compared to Xbox because PlayStation runs a more, I guess, traditional gaming business of lose money on the hardware and make a lot of money on exclusive software. What this all reminded me of, though, I found this interesting piece here from a patron over on Last Stand Media, was the Dreamcast, of course. Not just because Sega famously pulled out of the hardware business after the Dreamcast and moved into just putting their games onto other platforms, but also this article here called The Death of Dreamcast in Press Releases. And in this article, it's all press releases from what Sega was saying as they were transitioning like multi-platform and all that stuff. And it's eerily similar to Xbox. Like, here's a new statement that they're trying to return the company to profit. And they said Sega's in negotiation regarding the supply of our software to other gaming units, including PlayStation 2 and Game Boy Advance. You also see here that they're starting to work with like other companies to integrate Dreamcast technology into like other technology on the market. So it reminded me a little bit of like Xbox Ally. So the Dreamcast vibes are totally real here. And I just feel it makes a lot of sense for Xbox to go full third-party publisher. I don't want them to be out of the hardware business, but to get into the hardware business, you have to offer things that are compelling, that are not overpriced. When PlayStation, outside of Day One Games, is offering, I think, an equally, if not more compelling subscription service now, like, I'm not going to PlayStation for PS Plus. That's like a bonus to me. I'm going to PlayStation because they have great exclusives. Same thing with Nintendo, but the subscription's a bonus. With Xbox, the subscription really drove a lot of the positivity around the brand. When you devalue and break that all down, now you're left with nothing. And at a certain point, it doesn't even matter if your games are great, which I am.
Yep, it does.
Imagine this could be an even messier month. We have Outer Worlds 2 coming out.
I don't think anybody cares about Outer Worlds 2. I don't hear anyone ever talking about it.
This month, which
only Cult.
Public reception for it has not been fantastic. You also have the rumored Halo Combat Evolved remake reveal coming this month. And
don't care.
I have to say, and I don't want to get too doomer with it, but it would be the real icing on the cake if Combat Evolved remake just didn't pan out well. You know, just after everything that's happened, Halo being bad again would just be like there it is in a nutshell. I hope it isn't. Combat Evolved is actually like my favorite in the series. I have just so many memories with that one as a kid. But we'll see. We'll be all over it. No doubt this will be a month chock full of Xbox stuff. But hey, at least we got Ninja Gaiden 4 to look forward to. That's one that Xbox is doing that I'll always be like, thank you, more of this, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave you with this. Let me know your thoughts down below. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting so much. Or we can actually like, bye.
Yeah, dude, the Outer Worlds is literally a heckin' capitalism bad game, so the Redditors absolutely love it. That's right up their alley. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, all the shills for Silent Hill, man. Yeah, another video saying he doesn't get it. It's like there's an insane amount of shilling going on. Every PlayStation story is the same. It is. Every PlayStation story is the same. Pretty much every game is the same in every aspect. It's not even just the stories. Over-the-shoulder, third-person, action-adventure game with Maheckin revenge bad, emotional storytelling, you know, wowie zowie, so introspective and profound. Yeah, stealth sections with a bow and arrow. True. The pinnacle of gaming. Valve needs to make a console? I don't think so. I think watch our Princess Melonie. I don't want to. Here, let's just see. I'll humor you. She hasn't uploaded in a month. I guess the quartering really is paying her well. Is she uploading on this channel? Godzilla Funko Pop unboxing. Ew, she's screaming. Oh my god. She probably loves it, bro. What broke Melonie Mac? What is this?
Good evening, and welcome to the Comment Section Chronicles. I've come across some salacious commentary on Melonie Mac, but before we get into tonight's rendering, I feel I should put forth a disclaimer. I have no way of verifying all the information in the comments you will see. Has the person authoring these comments, who goes by the cheeky moniker, Think Before You Simp, done their research, and boned up on the life and times of Melonie Mac? Or are they yet another anonymous online weirdo trying to make a name for themselves by spreading misinformation? And if so, are they spreading it knowingly and maliciously? Or not? Suffice to say, don't believe everything you read or hear online. I don't know if these comments about Melonie Mac are entirely true, but they are entertaining. Melonie got into the industry by applying to be a fragdoll cadet, back when that was a thing. She bombed her first interview over the phone because of her intro.
A group of girl gamers recruited and employed by Ubisoft with the aim of promoting games, man. Okay. So basically a booth babe.
Debt, back when that was a thing. She bombed her first interview over the phone because of her introvert nature, but aced the second. She did that for a little bit, but never became a FG full-time, opting to go and work for Razer, where she met Kiandarian, her first boyfriend, the guy she gave her V-card to. And the guy that also abused her for the better part of a year. That is where her tattoos started. She's currently working with Quartering because after she got blacklisted from the gaming industry over her vaccine stance in 2020, which also cost her 90% plus of her then friend group. Her divorce is a different story. She shouldn't have let a talentless, mooching, jobless sugar baby balm into her bed for so many years, because he and Chrissy were the ones to give her a second chance at being a content creator. Melonie was fully prepared to hang up her boots and go be a nutritionist IRL when both of them heard about her story. Quartering made a couple of videos and Mayo invited her to do a stream with her. It took 2 times asking before Melonie agreed to stream because she thought Chrissy was someone who was just going to try to dig the knife in more.
Ooh, that is gross.
Through both of them, Melonie met the rest of the YouTube zeros, Critical Drinker, Drunk3PO, who is still trying to this day to simp for her, Nerdrotic, Geeks Plus Gamers, Heels vs Babyface, Camelot 331, etc. And has gone on stream with all of them at one point or another. How she stands with them post-Goonagate, I don't know, since only Camelot, as far as I know, has offered any kind of public support for Melonie. I think that her befriending these clout chasers was the biggest mistake of her life after her choices in men. She could be retired from content creation, have an in-real-life job, have met a good man for her, and be happily married again. Instead, she's still online, trying to feed her attention addiction, slowly aging to a point where when she is finally ready to date again, she'll be too old for anyone she really wants, while still not being interested in the slim pickings that would be left. As for Sean, he can try, and is sometimes, to try to date Melonie, but she has her type, and Sean couldn't be further away from that. Her type. Think looks wise Toji from
Dude, what is this schizoid post in the comments? Holy shit.
JK.
This is like a whole life story.
Only good Christian boy with a good job. Sorry for the wall of text. Awesome Joey, the man she met in late October of 2014 on a League of Legends stream that was set up by some of her then friends to help her get over breaking up with Rotterdam, who ultimately was just a way to pass time for her post-Kiandarian. It was only about 6 months with Rotterdam, so she never slept with him. Joey knocked it out of the park on that stream, and he and Melonie would talk for months before finally meeting IRL, first time in early March of 2015. A short time after that, his family disowned him. I still don't know why, and feeling sorry for him, and being very attracted to him, Melonie invited Joey to live with her until he found a job and a place to live. What do you think happened, within a month, between a man and woman attracted to each other, living under the same roof for around a month? After he sealed the deal, she was putty in his hands for the next, almost, 5 years. He never had to hold down a job, never had to mature, and reaped all the benefits of living with a 20-something successful e-girl with tons of connections in the gaming industry. She didn't mind letting him mooch off her and be a bum all those years because she had the deep feels for Joey. But it all came to blow up in her face in 2020. In 2019, she started to come back to her faith by reading the Bible, not telling Joey since he is, or was at the time, he probably still is, an atheist that apparently does not care for Christianity. When he found out that she was returned to her faith, he was not happy. She started asking him to propose to her so that she could feel guilt-free about sleeping with him without being married and facing having to leave her house, gave in to her but probably felt resentment towards her, since he now had to start paying for what he was already getting for free. Then, in 2020, she lost her job at GameStop TV when the entire team got laid off. Then she made some comments about her stance on certain medical topics at the time and was quickly blacklisted from the industry and lost over 90% of her then friends. When she turned to Joey to be a man and earn a living, he couldn't handle that pressure because she always took care of things. They fought, she denied him bedroom activities so he went out and cheated on her. Then he stayed away but did drain her bank accounts and never returned. She was willing to forgive him cheating on her, but when she realized he wasn't ever coming back, she divorced him and had to eat the financial loss from him taking the money from her. She never got closure, and still hasn't, and most likely won't. She described her view of him when she was going through the paperwork as, "It felt like I was taking care of someone else's teenage son."
Dude, this is like some fucking lore autism. What the hell?
Joey is currently married to Twitch streamer GS Worley and is happy. Melonie has gone a date since 2021, with the last one being...
Wait, GS Swirly? Or, let's see who this is. Yeah, he definitely upgraded. What the fuck? It's not a great picture. Hold on. It's just blurry. But it's definitely an upgrade. Definitely an upgrade. I just wanted to see if it was a real person. But yeah, I would definitely say he he upgraded. For sure.
Streamer GS Worley and is happy. Melonie has gone a date since 2021, with the last one being a married man looking to make Melonie a secret side piece. Joey is the biggest reason why to this day Melonie is still single, miserable, and not even looking to find a guy. She is completely scared of making yet another bad choice when it comes to men, and is overcorrecting in the direction of being single. If she ever overcomes that fear, she'll be in her 40s, but still have the fur babies, the tattoos, and the divorce. It's overall a sad story because I do think she's actually a nice woman, just dumb when it comes to dating. Yes, Melonie was very deeply in love with Joey and wanted the whole family thing with him. Sadly, she is infertile due to her endometriosis, so couldn't give him a child, though...
Bro, what the fuck? Alright, this cannot be made up. Holy shit, bro. This is like some insane lore autism.
That never stopped him from trying. He was fully taking advantage of her good nature and kindness of letting him stay with her so he could reap all the benefits of living with a somewhat successful girl with gaming industry connections. He was always a lazy, talentless, mooching bum and is reaping the arc with his current wife, GS Worley. Joey really hurt her deep when he ran off to another woman with her money. Sure, Melonie tried dating a few times after her divorce but would run into some awful matches and swore off online dating by 2022. A few other guys have tried to win her: Nuance Bro, Camelot 331, TBYS, Drunk 3PO, Fear the Beardo. But none of them can fill the Joey-sized hole in her heart and aren't the nerdy, gentlemanly, equally yoked Christian Jimbro. Chad, she's... well, let's be honest, just sitting around on her cute butt, waiting to basically manifest in front of her and pick her. She may one day get over Joey, but it's been 5 years since the divorce. And in March this year, just about 10 years to the day of her first meeting the ex-love of her life, she publicly cut her hair. He still holds a lot of power over her, causing her to get depressed from time to time thinking about what could have been and where she went wrong. I dog Melonie a lot, and it's deserved, but I do have a soft spot for her as she is a genuinely nice woman and a sweetheart, but she is very stupid and naive when it comes to relationships. By the time she does get over Joey, if she does, she'll probably be well into her 40s, when guys she wants will only be looking to use her for recreation, and the one she doesn't, but do want her will be the pathetic, desperate, thirsty super simps like Andrew 15, DW. If you watch any of her content, you will see him, basically stalker her, always giving money, always being nice, always with the in his comments.
No e-girls, not even once. No exceptions.
I don't know, bro. I feel like I should choose to believe this story. But I don't know. That was like one of the most schizoid but autistically detailed like lore dumps on a random content creator I've ever heard in my life. I feel like that's way too specific to be fake. Gay Mexican jump scare, exactly. Yeah, there you go. There's your Melonie Mag content, PK. Do you still want to fix her, bro? Yeah, the new Harry Potter will look weird. Was there like an image of it up here? I don't know. I didn't see it. Oh, yeah. It does look weird. Especially now that it's not going to be, you know, ethnically correct either. I don't really have an interest in watching it, to be honest, but yeah. Get this bitch off my recommended, dude. I'm sick of seeing her. I'm very much sick of seeing her. Should we watch this one just to see what it's like?
Feminism. Women get treated no differently than animals. There you go. You want your feminist message? 11 out of 10 game.
Alright, I guess I'm finally talking about him today. Our good buddy Synthetic Man. Oh boy. So not too long ago, the latest game in the Silent Hill series...
Dude, he sounds like a Sonic fan.
Silent Hill F was just released on all major platforms by Konami. Silent Hill is a very popular psychological horror game.
Do you guys think this guy's a Sonic fan? He's got the voice. Let's see. He's literally reviewing Troon Slop cartoons. Okay, so he literally just makes a bunch of cringe videos about animation. Yeah, he's definitely a Sonic fan. I'd put money on it. Yeah, the autism coding in Japan's video games. Yup. I had a feeling. I saw Tails there, so. The fact that Tails is in the thumbnail is all we need to know. Alright, but here, let's just, we'll watch some. I don't know if we'll watch this entire thing. But...
game series that has managed to remain relevant ever since the first game came out in 1999. While a lot of the earliest survival horror games relied a lot on narrow corridors that were hard to see around and jump scares in order to scare their players, Silent Hill really set itself apart by focusing far more on psychological horror and intentionally playing with the player's mind. This is also reflected in pretty much every protagonist of every mainline Silent Hill game, since oftentimes they are traumatized individuals that must overcome their trauma while fighting off hordes of horrifying monsters. It's probably the best psychological horror game series out there, and honestly just some of the best psychological horror media out there overall. Technically, there hasn't been a new mainline Silent Hill game since 2004, so a lot of people were very skeptical for this new upcoming game, which is actually not set in the town of Silent Hill, which is where most games take place. Instead, this game is actually set in 1960 Japan, although most of the same psychological horror themes are still intact within this game. Following Silent Hill F's release, the reception was actually pretty positive overall. The game currently sits at an 86 on Metacritic, and most news outlets have been positively receptive to this game overall. But unfortunately, one very notorious game reviewer put out a video that I found genuinely hilarious on this game.
Oh yeah, dude, a furry avatar. Okay, yup. A PNG furry. Okay, yeah. 100% a Sonic fan.
Synthetic Man, perhaps one of the most notorious gaming YouTubers out there. Synthetic Man is a very, very interesting commodity, to say the least. He's actually been doing—
oh my god, bro, the fucking
one of the most notorious gaming YouTubers out there. Synthetic Man is a very, very interesting—
brutal
commodity, to say the least.
Damn, what a clip to use.
He's actually been doing gaming-related videos on YouTube for about 5 years now, with the earliest video available on his channel being about the RE3 remake. And not long after this, he followed this up with a review of The Last of Us Part 2. Even right from the get-go, it was very easy to see his stance on gaming and really just the world around him overall being put into each and every review of his. The majority of his gaming reviews end up just being him ranting for hours on end about how he hates women and people of color in his video game, and just in general. I think if you tallied up the amount of minutes that he spends talking about wokeness or women or people of color or different conspiracy theories like BlackRock as opposed to actually talking about the game, you'd have a pretty—
a conspiracy theory like BlackRock? Bro, that's not a conspiracy theory. What? BlackRock is not a conspiracy theory. It's a real institution. What the fuck?
unfair scale. One subject very clearly outweighs the other here.
The rest of the trailer shown ranged from mediocre slop to actual leftist propaganda. Like I said, it wouldn't even be worth it to have a woke counter. All you have to do is count the amount of brown female protagonists on screen, and trust me, it only gets worse from here.
It is also funny because if you look at this guy's earliest videos, most of it was just him talking about games he was nostalgic for, like Spyro or Darksiders or Crash Bandicoot or Jak and Daxter. But he very quickly saw where the grift could get him and just leaned fully into that. Most of his gaming reviews just boil down to him complaining about quote-unquote wokeness plaguing the gaming industry. He's done this with games like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Spider-Man 2, and even the new Indiana Jones game. I find that last one especially funny though, because he actually has the villain from Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as one of the synth cells that he sympathizes with at the top of his channel banner. Wow, really showing your hand there, buddy.
I think of one Austrian who tried to save the world in all of history. Never mind.
That's what a Nazi would say.
Like most sane people, I was made aware of Synthetic Man a few years back when his Tears of the Kingdom review was floating around and getting clowned on a lot, and rightfully so. As someone whose favorite gaming series is The Legend of Zelda, I saw this review, laughed at it, and then kind of forgot about it.
No, it's not. It's Sonic.
Afterward. But just recently,
it's not Legend of Zelda, bro. You can't fool me. It's Sonic.
I was made aware of another review by this guy about a game I've actually talked about in recent memory, that being Silent Hill F. And lo and behold, Synthetic Man considers Silent Hill F to be disgusting woke propaganda. I already found his Tears
He's right.
Tears of the Kingdom review to be genuinely insane in a very laughable way when he thought that Link was in a gay relationship for some reason.
There's all sorts of little nuggets of wokeness, quote-unquote subtle homosexual imagery from Breath of the Wild that has been expanded even further in this one. And I already know people are going to say I'm reading into it and no kid's going to see this shit, but that's exactly how you desensitize people and how you groom them, right? You expose them to things.
Yeah, I disagree with the whole gay shit and Breath of the Wild or whatever. I did not get that vibe at all. If anything, in Breath of the Wild, I thought he was simping for the fish chick. Like, you know, Link was smashing the fish on the low in between sessions with Zelda.
But honestly, I think this Silent Hill F one is even more insane than that in a lot of ways. There's so many mind-melting reads that he gets on this game that seem to come completely out of nowhere when he tries to claim this is quote-unquote woke propaganda. And honestly, after seeing his entire video, I'm questioning whether Synthetic Man has actually played a Silent Hill game before or not. I genuinely don't think this man has actually ever played a single one of these games. I'm not even sure if he understands what psychological horror is as a genre. This video was certainly an experience to say the least, and a lot of you have recommended that I check out Synthetic Man for a Hunting Grizzly Bears video before, so I guess I'm finally doing that now. So without further ado, let's dive into Synthetic Man's video on Silent Hill F.
I can't remember the last time that I've been genuinely disgusted with a video game.
Oh, really? Well, I think the last 5 years of your content output would actually speak very differently to that, Synthetic Man. It kind of seems like your entire shtick is talking about video games and trying to call them woke propaganda. The last time you actually made a proper video game review, funny enough, was about 2 years ago when you reviewed all the greatest Sonic games. Since then, you've pretty much just
Of course, that's the one video he views as a proper game review. Like I said, he can't fool me. His favorite series is Sonic. His favorite series is Sonic.
Down on the anti-woke rift and have just been calling every single video game you come across quote-unquote woke propaganda. And if by some miracle you actually do like a video game, it's usually because you don't consider it quote-unquote woke, and that's kind of your only criteria for that. That's exactly why you said Stellar Blade was a step in the right direction for the gaming industry.
Now, of course, that's still an upgrade over an insufferable feminist self-insert.
You've admitted before even that this kind of content is what got you to over 100,000 subscribers, even though in your own words, you'd rather still be making videos about Spyro and games you grew up with.
Just in my Spyro video, which you guys didn't watch, some of you, you know, I know some of you watched it, those of you who commented, you know, love you guys. But everyone else, you didn't care because, as I've said before, you don't want to hear game recommendations. You just want to hear someone hit on something or somebody hype something up coming out new. You don't want to, like, actually hear about some game you never played that is actually good and you probably actually have fun with instead of stupid bull.
You don't even like doing this kind of content, you're just doing it because it nets you an instant audience. The grift is absolutely real here.
And that is not an exaggeration. This is not one of those cases where I just tell you, oh, another modern game sucks. But yes, this game does suck. But that's
I don't understand why it's bad to make content that people want to watch. What I view as grifting is when you just make up shit. Like you pretend to care about something. That's a grift to me. Making content that your audience wants to watch is not grifting. That's just listening to fucking market feedback. Grifting is when you change your fucking stance and views on shit constantly to cater to the audience. That is grifting. You know, providing your audience with the content they want to watch is not grifting. People, again, don't understand the fucking words that they use.
That's besides the point. That's just a dime a dozen in this era. No, Silent Hill F genuinely disgusted me. This game is some of the most overt anti-natalism, anti-marriage propaganda that I've seen in years.
Okay, even right off the bat here, I feel like Synth already shows that he doesn't really understand what this game is about, or maybe he just doesn't want.
Oh, that's right. No one understands what it's about other than these absolute geniuses.
To understand. As stated before, Silent Hill F is a game that takes place in the 1960s in Japan and focuses on a young girl named Hanako. Historically, during the 1960s in Japan, arranged marriages actually were starting to go out of fashion, and love marriages, as they're called, began to become much more common. This was a period that resulted in a lot of big cultural divide for the country of Japan overall, since those who were for arranged marriages, one of them did not go out of style since arranged marriages were often a status symbol for a family, and that pitted them against the younger generation who was tired of seeing arranged marriages be a thing at all and wanted to just simply marry someone because they love them. This game is a period piece and directly tapping into that. By no means is this an anti-marriage game. If anything, this game is trying to promote healthy marriage and healthy relationships. That's kind of
false.
The entire message here, but it seems like Synth completely missed that. I sort of get the feeling Synth wouldn't even know what a period piece is if you asked him.
I think it's pretty clear that the F in the title stands for feminism. And let's forget the fact that this clearly is not a good Silent Hill game. It's not a good game, period. The combat is like bad Dark Souls. And for some reason, there's a devil trigger from Devil May Cry in this as well. It is some of the most clunky jank combat, and not in the way that, oh, classic survival horror games had bad combat, so it's okay for this to have bad combat too. First of all, that's a lie. There's nothing wrong with classic survival horror gameplay, no matter how much revisionist history shill YouTubers tell you. There's nothing wrong with the classic Resident Evil or Silent Hill games. You can play them right
I have a problem with them
now and have a good time.
Not really. That's a pretty subjective take there. I'm not sure why you're trying to present that as an objective fact. The original Silent Hill and original Resident Evil games all used tank control, something that was gradually phased out of both series over time as gaming became one of the biggest entertainment industries in the world and eventually did become the biggest one. As a result of both Resident Evil and Silent Hill appealing to more and more people as gaming in general began to appeal to more and more people, companies like Capcom began to tweak the gameplay of things like Resident Evil and actually change the gameplay style entirely for the remake on GameCube. The remake of the first Resident Evil game actually swapped out tank controls entirely for a much more accessible gameplay style that appealed to a lot more people and thus got more people invested in the series. Konami noticed how well this worked for Capcom and as a result decided to do the same thing for their horror series, Silent Hill. And as a result, Silent Hill ended up being picked up by an even bigger audience than it had before. Funny enough, Silent Hill 2, which is actually the first one to offer the option for both tank controls and also the new kind of control mode that was more accessible, ended up becoming the most critically acclaimed game in the series. And a big part of that is because more new people could get into it and get into this series overall. So even though tank controls are where the game started, I think that should be recognized, trying to present it as the only way to play these games is kind of elitist and also just not really true at all. But given the fact this comes from the same guy that sympathizes with a certain mustache man, I guess I can't say I'm surprised. I think I'm starting to understand why he seems opposed to period pieces now. He'd probably feel called out by Inglourious Bastards or Schindler's List or The Sound of Music.
Where it's literally...
Holy fuck, bro. Literally proceeds to name the 3 Zog Slop movies of all time. Holy fuck. Inglourious Bastards is literally Jewish porn. Fucking Schindler's List is fantasy. And Sound of Music is not that bad, but... still, like, it's a musical, bro. It's... who is watching that shit?
Just like, you know, what, you think I'm a diversity hire? Just literally, like, every time the bitch says something, I'm like, yes, you are a diversity hire. You're not qualified for this. You know, like, it basically just rattle off everything. You had lower college scores than everyone else. You're an affirmative action hire, blah, 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 blah. You know, fuck you. Kill. I'm losing it.
I hate these guys.
This combat system was genuinely infuriating. And you might be thinking to yourself, okay, so it's more left-wing propaganda.
Ah, yes, because clearly a game talking about the dangers of being roped into a toxic relationship and marriage, and also diving into the dangers of being in an abusive relationship, and also the issues with arranged marriage overall is clearly left-wing propaganda. So according to him, apparently a girl not wanting to be in an abusive relationship is left-wing propaganda. Right. I kind of can't believe this guy is already showing his hand so early in this video even. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah, he's leaving out the fact that all relationships in this game are seen as abusive. So a relationship in and of itself is, you know, basically abusive by nature. So it's not just, oh, she doesn't want to be in one of those relationships. No, every relationship in this game is seen as abusive. So therefore, it's not too hard to figure out what the actual fucking, you know, the real message actually is. Your takeaway as the player. Again, propaganda only works when it's subtle. You can't shove the message down somebody's throat. You have to guide them down the path so they come to the realization themselves. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. Or in this case, subliminal messages.
Well, it's like the incel speedrun.
This game is an absolute joke, dude. I cannot believe there's a prominent YouTuber, and I'm not going to say who it is, but you already know. Let's just say it involves increasing your skill upward in some way. Is saying this game is like a masterpiece in the future of Silent Hill. No, this is a horrific joke of a video game.
So obviously here, Synth is referring to the YouTuber SkillUp in his own review of Silent Hill F. However, I find it funny that Synth seems to try to imply that SkillUp's review is incredibly shallow, when really, if you compare Synth's review with SkillUp's review, it's actually kind of night and day. Whereas Synthetic's review is mostly just him trying to hammer the same talking points over and over about him thinking this game is feminist propaganda, amongst other things we'll get into later, SkillUp actually takes the time to really dive into each theme this game has to offer and what Hanako's relationship is with the people around her and what it's supposed to mean and what the symbolism in the game could possibly be alluding to as well. SkillUp's review is also a lot shorter, only being 23 minutes, but even in that shorter amount of time, he's already able to offer so much more critical insight than Synth probably ever could. Unlike Synthetic Man, SkillUp understands that this game is a period piece and it's tapping into what the life of a teenage girl in Japan would have looked like in the 1960s, especially with that cultural divide beginning between arranged marriages and love marriages. I'm beginning to get the feeling that Synth might be a little jealous here that he can't offer the same kind of critical insight without his audience probably flocking away.
And let's forget the fact that this clearly is not a good Silent Hill game. It's not a good game, period. The combat is like bad Dark Souls.
So this is another thing that makes me feel like he actually hasn't played a Silent Hill game before, because if Synthetic Man had, he would probably know the combat is always incredibly weak and clunky in those games. But in a lot of ways, that's by design, and it makes the experience all the more terrifying and directly getting into the player's head. Silent Hill games have always done this, so it's not really a surprise that F does the same thing. I genuinely question whether this guy even knows what the point of all Silent Hill games.
No other Silent Hill game plays like this, and I've never even played the Silent Hill games. I've never played Silent Hill, and I know that none of the fucking games play like this shit.
Or to begin with.
Imagine comparing marriage to chopping off your arm and slicing your face off.
No, they're not comparing marriage to chopping your arm off and slicing your face.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You give up a part of yourself, and then you give up your identity.
Face off. The point of that scene you're talking about is referring to abusive relationships and feeling pressure to stay in one by the people around you. That's...
No. Oh my god. No, you fucking idiot. She gets her arm chopped off, she gets branded, and then cuts her face off in the lead up to their wedding ceremony. It symbolizes her giving up her hand in marriage. She loses her identity by taking on his last name, as in, you know, her face gets cut off. And then she gets branded as his property, and once all of that's complete, she's ready to become his wife. That is what it symbolizes. That's why she transforms into the fucking wedding dress at the end of the game when all of those steps have been completed. It's the lead up to marriage. It's what she has to sacrifice of herself in order to become a wife. Oh my, it's not abuse. It's literally an allegory for the sacrifice women have to make in order to become a bride. It's like, they're just too dense to put it together, man. It has to be spelled out in like plain English, explicitly stating what's happening, or else they can't apply any sort of like reasoning or analysis or anything to put two and two together. Like, the chain of events is literally her removing her arm, getting branded, cutting off her face, and then they literally go down like a wedding procession hallway to the altar where they present each other rings and get married. It happens in that order. The abuse would come after the wedding if that's what they were trying to symbolize. So, no, it's the sacrifices women make when it comes to their self-identity and autonomy in order to become a wife. They have to give up their hand in marriage, aka a part of themselves. They get branded as someone else's property, and they lose their previous identity. So she gets her face cut off, and the fox mask like transposed onto her face, symbolizing that she's becoming like him because she took his last name and became his property. And then it all culminates in her turning into a wedding dress, meaning that that is the state she has to be in order to get married. So, yeah, again, this is the people who love to shout media literacy sure as shit don't fucking have any of it themselves.
Why in that scene, Hanako loses her face and also loses her arm because it's supposed to represent her losing her freedom by being in this toxic relationship. Like,
how is losing your face losing your freedom? No, you idiot. Your face symbolizes your identity. What do people do when they put on a mask? They're hiding their identity. What a fucking idiot. Again, this is so easy to understand. Your face is your identity. It's how people recognize you. It's how they know who you are. When she cuts off her face and covers it up, It's showing that she's hiding who she actually is and giving that up.
I feel like even the most mundane of critics should be able to read into something like that, but somehow synth...
No, you can't read into it. You're missing the entire point. It's not abuse that she's getting her face cut off. It's her giving up a part of who she is, her identity, in order to become his fucking bride.
Completely misses it. Or probably the more likely answer is that Synth doesn't really want to acknowledge what this game is actually about and just wants to try to claim it's about anti-marriage when that's really not the case here at all. This game's message
It is. It is about anti-marriage.
is anti-abuse and anti-toxic relationships. It is not anti-marriage.
Oh, and your husband, he can just mind control you with his voice, by the way. I don't care if Japan in the 60s, women had no rights.
Wow, well there's a big surprise. Someone who's built his entire platform off of insane incels who somehow see a fraction of themselves within you doesn't care about the rights of women. Wow, what a complete shock. Reveal of the century right there. I also find this funny because Synth's audience very clearly doesn't even care about him as a person at all. There's so many moments on his live streams where he gets drunk and his chat intentionally tries to pressure him to say something he's not even comfortable with talking about, which is pretty funny in its own right because clearly there's already a lot of stuff he's very comfortable saying.
Talk about women of your past. I'm not talking about women. Talking about women is a dangerous game because I've made comments. I haven't said horrible things, but I've said some things. I've revealed my power level a couple times. That being said, there are some based women. It's pretty rare. It's pretty fucking rare, but there are some.
But his chat doesn't really care about him or his mental health in moments like that. It just tries to get him to say stuff they think is edgy or funny. Like, man, I can't imagine having an audience like that. If Synth didn't make these videos and deliberately did them the way he does, I don't think he'd have an audience at all. His audience is entirely built off of these kind of people, and it's kind of insane. Also, just genuinely sad.
This game was released under the current political climate. They knew that this is left-wing propaganda.
Oh, right, because clearly a Japanese company is totally on the pulse of American politics, and they wanted to make this woke propaganda. What?
Is he not familiar with Kojima? Kojima's entire game career has been making games about American politics. Yeah, the Japanese are just completely fucking idiotic and they have no idea what the fuck goes on around the world. It's not like Japan doesn't have a massive problem with birth rates, marriages, fertility, you know, literal fucking NEET epidemic. Japan has it worse than the West. They have all the problems that we do when it comes to feminism and people not getting married and having children times 10. So, the Japanese are on the fucking front lines of this shit.
I'm honestly still trying to wrap my head around the thought process with Synth.
David with the 5, autistic people don't understand subtext. Yeah, it's just like... It's very clear what the symbolism is, but...
Statement there. Does he not understand that Konami is a Japanese company? And this game is...
No, I don't think he does, dude. I don't think he does.
Also set directly in 1960s Japan. In what way were they trying to market towards American politics? It kind of just seems like...
Oh my god. Because Silent Hill as a franchise is literally an American... Bro, Silent Hill originally takes place in America. What the fuck do you mean? How are they trying to cater towards an American audience? The entire franchise is built off of catering to an American audience. The West is obsessed with Japanese culture.
They wanted to make a Japanese horror game set in Japan, and that's exactly what they did. They even got the writer for Higurashi When They Cry to do the story for this game, since, of course, that's a very popular Japanese visual novel series. I really fail to see how this game is directly meant to appeal to American politics whatsoever.
This is complete embarrassing.
Jesus Christ. You can't understand it because you don't want to understand it. It's very easy to understand.
Slop. I don't care if he worked as a social worker once upon a time and witnessed a lot of abusive fathers who beat their wives and their children. This story...
You know, it's like the fucking shit where it's like, oh, why do right-wingers care if we say we want to kill all Nazis, dude? Killing all Nazis isn't fucking controversial. And then 10 minutes earlier, you're a Nazi if you voted for Trump. Oh, wow, I'm not going to put 2 and 2 together, you fucking disingenuous shit lib. Like, this is what they do, bro. They think, like, you can have... these like 2 very fucking connected ideas, and then they act like they're mutually exclusive. It's like, no, fuck off, bro. You don't get to call everybody you don't like a Nazi and then say I want to kill all Nazis, and then you're like, oh, what's wrong with that, bro? I know, unless you're a Nazi, why would you care? Because you just said that anyone that you don't agree with is a fucking Nazi. So basically, you want to kill It's like, it's so disingenuous. And it's the left's, you know, argument tactic to the fucking letter. It's all they know how to do. They just misrepresent, lie, and are just massive hypocrites constantly. And this is exactly what's happening here. They're acting like everything exists in a fucking vacuum. It doesn't.
Is encouraging Japanese people not to get married or to have kids when their country's birth rate is already in the toilet and has begun importing dangerous immigrants just like all the first world countries in the West.
Wait, what? How'd you come to that conclusion? Somehow Synth completely still keeps missing the point here at every turn. It's kind of amazing. I know I keep saying it, but this game is anti-abuse, not anti-marriage. Even when you just—
No, it is not.
Start up the game for the—
Where is the positive example of marriage in the game? Name one positive example of marriage in the game.
first time, there's actually a content warning that says this game is set in Japan in the 1960s and contains depictions based on customs and the culture of that time. These depictions do not reflect the opinions or values of the developers or any individuals involved. This game is a period piece in every—
Bro, that's a fucking cope. Stop. Guys, we totally don't condone violence, but here's a video of us assassinating Trump. Or, you know, here's a picture of, what was that fucking bitch holding up a bloody mask of Donald Trump and a knife? It's like, oh, it's just a joke, dude. We don't condone violence, but here's an image of us beheading Donald Trump. Yeah, bullshit, dude.
Every sense of the word, and that's something that a lot of—
Yeah, Kathy Griffin, that's who it was, that fucking redheaded hag.
The dialogue between the characters in this game also really revels in. This game—
it's a fucking cope, bro. It's literally just them covering their ass so they have plausible deniability. Another typical leftist tactic.
Is not anti-marriage, it is a deconstruction of arranged marriages in the 1960s in Japan, and also a very graphic deconstruction of the dangers of abusive relationships.
And why don't we take a moment and ask Western women how happy they are with—
Okay, again, why are they making a game that's based off of 1960s Japanese culture? How many people who were alive in 1960s Japan are going out and buying this game because they relate to the story? See, this is what's so fucking stupid about this argument. No one relates to this time period. The reason why they chose this time period is because it's a cover. They, again, can use plausible denial. Oh, it's a period piece. We're not trying to push this type of messaging, but we're going to push it anyway. No, it's a cover. You know, it's like literally, oh, we're going to call all right-wingers Nazis and then release a shit ton of media where it's just us executing Nazis. Oh, but don't put two and two together, dude. It's like, they're just so disingenuous, man. So fucking disingenuous. They think that you're as stupid as they are, essentially. And it just doesn't work.
Their financial independence and sleeping around with hundreds of men in their 20s as they find themselves. Oh wait, they're the most miserable they have been in recent history.
Okay, I find it incredibly funny that he tries to claim that women are unhappier now than they ever have been before by showing this article. He claims this article shows that women are unhappier now than they ever have been in recent memory.
That is true.
But if you look at the date the article was published, it was published back in 2009. Literally 16 years ago. This—
Yeah, and it's gotten worse since then.
Guy is so desperate to sell you on his false idea of Silent Hill F being anti-marriage propaganda that he's even willing to—
So, look, 2009. Look, things have gotten a lot better since then, huh? Percentage of U.S. women who had any mental illness in the past year. Look at that. Let's see. Women... Where is a good one? I can't find a chart for that. Alright, I can't find another good one. But, it doesn't matter.
Pull up an article from 16 years ago and somehow try to act like it's
Yeah, I was trying to find the one of women taking psychoactive drugs, but I couldn't find one that has a like up-to-date number.
current. On top of this, if you actually look and read the article that he's showing here, it actually goes in direct opposition to what he's trying to say. This article from 2009, mind you, says that women are unhappy regardless whether they're married, single, or divorced, what job they hold, or how much money they make, or how many kids they have. Let me emphasize that. The article states that regardless of whether women are married or not, around 2009, their happiness had dropped. So it kind of seems like this article is in direct conflict with what Synth is trying to say. I don't even think he read this article before just
Okay, this is the thing. So the whole game, which this is the cope, it's about an arranged marriage, right? Well, in 2009, do we still have arranged marriages? So you could say that women who are married and unmarried are more unhappy because we don't have arranged marriages. If you really want to get into the fucking weeds of the statistics, you could make the case that arranged marriages led to happier women overall. But, you know, if we want to play it that way.
Throwing it on the screen. I kind of can't believe it. I think he just expects that people won't fact check him on this stuff. Which, to be fair, knowing the majority of his audience, they probably wouldn't bother to do that. But thankfully, I'm here to do that and show why this guy is a major grifter. He didn't even try to hide it. I feel like Synth is making my job way too easy here.
Actually, the term Silent Hill is never used in this game at any point. This is clearly originally not a Silent Hill game. Some people suspect it was a Fatal Frame game originally.
Because the game isn't set in Silent Hill. It's set in a fictional town in 1960s Japan. It's still in the Silent Hill.
Then why is it called Silent Hill?
Series, and that's why a lot of the same psychological themes are present here, but it doesn't take place in the town of Silent Hill. I feel like this should be so obvious, but he keeps missing it.
Where instead of it having this weird Dark Souls jank combat, it involved you taking photographs and then doing weird counterattacks on enemies. That's a possibility.
What? What do you mean some people? You mean you? I think most logical people would realize that Fatal Frame and Silent Hill are made by two entirely different developers. The Fatal Frame series, which is a Japanese horror game series, is made by Koei Tecmo. The Silent Hill series has always been made by Konami. Why in the world would
Yeah, and it was never set in Japan.
Konami be developing a Fatal Frame game when Koei Tecmo owns the IP?
Konami didn't develop the game
and makes it. It's honestly moments like these that really make it look like Synthetic Man, honestly.
A fucking Chinese developer made this game. Konami did not make it. The Chinese developer could have been working on something completely unrelated and then reused the fucking assets for a different project.
Isn't an actual gamer at all. Or at the very least, he's vastly uninformed on a lot of the games he tries to act like he's an authority on.
Okay, as usual, I'm going to talk about the gameplay first because this is a video game. I know occasionally we get tourists here who are like, why would he talk about gameplay first instead of explaining what the game is and what the story synopsis is? I don't know, it's a video game and you're supposed to play those. It's an interactive medium.
Wait, what? How are you calling other people gaming tourists? You're the guy who's openly admitted he hasn't played hundreds of games out there, including some of the most beloved—
What? Bro, you haven't played literally every video game to ever exist? How dare you call people tourists? What the fuck type of... Yeah, unless you played every fucking video game that's ever released. Dog, what?
In classic games of all time. Here, just look at Synthetic Man saying this himself.
There are a lot of games that I haven't played that I probably should. Have you played American McGee's Alice before? No. I would like to play more of them, since I only finished 10. I haven't played the Devil May Cry's either, Shonda. I played Turok 1's re-release on Steam for a while. I kind of got bored. I might just skip it too. Have you played any of the Shantae games? No, I never played Jet Set Radio. Play Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005. No, I don't really play those games, but like RTS games, I don't play those. But
these are like completely unnecessary games to play.
I didn't play Hitman 2 or 3 of the new ones, and I never played the original Super Mario RPG, so yeah, I kind of want to play the Saga games, even if they end up not being that good, that'd be okay. I never played Control. I know some people recommended it to me. Admitted
Control is dog shit. I refuse to play it.
I still haven't played Morrowind to this day. Morbid friend, thanks to the 5 euros. Why'd you stop?
Most people have never played Morrowind.
At the 2B playthrough near Automata.
That shit's ancient.
Playthrough, which is completely different, amplifies the game exponentially. Yeah, why would I have to play through it?
All this stuff that's being mentioned is like literally early 2000s games for the most part.
The second shitty playthrough. Yeah, I know. Bully, I know. People tell me to play Bully all the time. I will before GTA 6 comes out, that's for sure. I'll also play GTA 4.
Somehow, the only Final Fantasy game this guy has played is 10, and he hasn't even played Super Mario RPG.
He has definitely played other Final Fantasy games than 10.
Along with all the other games.
He literally has a Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth review on his channel.
Games listed here. This guy hasn't even played Bully or Jet Set Radio.
Yes, he has. He has played Bully. I saw that stream.
He's really not in a position whatsoever to be calling other people gaming tourists.
In Silent Hill F's case, this is one of the worst combat systems I have ever experienced in any video game.
I mean, what, Bully is the arbitrary gatekeeper of whether or not you're a gaming tourist or not? What the fuck kind of retarded-ass logic is that?
I'm not exaggerating, I swear to you, this is one of the worst combat systems of all time, and I'm gonna try my best to explain why it was so painful. But first, before I say anything, I need to tell you, I played this game on hard. And this time, I actually have a good reason, because I promised myself I wasn't gonna play a game on hard unless it's notoriously easy. The reason I picked hard for this game is because there's actually only 2 difficulty settings at the start. There's story, yes, they call it story, and hard. Now, I don't know about you, but every single modern video game I've ever played, story meant game journalist difficulty. That's what it means. So I have this dilemma where I have to choose between baby easy and hard hard is often unbalanced and basically untested. And there's several parts of this game that give me the impression they did not test hard difficulty very thoroughly. Now again, before any tourists decide to use this information against me just saying, oh, well, you played on hard, of course it's hard.
Yeah, because those quote-unquote tourists would be right. You could have just picked the story difficulty if you really wanted to. You keep complaining about the gameplay anyway, so it sounds like you should have just gone to the other difficulty regardless. This was your own doing, pal. I always find it funny that he complains about the quote-unquote woke mob or leftist or whatever always complaining and moaning when it seems like he does that far more than anyone else.
Okay, this is what happens when you live in a far-left echo chamber and have 4 years. Everything you see is propaganda, but they're essentially just people who bitch and complain about anything that isn't leftist propaganda all day, and that's their entire life. They don't consume product because they're all fucking broke. They live with their parents, they're unemployed, and all they do is surround themselves with people who think exactly like them all day.
The hypocrisy is absolutely real.
Am I supposed to feel sympathetic for Hinako? She's just as much of a fucking bitch as any of the other women in this game. As for the story, I'm not going to go too in-depth here because I pretty much covered all the major points in the intro. Basically, this game is split into 2 parts. You have the town parts and you have the dream sequences. The town parts are Hinako reminiscing about her teenage years, while the dream sequences are an allegory for women losing their identity when they get married.
What? No! Again,
Yes! That's why she got branded, you fucking idiot. You brand a slave to market as your property, like you would cattle. That quite literally is how people identify property. What the fuck? No! Like, this guy's retarded, man. Can't even grasp a basic fucking thing of symbolism.
Synthetic Man somehow either intentionally or unintentionally completely misses the point of what that first ending is about.
No, that's you, bro. That is 100% you. You missed the fucking point.
Supposed to represent. This game is once again not anti-marriage, it's anti-abuse and anti-arranged marriage. And funny enough, one of the most—
Wait. It's not anti-marriage, it's anti-abuse and anti-arranged marriage. No. You were not saying that earlier. You know, I forgot what he was saying earlier, but he was like repeating the same fucking thing. It was like anti-abuse and then something else. Arranged marriage is a new addition now. Yeah, anti-arranged marriage is still anti-marriage, exactly. I kind of want to go back and find what he was saying, but I don't really care.
Endings of this game really speaks to that in particular. This game has various endings depending on how many times you do a repeat playthrough of it. The first ending, which is the only one you can get on the first playthrough, is the one that he mentions here where it's revealed that Hanato supposedly killed all these people at her wedding. And it's also revealed that all the red and
she did.
white pills that you were consuming throughout this game were actually drugs that drove you to do this. But one of the other endings you can get after getting this initial bad ending is actually what most people have been considering the true good ending. In this ending—
it doesn't matter. The first ending you get is the ending that everyone will get. Most people are not going to play through this game twice. An alternate ending is not fucking that big of a deal. It doesn't completely, you know, retcon the previous ending.
Hanako finds out that the person who is supposed to be her husband in this arranged marriage—
the true ending should be the mandatory ending then. The alternative ending should be the non-canon ones.
was actually being controlled by their father, who in this scenario is actually represented by a giant fox demon. She ends up defeating this giant fox demon, which in turn breaks the spell it had over Katayuki, the person who was in this arranged marriage, as her husband. Now that both Hanako and Katayuki have their own sense of agency and freedom to choose whether they want to spend time together or not, they come to the conclusion that they should both try to get to know the real versions of each other, not the kind that was influenced by a higher power. And as a result, they decide to keep in touch so they can decide if they're really compatible for one another and if they really love each other. Like I said before, real love marriages were overtaking arranged marriages in Japan around this time, so this is actually meant to directly reflect that and be an allegory for that. Now that they aren't being pressured by some outside force to be married together for social status, these two can actually decide if they really love each other or not. And if Synthetic Man had actually played all the endings of this game and gotten the full story, which he admits he didn't hear, he probably would have understood this. But he straight up didn't.
Again, but who is this supposed to appeal to? Fucking Japanese boomers? Dude, Japanese boomers are not buying this game. The messaging is meant for a modern gaming audience. There is supposed to be parallels drawn between this time period and modern day. Like, this guy is genuinely fucking dense. He thinks that media exists in a vacuum. Like, media has been used as propaganda since its inception. The Romans and Greeks used to use plays in order to shape public perception. This is basic fucking shit, bro. Like, how many historical dramas are out there where they take stuff that happens in, like, Renaissance Italy or the Middle Ages or, you know, the age of colonialism and all this stuff, and they insert, like, a bunch of modern, you know, social commentary and things like that. And yeah, people could be, oh, well, it's a movie set in 1500, so we shouldn't judge it by modern. No. The movie was made in current day. Like, this video game was made in current day. It was not made in the 1960s. Just like all of those movies were not made in the 1500s. They are made in a modern political climate. And the messaging that is chosen from those time periods is meant to align with the messaging they want to convey in the current landscape. People are genuinely fucking stupid or deliberately being disingenuous if they cannot figure that basic fact out. The point is to draw a parallel to the audience's current existence. It is not to shine a light on how things were back in the day. Otherwise, you would just make a historical piece. Ricardo Cumsocks of the 5, and not one person can touch me, ever. Damn. Why is that, Ricardo? What happened, bro? You don't have to share if you don't want to, but I hope you're alright. That's kind of a random thing to say, but there's only one ending in this game. The other endings are imagined. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like the first ending is the ending that everybody gets. Sorry, but that's the ending that everybody is going to think is like the actual ending of the game.
Even try. Although I got a lot of my rage out during the intro about the overall feminist message of this game, I think it bears repeating again how ridiculous it is in this day and age that we're getting yet another game pushing for anti-natalism and anti-marriage messaging when women are more unhappy now than they have been in any other point in the past 100 years.
Yet again, he cites that article from 2009 that didn't even reinforce his point at all. And now he's also trying to claim this game is anti-natalism? Where did he even get that from? Nowhere in this game does it say it's bad to have kids.
Yes, it does. It literally does. I'm not pulling up the screenshot again, but it literally talks about how disgusting and deathly ill and miserable her sister looks during being pregnant. There's literally a pregnancy monster in the game that, like, hurls vomit and fucking fetuses at you. So, dude, he is so full of shit. Like, again, this is the guy who's like, oh, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about. No, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. There are literally multiple enemy types in this game that are based off of pregnancy.
I'm genuinely just baffled at all the things he tries to pull out of this game. There absolutely are a lot of takeaways you can get from the messages of Silent Hill F, but it feels like he's just missing every single one. I think he's plenty of—
No, you missed the point about her losing her identity.
Aware that this game actually isn't the things that he claims it is, or maybe he's just that stupid, I don't know. But it really feels like he's pulling things out of thin air and then coming away with a completely out of left field conclusion. Like somehow thinking this game is anti-marriage and anti-natalism. Like, come on, man, the rent cannot be this high. Oh, wait a minute, you don't pay rent. You still live with your parents, which on its own isn't a bad thing, but you've admitted before that they only keep you there because they know if they kicked you out, you wouldn't be able to make it. Also, you constantly take shots at your parents despite the fact they're the one putting a roof over your head.
No, I just don't have nearly the bills most people do because I'm one of those people who lives with their parents. Well, I live with my mother, not my dad, but you know. The young girls having daddy issues. It's like, yeah, everyone's a shitty parent now, so everyone's fucked up. It's like, maybe you shouldn't let the internet raise your kids. Just a crazy thought. As someone who as someone whose mind has been fucked, possibly without any hope of being normal, maybe you should, you know, talk to your kids about healthy sexuality and tell them the dangers of pornography or something. You know, just a thought.
I genuinely can't believe this guy. For those unaware, he was also taken to therapy by his parents because they wanted him to do better and not just be moping around all the time. But inevitably, he also just shrugged that off too. Like, I kind of just—
Therapy's a waste of time. The only people who want to go to therapy are just literal fucking golems.
Just can't believe this guy's attitude half the time. Some people would kill to have parents that actually cared about them and actually wanted them to do better and get them therapy. And yet here Synth is just shrugging it off and taking it all for granted. Absolutely insane.
Yes, even under the horrifying nuclear family.
Therapy is a terrible idea. You're looking to someone who is worse off than you are, statistically speaking, to fix your problems. What is Ricardo saying? I have only fun times am I spent. You guys are the first wait. You guys are first it of all. Gay and second of all. Also gay. Yo, I ain't gay, bro. Take that back.
Marriage is like slavery. It's like giving up your identity.
Yeah, dude, fucking therapy is terrible. Do not go to therapy. Therapists are broke, uneducated, and just massive leftists. You are wasting your time going to therapy.
You have to do everything your husband says.
What? No? That scene you're showing is talking about arranged marriages once again. The way arranged marriages
Griffin isn't happy. I haven't been for a long time.
often work, there really wasn't any freedom at all. It often came off more as a way for two families to barter with each other rather than any sort of love being there whatsoever. A lot of times in history, it was often ruling families setting up arranged marriages with each other, usually for social status or being able to keep an alliance or peace with each other. There was no love involved in it whatsoever. Yet again, Synth seems to completely miss this. It's absolutely wild how often the themes of this game just go completely over his head.
No, it's much better to be a career woman and work until you're 40, have no fucking kids, your egg carton's empty, you got 5 cats and are constantly stinking a piss, still chasing the high of that Chad who fucked you one time when you were 20. I mean, come on, do I even need to tell you how ridiculous it is to equate marriage to chopping your arm off, slicing your face off, getting a huge-ass brand on your back?
What in the world? Where'd all this come from? It feels like all the incel just poured out of him at once here.
Where did it come from, dude? I don't know, maybe the themes of the game?
Synthetic Man is completely losing it if he hasn't already lost it before, and I'm losing it just listening to him. Like, I'm pretty sure this is what ranting for vengeance is gonna look like when he grows up. It's so unhinged and kind of in the best way possible. You can kind of only marvel at how delirious some of these people are when they just point at something they don't like and call it quote-unquote woke. And somehow they think that passes as real criticism instead of actually analyzing the piece of media that they're talking about. Well, I hate to break it to you, Synth, but you aren't a critic at all. All you've really been doing here is just complaining about how you think this game is anti-natalism, anti-marriage propaganda, and probably a bunch of other buzzwords that you got off 4chan.
Can you imagine if somebody made a game about marriage today and it showed the horrors of the divorce court with women taking half of the man's money?
No, I'm pretty sure that's not what happens in a divorce there. The money is amicable. The wife in that situation...
Oh my god, you're shit. Now he's shilling for divorce court? Yeah, holy fuck, man.
...isn't just gonna randomly walk away with half the man's money. That's just kind of an insane...
Yeah, it's probably gonna be more than half.
...thing to come up with. Although, to be fair, Synth would have had to have been married and then divorced to actually know that, but we know he's never gonna touch a woman as long as he...
His father was divorced from his mother. Bro... No one has to be divorced to know that divorce court is fucking awful for men. You do not personally have to go through divorce to understand how fucked up it is.
Lives. Keep in mind, this is the same guy that was talking crap about the VTuber Kershay, and then when she reached out to him, he instantly folded and then got made fun of by his chat for that. Yes, this was somehow a real thing.
But what happened?
I don't know, your chat is telling you that I'm fake this whole time.
I didn't check in the chat. I don't know what to tell you.
You don't read your chat. You just read the spam.
Do you see how fast it's going? It's fucking going fast as fuck.
Just as fast, and I have 2 of them. What are these excuses, you woman?
All right, well, you don't have to rail on me like this, okay?
Whoa, mama. Yeah.
I thought that's what you liked, Fuda Man.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I walked into that one. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. All right, that's gonna be the next fucking meme now. Anyway.
All right, well, now you know I'm real. I don't have to stay here. I'll let you get back to your shit.
All right, I mean, do you want to be a mod? I don't care, but it's easier to see you in chat.
Yeah, you can give me a wrench for the flare, I guess.
All right, well, just don't time out anybody because then everyone's gonna hate your ass. That's for sure.
I don't want to time out anyone.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
All right, see it.
Honestly, I never expected Kershay and Synthetic Man of all people to be crossing over, but here we are.
Having custody of the kids, showing how these single mothers subtly abuse and neglect their children. They end up being these soy boy Redditor cuckolds when they grow up. Obviously, everyone would call that right-wing propaganda, but this game comes out and some major reviewers are shilling the hell out of it, calling it some kind of deep artistic masterpiece.
Nah, what he should have done is said, hey, I gave you the wrench. Just don't fuck up. Like, just don't fuck it up. That's all he should have said. He should have just been like, yeah, I gave you the wrench. Just don't fuck it up. Done. Power move, dude. Tell that bitch what she needs to do.
Some shit. I feel like anyone with a working brain and even a modicum of maturity, because I certainly consider myself pretty immature, all things considered.
Got that, Riz? Yeah, that's right, dude. Fucking YouTube chat, Riz.
Yet again, he seems to show a lot of pettiness for Skillup for being a better creator than he is and making a better review of Silent Hill F than he did.
Like, yeah, I made you a mod. Just don't fuck around with it. Alright, bye.
Maybe actually just work on being a good critic yourself instead of just complaining about woke stuff all the time. You'd probably be a lot happier too because of that, because not gonna lie, you seem pretty miserable in every video I've seen of yours. It's very obvious you don't actually like making this kind of content, you're only doing it because of the grift.
But even I thought this is just edgelord shit, the cringe kind.
Wow, and that's not you at all? Was that a Freudian slip there? Imagine Synthetic Man trying to call something else a cringe edgelord. Brother, I think you want to take a look in the mirror someday. You and Ranting for Vengeance are pretty much the embodiments of cringe edgelords on this platform.
Where Hinako thinks marriage is so horrible, it's like brutally mutilating yourself and losing your entire identity. It frames this whole story as a melodramatic bout of hysteria from a drugged up woman, and she's actually rewarded by being able to somehow murder a bunch of people at her wedding.
What? No, how is that a reward? That's the bad ending of the game. That's the bad ending for a reason. How is her quote-unquote getting to kill people at her wedding the good ending? How is that a reward? I find it funny he keeps trying to act like he's an authority on Silent Hill and he's played the other games before, although again, I think throughout this entirety of this video, he's kind of shown he really hasn't. If anything, he's just proved over and over that he hasn't actually played any other Silent Hill games, or at the very
furries calling other people cringe, which is wild. Griffin gonna mod her too? Nope.
least doesn't actually understand what Silent Hill is.
I don't plan on interacting with VTubers, man. Not really my forte.
About generally. Even though I did laugh quite a bit during this video because of how insane he is, it's kind of sad that he is like this to begin with. I can't imagine being so bitter and miserable against—
I don't really even interact with other content creators or people at all.
Women, people of color, and LGBT people that you resort to something like this. If you do want some actually good reviews of Silent Hill F, though, I do recommend SkillUp's video, which obviously was mentioned here. I also recommend checking out Max Durat's video on Silent Hill F, since he had a pretty good analysis of it as well. And personally, I would give this game my recommendation as well. I think it's a pretty worthy entry to the Silent Hill series, and it does take on a lot of the psychological horror elements that this series is known for just as well as the others. Even if Synthetic Man can't quite understand the themes of the game, I recommend checking out the game for yourself and coming to your own conclusion on it. Overall, though, I genuinely hope Synthetic Man becomes a better critic, but I don't really see that happening soon. But what do you think? Do you agree with Synthetic Man's review? Am I totally wrong? And would you like to see more gaming-related videos on the channel overall, since I tend to cover film and animation a lot? Let me know down in the comments below. Regardless, thank you so much for coming to the end of this video. Hope
Jesus Christ, bro. I hate PNG YouTubers so much. Dog, she looks like a guy right there. That looks like a man.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Ricardo Comsocks at the 2. Tupelo Honey, it's the best. Yeah, I got it pulled up over here. That's the one, right? You mentioned it earlier, so.
You're
yeah, pull it
fucking
up.
poor!
David with the 5, that was painful. Yeah. Holy shit. That's not the theme of the game, dude. That's not the theme of the game. Losing her identity was not the theme. It literally was the theme. What the fuck else is cutting her face off and getting branded as someone else's property symbolizing? That is literally the surrendering of your personal identity and autonomy. You're quite literally becoming someone else's property. See, what else can we find? Let's see. British Potato with a 5. Skip to 9 minutes and watch 5. Oh, shit. Fuck. Shit. It opened on the wrong screen. There we go.
So here's my situation.
9 minutes.
Yeah. And the second argument with animal welfare is more of a philosophical one where people will ask.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
People have asked me.
What a freak, bro. Any guy with nail polish should automatically be rounded up. Like, that's already the biggest red flag ever. Like, any dude that has nails
Thanks,
like
nigga. All right.
that, nah. He's too dangerous to be left alive. Ricardo Comstocks with the 5. The government is making me wear a giant tin bucket on my head. Massive. Is it bigger than the one you had on earlier?
How is it possible for an animal to consent to a human being, right? And my answer was the same way it consents to another animal. Now, people have interpreted that as me saying animals...
Well, animals don't really consent. The big dog usually just, you know, conquers the female.
Want to have sex with human beings, and therefore it's all good or whatever. People have interpreted that as me saying all actions, you know, sexually towards animals are permissible because of that. That is not my position. My position
This is wild, bro. Like, he wants to fuck animals. It's a cope.
That, sure, it's possible, right? So when someone presents me with this is 1000% not possible, and I go, okay, well, it's
you know 100% he's jerked off a dog.
Probably possible, based on...
I'd bet money on it.
I don't know, look on any Reddit thread about dolphins, right? One of the most upvoted comments will be dolphins rape people. I don't know, like, that's not informed consent, but they're clearly doing a thing, right? They're initiating a sexual interaction, right, with a human being. Otherwise, we wouldn't be saying dolphins raping people. We would say, you know, the humans raping a dolphin, right? If you look up, like, I don't know, anything about ostrich farmers and the relationship that they have with ostriches, right? Like, there are species of animals where they literally won't reproduce unless the human being is around. And that might be a result of domestication, obviously, right? In the wild, that doesn't happen. With ostriches, it appears to be something where, like, they see the human as, like, the alpha or something. Like, there's a bunch of different examples, right? So I've said things like, you know, things that are a part of our...
Yeah, he's done his research to cope, bro. He's done his research to cope. He's done something to an animal. I would bet money on it. He has experimented with this.
Common knowledge in pop culture, like America's Funniest Home Videos, right? There'll be a clip of, like, oh, a woman fell down a hill, and then the dog just starts humping her. And so my response is the dog not consenting to some sort of sexual act by doing a sexual act on the human, right? Sure, it's not informed consent, right? And that doesn't mean, oh, dog's humping you, therefore you can do something else.
Dogs humping you is not sexual. When a dog humps you, it's just dominating you and playing. Like, my dog will sometimes jump up on me and, like, air hump me. He's not trying to have sex with me. Female dogs do that. And they don't have penises. It's literally just a domination behavior that they do during play. Like, this guy thinks that a dog, like, air humping you, is it wanting to fuck you. Like, bro. This guy is, like, fucked up, and that's what he's got to have done something. No one who's ever been around a dog would be like, oh, my dog humped me. It's trying to initiate sex. That's, like, the biggest lie ever. Yeah, my female dog would hump smaller dog. Yeah, exactly. Bro. Like, my dog doesn't even have nuts, and he tries to do it. Like, he doesn't even have fucking balls anymore. He's neutered, and he still does it. It's not sexual. It's just them playing. But this fucking sick freak sees it. He's like, oh, yeah, give it to me. Give me that fucking knot.
To it. I never said that, right? I'm saying that the act in of itself that the animal is doing is one that it is consenting to, right? By their version of consent, not by my version.
Apollo nutless, yep. R.I.P. to the pair.
Version of consent, which is informed consent. So my standard for the people that I have sex with is informed consent. Not just informed consent, actually, enthusiastic consent, right? Like, I'm a fucking sub. Like, I literally can't get off to people that don't want me. I find it unattractive for people to be stupid by human standards, right? So like, yeah, people twisting this into just because I have a belief that, yeah, it's probably possible based on not informed consent, but...
Jesus Christ, bro. Dude, this is the biggest self-admission of guilt ever.
Whatever version of consent that animals have.
You don't look into this type of shit and formulate this type of response unless you've already, like, tried to damage control.
Which I would assume they have to be able to have, unless we're to say that every animal having sex with other animals is rape. Like, two animals having sex with each other, that's not rape, right? Like, maybe we'll say that it's if it's like ducks or whatever, but, like, we're not saying that every instance of every animal having sex with each other has that position, correct? Therefore, they have some version, their own version of consent, right, that they are capable of. So, again, it's not in...
David with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't try to fuck this dog.
Informed consent, right? It's not the human standard of consent. I was only ever talking about the perspective of the animal, which people who get really fucking emotional about this just forget or don't have the ability to wrap their heads around, right? So...
yeah, what's wrong with you guys? You don't know how to wrap your head around the idea of wanting to fuck your dog? God, there's nothing wrong with it.
All right, awesome.
I mean,
Thanks,
his
nigga.
tail
All right.
was wagging the entire time. A British potato with the 5. His past streams showing and asking people to draw inappropriate things of a cartoon character from Lion King and does adult things with it. Yeah, we watched like a documentary on this guy, and yeah, apparently he wants to fuck Scar from the Lion King. And he has like a life-size doll. Like, it's nasty. Subhuman.
Yeah, that's all my position on animal welfare shit is the laws are contradictory. Doesn't mean I want it to happen and doesn't mean it should happen, right?
Oh my god.
He has control of the Senate and the courts. He's too dangerous to be left alive.
That's the part.
Dangerous to be left.
This is the part.
He's too dangerous to be left alive.
That's how I feel.
Too dangerous to be left alive.
That's how I feel.
Just, they appear to be based out of disgust for what's happening in someone's brain rather than actual concern for the animal. And I would like it if people were honest with themselves, right? And then consent, like, sure, it's possible, right? It's not informed consent. It's not my standard for consent. But it seems possible, right? It seems like they have their own version. That's, I don't see why that's such a big deal for me to have said that. Anyway, third thing, I guess second thing, there were two parts to the animal one, but third thing that's now floating around as of, I guess, the past year. Something that I haven't talked about for over a decade, and I honestly forgot I even, like, said this. Because the clip's so old. Like, over 10 years, I don't even know how long it was. It was like, no, it has to have been like 10 years ago. Anyway, my position, somebody asked me what I think of, like, the ethics of lolly, whether or not it should be illegal, right? And I said, yeah, lolly should be legal. What I should have said is at least decriminalized, right? I don't know.
Oh my god. It's always the case. It's, bro, pedophilia and bestiality with these furries always go hand in hand. It's always the same fucking story. Bestiality and pedophilia. You know, two sides of the same coin.
Like, I was in my early 20s, but I essentially had the same position where if there are only consenting adults involved in an action, even if that action is someone drew something that is disgusting, that I think is disgusting, that most of us think are disgusting and offensive, right? If the action only involves consenting adults, I don't think people should go to jail
All
for
right,
it,
awesome.
right?
Thanks,
that
nigga.
doesn't
All
mean
right.
I think it should be celebrated. That doesn't mean I would like more of that to exist, right? That doesn't mean I would like it to be out in...
I think they should be executed. Personally. Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5. This kid is a straight mutant. Yeah, just... disgusting human. Well, I don't even know if you can call him a human being. Just vile. Absolutely.
All right,
fucking
awesome.
vile.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
And U Generation with the 3. Yeah, that dog's not going to be looking like that after he's done with it. But, yeah, unfortunately, I have to look at it for the time being. But I guess thanks for the, 3 and the heckin' dog, bro. God, I love that dog. So great. Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5. I would trust him with my Colonel over my dead body. Yeah, hopefully the Colonel would take him out.
Public and available, like, on a fucking grocery store shelf. That just means I, as a principled person, right, with strong feelings about, like, harm reduction, when you put people in jail for the rest of their lives that's causing harm, right? If someone is doing something that only involves other consenting adults, they should not go to jail. Now, if you come up with a scenario and you go, well, what about this? And your example involves someone else who is not a consent.
Yeah, he's just a degenerate. And he engages in all this stuff, so, he's just covering his own ass.
Consenting adult, then obviously that's not what I'm talking about, right? As soon as you come up with a scenario that involves someone else who is not a consenting adult, then they should go to jail or face some sort of consequences. Like, I don't know, like, it's clearly not a black and white issue, right? If some people are saying they don't believe that there's a single person on the planet that's attracted to, like, anime characters that isn't also, like, attracted to children or whatever, I don't know if I believe that, right? Like, I don't believe that everybody that wants to fuck Twilight Sparkle wants to fuck a real horse, right? I want to fuck Scar from The Lion King. I don't want to fuck a real lion. So it's really easy for me, to...
Oh my god.
Imagine what it would be like to be another person who's not me and be like, oh, okay, there's probably people out there, right, who might be attracted to, like, fucking, I don't know, Doki Doki Literature Club. Is that? No, that's not what was I even talking about? Lucky Star? Just think, I don't know, some anime where it's like, I don't even know. It really depends on the person's mind, right? And so, guaranteed there are people out there who are attracted to Twilight Sparkle and real horses. Guaranteed those people exist. Does that mean everyone attracted to Twilight Sparkle is attracted to real horses? No.
Yes.
Right? Like, there's Venn diagrams you can make, and there's people outside. There's people that fit in the middle.
Why do they draw them with anatomically correct cocks, if that's not the case? Why do they sell horse dildos? Why do they sell dog dildos? Yeah, fuck off, bro. That's such a massive lie.
Right? Like, not everyone's the same. So I have to, just as a thinking person that doesn't want people to have their lives ruined for consenting activities between adults, I have to extend that logic to other people other than just myself. I have to be like, okay, well, I know that I don't want to fuck a real lion because they're fucking stupid and unhygienic, right? Like, there are
but if it was clean, you would.
Qualities about real lions that I find so unattractive.
Yeah, that it's dirty. That's it.
That I cannot get a boner, right? Like, there are qualities.
Oh my god, they're just so covered in flies. Otherwise, I'd be all over that shit.
Inherent to real life animals that are so unattractive that the only reason I can get off to cartoon half animal, half humans is because those features don't exist there, right? So it's so fucking weird because I made this argument in the comments section for that video. I tried to come up with, like, a thought experiment because, I'm the type of person where it's like, okay, I'm already a furry. It's not that difficult to understand that because I know that myself, right? Like, I know how that works in my own brain when it comes to lions, right? I'm attracted to Scar for the combination of human and animal features. I am not attracted to a real lion. So it's very easy for my brain to understand how this works, right? But I understand that, like, normies, people who, get off to, let's say Scarlett Johansson, right? Let's say Scarlett Johansson is what you get off to. My thought experiment is, okay, if you're attracted to Scarlett Johansson, or whatever you're attracted to, like, think about this in your head, right? Be honest with yourself. Be super critical. Like, genuinely give this a shot. Are you still attracted to Scarlett Johansson if you remove features of intelligence, hygiene, right? Communication, right? So she can't communicate with you. She
perfect.
Literally has the brain of a child or animal, right? Walking around with a fucking helmet going, "Blah, blah, blah, blah." She's shitting herself, doesn't know how to, like, shower. Are you still attracted to that person? The correct answer.
Does she still have massive tits? If the answer's yes, there's probably a large number of people that would still hit.
Answer is no, right? And if that's the case, if you are not attracted to that person, then you should
Dude, unironically, that might actually be someone's ideal woman. A brain-dead, illiterate bitch who just doesn't even know what the fuck's going on, but has massive fucking honkers.
Understand what it's like to be someone who is attracted to a fictional halfway point that doesn't exist in real life. All you have to do is swap.
Sad
you know,
but true, bro. Sad but true. I guarantee you there's a large number of people that would still smash if she was like a literal cave.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Scarlett Johansson in real life with the fake Scarlett Johansson that's like...
I mean, think about it this way, bro. When the conquistadors pulled up into the New World, they were smashing Savage Poon on the daily. So, yes. The answer to that question is yes. You can't communicate with them. They're dirty, and they don't even know how to fucking do anything. So, yeah, dude, people have been smashing Savage Poon since the inception of humanity.
Baby brain. Hi, thank you so much, Growl. Right? Like, it's a thought experiment that I was hoping people would be able to look at and be like, oh, you're right. If you do remove those features, it makes it unattractive. There might be like, I don't know, a small percentage of guys where they're like, yeah, I would still bang. And then they might think everybody else thinks that way. Like, that might just be them telling on themselves, right? Like, if people seriously believe that, like, attraction is not a combination of features together, where some features existing can make you unattracted and some features existing can make you more attracted. Like, if people don't believe that and they just go, no, base only silhouette species is the extent of attraction. If they believe that, then they're telling on themselves. What they're admitting is they would fuck Scarlett Johansson with a child brain, right? Like, that's what they're admitting if they believe the world works that way, right? Anyway, so those are my positions. Someone made a video where they took all of the clips from Kiwi Farms and, you know, Reddit posts or whatever. They compiled them together, and it would be one thing if it was just like, oh, here's all the shit he said. Here's all the shit he said.
Imagine a savage Aerith. Oh my god. Dude, imagine her pheromone maxing. Be enough to make you faint.
On this subject, shame him for his opinions. You know, like, he thinks this. Like, that's what all the people accusing me shit, it always starts with...
But yeah, unironically, bro, there's probably a large number of people that would still smash caveman brain Scarlett Johansson. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. His painted nails say everything to me. He touches my cat. Death. I agree, man. Yeah, painted nails on a guy is really all you need to know. That's a massive red flag.
He thinks, right? Not he's done, because I haven't done anything, right? This is all just about...
Alright, and that's enough of that. Jesus, bro.
Like, thought policing?
Yeah, that guy is a freak. Pheromone maxing is a wild thing to say. It's a real thing people do, man. It's when they don't shower so that they secrete the maximum amount of pheromones. It's weird, bruh. Apparently it works, but I'm not testing it out. I don't want to smell and look like shit. Call bullshit on that? No, it's real. Dude, pheromones are a real thing. It's the reason why guys spend all this money for, like, used panties and shit. Because when you give them a huff, the pheromones make you act a certain way. So, yeah. Nah, pheromones are the real deal, bro. Like a sweaty girl coming from the gym and shit. Yeah, exactly. Yup. No, pheromones are a real thing, man. You know that the majority of your memory is tied to smell, right? Did you guys know that? That your most vivid and powerful memories are usually tied to a smell? And you can manipulate people's memory based off of, like, their olfactory senses. So, no, the pheromone shit's 100% legit. That's how animals communicate. Like, bro, animals will communicate with each other just from the smell of the pheromones. So... that is real. Chaka Chaka Gaming with the 3. No girl will ever smell Griffin's pheromones. Not if I pheromone Max. They'll smell it whether they want to or not. I'll walk into the room and then everybody will know. Big Dick has just arrived.
You're fucking poor!
Yeah, it's why they sniff your butt or put their head in your crotch or whatever, yeah. Or sniff your feet. That's another one. When dogs lick your feet, that's another one too, because of all the sweat. So, yep. But yeah, we don't process it to the same degree, but it's still there. All mammals are receptive to pheromones. My personal trainer friend did say that women are attracted to your sweat. There was a video showing a study. Healthier, more attractive men had the better smell. Yeah, no, it's like a legit thing. It's a legit thing. So... Ricardo Cumsucks of the 5. I do not care how much it's tied to smell. That dude with the painted nails gets to 100. Wait, gets into 100 yards of my cat. Game over. I would up that number to 1,000 personally, but just for safety.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Legit, I think I got a girl thanks to it. I didn't shower a lot when I was younger, and she kept hanging around me and talking to me, and she... Damn, bro. Yeah, maybe that's why women don't talk to me, bro. I shower every day. Shit, I've been sabotaging myself the whole time. What does smell have to do with anything? A lot, bro. Let's see if there's a short video real quick. Let's see.
Right.
We know that, for instance, memories that are associated with smell, like the people will say the smell of my grandmother's kitchen or somebody's hands, my grandfather's hands, that those memories stick with us longer than anything, because the olfactory bulb has a direct line to a couple of structures in the brain.
Right.
We know that, for instance, memories that are associated with smell, like the people will say the smell of my grandmother.
That is a worthless clip. I wish they would give you like the time on it, but they don't. But yeah. Your strongest memories are linked to smell, whether you realize it or not. And when you're greeted with that smell again, it triggers that memory to come back. Your mom had a smell. It was yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, if your grandma wore a certain type of perfume or if her house smelled a certain type of way. Yeah, definitely. Or, like, the detergent that they used when they washed clothes. You know, all that type of stuff. Air freshener, cooking. Like the dampness and humidity in the air, like, I don't know, like there's a lot of things like that that'll trigger like a memory or something. So, yeah. It's pretty cool, man. Like, there's a lot of interesting ways that the brain works. And smell is our most strong associator with a memory. Just kind of interesting, because you wouldn't really think so. Because smell is the thing you think the least about. Like, when you're remembering something in your head, you're not remembering the smell. You remember what you saw, what you heard, and what people said or did, things like that. But you don't really think about the smell. But it's like a, you know, unconscious process. But I think it's for survival purposes, so you can associate, you know, the smell of something with being bad. Like to smell spoiled food, for example. Which would make sense from a survival perspective. Moist critical on your recommendation. Yeah. His Taylor Swift video. I don't know why he made a Taylor Swift video. Maybe he's a fan. She made a song about getting railed or something. Yo, based. I think it doesn't her like boyfriend play a tight end. She could be like, I got me a tight end and now I'm a wide receiver. There you go. Bars. Do I wear cologne? Very rarely. I don't go anywhere, so. Oh my god. Nasty. Swifties hate the new album because she's getting married, happy, and no longer single. Brutal, dude. Absolutely brutal. I mean, the good thing is maybe it'll force the, you know, eternal single women to actually reevaluate their situation, but who knows? I doubt it, though. Let's see. Raymond with the 2. I'll see what this is, but... Let me see. Bro, what the fuck is this shit?
I'm going to punch your face. In the face.
What in the fuck is this?
Hello and welcome to Standing Up School. And you fail. Hey, you got a license for that?
You'll never take me alive!
Knock, knock.
Who's there? That door!
Hey, did you know that carrots are good for your eyesight?
You like
Why are we watching this?
to me?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh no. Ooh, a puppy. Oh, careful, honey. Here's a knife. Oh, no, I don't.
Everybody do the flop!
Hello, Burger!
I used to be a cow.
Oh!
And now, the funniest thing you've ever seen, from really far away.
He's a magical pony flying through the sky on a magical...
Shoot it down.
Like, what is the point of this?
I have no idea how to breathe.
What are you drawing, honey?
I'm drawing.
Alright, George Floyd.
The bear.
No.
Quick, don't think about cats!
Here comes the aeroplane.
Okay.
Is anybody here a doctor?
I am.
Well, you're a nerd!
Alright. I don't know why we needed to watch that, but alright, whatever. Jeez. Skibbity toilet is better than this? Maybe so. Dude, they're really pushing Melonie Mac hard. I don't understand why. I'm not interested. She's very pro-Israel. Yeah, maybe so. That could be it. That could be it, man. Ricardo Comstocks at the 5. The smell thing is real. I come across some smells shopping. It instantly reminds me of my mom. It is real. Even cooking stuff. It's sad, but okay. Yup. Nah, for sure. Like, one time I was walking through I think it was a Macy's. And, like, I guess somebody had sprayed the perfume that my grandma used to wear. And, like, immediately. It was like, damn. It's like a bunch of memories and shit came rushing back. It's like, wow. Yeah, but you just... it's, like, random, though. You don't even realize it's about to happen. And you just get, like, these vivid memories. So, it's kind of cool how the brain works.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Bro, there's the Taylor Swift video again. Trying to push that one. Already shilling for Wolverine. Yep. All you have to do is release a Sony game of any nature and people will start shilling for it. Am I going to make my Xbox video? If I have time. I didn't have time yesterday, so I don't know. Maybe. Just depends how busy I am. I actually work during the day, so I don't get the luxury of you know, Dreamcast guy waking up whenever you want. Turn on the fucking computer and just record a slop of video. Ooh. Let's see what this is.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Podcast Now. I'm Alex, and in this video, I want to talk about Ghost of Sloptei and the potential sales, the controversy that's going on online. Really, a lot of misinformation, I think, happening here. So, look, from what we can see, it seems like this game is doing quite well. Now, the first thing you will probably say when watching a video is, okay, well, define quite well. Well, there were rumors of it selling 1 million. There were rumors of it selling 2 million. Now, earlier today, I believe there was a PlayStation China employee that tracks these things, and there were stories being written about it that they had posted that it sold 2 million, and they took the post down. So it's like, all right, did it actually sell 2 million? You know, did it not? From what people are saying, it seems like that is the reported number, which puts it close to Tsushima. I do think it actually puts it slightly lagging behind it. Now, another thing to talk about is there's this article from Push Square. So in the Hokkaido region, there's a retail chain, and they said it's selling like hotcakes. And they're talking about, you know, on top of that, that they're hoping that this can actually push tourism to the island, much in the same way. If you remember, Tsushima gave them a lot of, you know, publicity and really helped them out, you know, locally, like literally locally. So that's cool.
271,000. Yeah, exactly. And that's still a very, you know, liberal estimate.
cool to see. Now that doesn't, it's one area, so it doesn't necessarily help us out. Is it selling like 20,000? Is it selling 100,000? You can't really tell from that. The big thing in terms of the miscommunication or misinformation, right, is you have a lot of bad faith actors, I think, that are going around right now talking about, hey, phishing is bad for games, even though some people like Grums have said that for Stellar Blade, it's actually a good thing. You can't trust these people, guys, okay? But one thing that is being talked about is, I believe, Christopher Dring, who does a lot of these, analytics and looks at these sales and stuff. So he had talked about how the game is doing like spectacularly well in the UK boxed, okay, physical. Now, this is where, again, these grifters, I think, are really taking it and literally just missing the parts that like make it a full story and just kind of twisting it into their own thing. So the actual story goes that it beat week 2 of the new FIFA, or I guess it's not called FIFA anymore. Okay, it beat week 2 of those sales, which is a pretty big deal, by the way, because that's always one of the best-selling games of any year. Pick your year. It also, I believe, is tripling the sales of Maryo Galaxy 1 and 2. Now, that's a re-release of a re-release of a re-release. You could debate how impactful.
Ricardo Cum Sucks with the 5 for real. When my mom died, I can smell that stuff most often during Thanksgiving time. I have to stop sometimes in the aisle. I want to go back. Yup. You're like Raymond, man. But hopefully you're okay. And not okay. Hold on. Should we pull it up?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Should we pull it up? Let's see. We'll go back to the we'll go back to the clip. It's an all-time classic after all. Alright, let's see if we can find it. Oh, am I gonna pick the right one? Yes, I did. Now, do I remember what time it was at?
I had no idea. She followed me on Twitter, and I looked at her profile. I was like, got that. Damn it. You're hot. Food stamp grocery wasn't the most thirsty men are married men. Well, hey, or what's the line? It's like, I don't want to be popular or something. It's like, it's like my kid need to donate and make you rich. See, all men are thirsty, the most thirsty. It's not great.
When was, fuck.
It's there. God, I want to go back.
There we go. There it is.
Brushes your hand at the show, or the first girlfriend that you hold your hand, you could take a walk at the show in the suburb of Sydney, Ohio, at the church there. God, I want to go back. Everything about adulthood fucking sucks. I just want to go back. Why do you think I moved back to Miami County? I just want to go back. Just let me speed through the country roads with the fields going by me at 1,000,000 miles an hour, with some emo rock band on the radio and some emo hot chick in the passenger seat. I don't want to make it. I just want to. At the beginning of the I'm Not Okay, I Promise music video, Gerard Way says, I don't want to make it. I just want to before the music starts and he begins singing. Ugh. Everybody remembers this song.
I don't.
Everybody.
Nope.
God. And this music video was a send-up of a bunch of 80s and 90s teen movies. None of this is real. This was a simulacrum of a simulacrum. It was a send-up of the teen movies, the not another teen movie type movies. And the emo scene wave was a send-up of the... it's all a copy of somebody trying to... add School of Rock become an adult, honestly. Everybody wants to go back. I hate being an adult, honestly. I hate it. Cost me money just to fucking exist. And money, you gotta wring people's necks to get money out of them in Minecraft.
I want to go back. The only reason I really want to go back in time is to stick my money in something. I would just go back and buy Bitcoin, honestly. That's the main reason I'd want to go back. I want to go back. Otherwise, I don't really know if I'd want to be honest, but maybe. Let's see. Yay heard with the 10 people so delusional. Someone genuinely arguing Trump is owned by Israel to me. Feel these people see them behind everything, even when it makes no sense. Like the same guy arguing they killed Kirk. Yeah. That's the thing, is like, I feel like that type of stuff is a psyop to discredit like the actual, you know, real anti-Israel stuff by allowing them to play victim for getting framed for shit that, you know, doesn't make any sense. It, you know, discredits the anti-Israel sentiment. So I think that's like one of those psyop type activities that they're doing deliberately to try and sabotage the growing negative sentiment towards Israel itself. OJ Simpson Gaming with the 2. This Raymond guy is pathetic. Brutal, dude. Money is trash. Well, our money's not real, so it means absolutely nothing at the end of the day, other than you need it to pay your taxes. Otherwise, it holds zero value.
Impactful that is still, Maryo Galaxy is Maryo Galaxy, and tripling it is quite a big deal. Now, the one thing is that it's doing, I believe, 40% less than Ghost of Tsushima. Now, you stop there and you say, well, is that a bad thing? Now, depending on who you look at online, number one.
Yeah, because it came out during COVID when everybody was stuck inside.
That is the only thing that those fools actually looked at. Number two, just think for a second. And look, I think a good amount of people that watch my videos are not them, so I'm not going to talk to you like you're idiots. It's other people, I think. What this really means is what? It means it's been 5 more years, and the 40% thing I write off entirely. You want to know why? Because you're talking about physical, okay? If you know anything about the gaming industry, and I think all of us know this, whether you're pretending to be dumb, whether you are dumb, whether you're a grifter or not a grifter, whatever, no matter what you are, I think we can all agree that physical games are dying. Now, some people care about it, like myself actually, more than other people, right? But I think we can all agree on that first part, right? Physical games are really sinking, you know. Even years ago, it was like a 70-30 split. Man, it's gone down even worse. 80-20, 90-10, depending on which publisher you're talking about or whatever. Some publishers, you know, barely do literally any physical sales, okay? So when they say, hey, it's lagging 40% behind Ghost of Tsushima.
I was told making good money was the goal. I reached this goal. It has not made me happy. I feel more miserable than ever. Well, yeah, that's because the whole point of making money is to use it in a way that makes you happy. So just having the money itself will never make you happy. You got to actually use it towards something that makes you happy or fulfilled. Yup, that's the challenge, is figuring out what it is that actually does make you happy.
Does that mean that everybody canceled their pre-orders? Does that mean that the boycott worked? No, it doesn't mean that. You know, what it honestly means is in 5 years, do you not think that the ratio of physical to digital changed in any way in these last 5 years? Of course it has. We know all of this statistically, that physical games have continued every year to fall off a freaking cliff. You don't have to like that, by the way. I hate it. I despise it. But it is the truth. So what I would look at is more of the competition. How is it doing against the FIFAs? How is it doing against Mario? How is it doing maybe digitally against Ghost? And I'm not saying, like I said in the first minute of the video, I do think Ghost of Tsushima at this point would be outselling Ghost of Yotei. At the end of the day, I think Ghost of Tsushima sold 13 million. I don't know. Can Yotei do it? It might sell 8 to 10. And you can debate amongst yourselves, you know, if that's a failure or not. But one thing, you know, just again, in terms of that misinformation, just lying. It's just lying, really. It's twisting the news to serve your own narrative. That is what I kind of wanted to call out here. The 40% thing, could it literally be selling less, and let's say digital, selling less digitally than Ghost of Tsushima? Yeah, it very well might.
It probably is.
Number one, is at 40%. I highly doubt it. Number two, that stat alone means nothing to me, because is it possible that just in 5 years, people are buying 40% less physical media? 100%. People are buying 80% less physical media now than they were 5 years ago, and 80% before that. That's how it is.
Nope.
now. It's just like literally what's going on. So that's that misinformation kind of part to it, but it seems like it's doing pretty darn good. We'll see when the official, I will say one thing, okay, in terms of maybe a hot take. I'm not a, well, number one, I do like transparency. I always like transparency. And I think one thing you can say about PlayStation, maybe in a negative way, right, that allows these fools, you know, to run with their narratives is they really, I think they've actually shied away from more now than ever saying stuff. I remember seeing comments about like, hey, do we know how Death Stranding 2 went? And it's like, I looked for that stuff monthly. Like after Death Stranding 2 came out, I really liked it. But I like to cover these things. You know, when a game sells 1 million, when it sells 2 million, I like to make videos on it just to kind of celebrate it, talk about the news, whatever. I was waiting for them to say something about Death Stranding 2.
Thank God for my older brother. He visits me often. He keeps me to keep going. That's good, man. It's important to have people in your life that you care about.
And it never happened. And yeah, that's Kojima Productions, but it's published, you know, by Sony as of right now, you know. So I will say in terms of the one negative, like I like transparency, and you know, I know stories can be told kind of no matter what, but come out there and tell us, you know, if it sold 2 million, like again with Death Stranding 2, I don't think we know how it could have done 1 million. It could have done 4 million for like we literally, I think you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe there's estimates like normally there's that, right? There's estimates like Death Stranding 2 maybe estimated to have sold 2.5, 3 million. That's by the way, that's kind of where I think it. Like I'm not just saying that to say it. I feel like it sold under 5, but not like 1 or 2, maybe 2.5, 3, 3.5, somewhere in that range. But we'll see. You know, you don't actually know, I guess. The estimates are estimates. So for Ghost of Yotei, I would like to hear something, you know, within the first week, even if it's sold, even if Ghost of Tsushima did 4 and Yotei did 2. I still want to hear 2, you know, because I don't want us to go 5-6 months from now and say, hey, do we know how well it could have sold 7 million, but in 6 months, it's not going to, I don't think that fast. But, you know, you could say, well, how do we know, like, how much is this thing doing? And they're just not saying it. So I would hope that PlayStation's...
If they don't release numbers, it's not doing well. Simple as that. Game studios that are doing well sales-wise release numbers. If they don't release numbers, it bombed.
Says something soon. I think because an employee of PlayStation China said something, I think that probably means it's right around the corner. I wouldn't be shocked if tomorrow or Wednesday we hear 2, 2.5, you know, whatever the actual number is. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. Make sure, as always, you're subscribed to the channel, bell icon turned on, and I hope to see you all.
I don't know why you need to shill for Ghost of Yotei. It's a pretty trash game anyway. Everything will just get lamer. Gaming will never be this good again. Yup. Living out his days in misery. I don't know about that. Holidays don't hit the same anymore. That's because all your family's gone. And all new tech is just spyware. That is true. Don't be mean to your fellow chud. That's right. You gotta be nice to the fellow chuds. What is this? The worst damage control ever. I don't see nothing. Your home is not a storage unit? That's true. Although mine will be. The game crash has begun. Yeah, I wish. Every cringe lyric in Taylor Swift's new album. Oh my god, guys. I didn't know. Oh yeah, I did actually. I forgot. I already made a comment on that. Oh well. At least Taylor Swift is an Aryan queen, so I can accept her cringe. I don't want to risk being sent down a femboy rabbit hole. I might end up like Synth. God, why would you go down a femboy rabbit hole at all? Yeah, I don't keep... The thing is, the only stuff I keep is, like, stuff I have to resell, so... It's, like, inventory, not, like, stuff. And David with the 5, can we watch musical chair go right? Yeah, that's fun. Paste. Let's see. Oh god. Holy. Dude. Dude, that actually could have broke a fucking bone. Holy crap. Jesus. I just want to see there's a longer version of it. Jeez. Nasty. Put that beast down, exactly. Bro, what the fuck is that thumbnail? Holy shit. Where did it go? Jesus. Both of them. It's almost the same image. It's Spooktober, that's right. see what this.
I finished Ghost of Yotei and it's very good with two exceptions. Firstly, the open world is an absolute marvel to explore. Your eyes are constantly feasting on new vistas and beautiful use of color and just an incredible draw distance. Combat is where things start to get a little dicey for me. While I love the rock, paper, scissors system from Ghost of Tsushima with the katana stances, I feel Sucker Punch has taken things a step too far with 5 different weapons you need to use on the right enemies and to earn technique points to level up. That's before you even think about the 2 bows, 2 guns, and the wealth of quickfire and stealth tools at your disposal. Combat is still fun and engaging, though it just lacks focus as all the weapons blend together and you're just picking the rock to make sure you beat the scissors. It's set in 1603 Ezo. Ghost of Yotei follows a new ghost, Atsu, a mercenary seeking revenge for the murder of her family by the Yotei Six. While the premise is
trash. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. The first 2 seasons of X-Files is maximum comfort. Northwestern drizzly vibes, even when they're walking. I love it, man. I've never seen the X-Files. I've heard that's a good show, so I probably should watch it. But yeah, I've never actually seen the X-Files, but I've heard good things about it. The first 5 seasons are awesome. It's too slow for me? What do you mean? It has slow pacing? Well, most TV shows have slow pacing. That's fine. You Zoomer fruits, you are doomed. I'm not doomed, Ricardo. I'm good. I'm alive. Ricardo Cumsocks is doomed if he continues the way he behaves. Maybe so, maybe not. There's nothing I want to watch, man. They're giving me dog shit recommendations. Melonie Mac hasn't uploaded, so I can't. Sorry. You're like bugs. You know that. I'm not a bug. I'm not a bug. I agree with this sentiment. How streamers ruined gaming. That's factual. Oops. YouTubers ruined games before... I don't know, because, like, think about when the Souls games started to get shitty, is when everyone started streaming them. Think about when Call of Duty started to get shitty, when everybody started streaming them. So, I think there's a direct correlation with streamers and games getting worse, because every single fucking game wants to become stream fodder so that they can get their viral stream clip moments with their game in the background for the free advertising. That's why so many games that come out now are like those co-op, like friend slop titles. Let's see what this is.
I think it's fair to say that we already peaked as a civilization, as a species.
I'll take the bait on this one.
As a culture, wherever you are on Earth, I think it's fair to say that we're already on the decline of everything. And I'm not even talking about economic decline, which we are going through. I'm talking about, you know, there's really nothing to look forward to anymore as a people. Think about how excited people used to get 20 years ago about something like the World Cup, or how excited people used to get about the Super Bowl or holiday.
Well, people still do. You've just become a sentient human being and realize it's all just bread and circuses.
It's like Christmas and New Year's, and you know, I remember going to school and you know, we would prepare. You would have all these little things about the holidays. Like you would have the Hanukkah stuff. You would have stuff about Christmas. You know, right before Thanksgiving, you used to like color a turkey or something like that. And you know, it's just, I think it's fair to say that it's over. You know, like from what I've seen, you can't even say Merry Christmas anymore. You have to say Happy Holidays, or else you're considered a racist. You know, women hate men for the most part, or they don't hate men, but they strongly dislike them, and in a sense they view them as less than. It's over. You know, it's over, man. It's over. It hurts me to say, but we already peaked, man. You know, technology already peaked. Just think about like video games. Does anybody really get excited about video games anymore? Yeah, you have GTA 6, but ask yourself, is there really like tension? Is there really like excitement for that game? I don't think so. I don't think anybody's really genuinely like counting down the days like people used to back in the day. And I know people will say, oh, you're just a little kid, bro. It's nostalgia. You know, you would see grown men getting excited about Grand Theft Auto. You would see grown men getting excited about the new Call of Duty. Even look at Call of Duty. You know, it's like, you know, I love Call of Duty, but I haven't bought a Call of Duty. Probably the last Call of Duty I bought was Black Ops 4. And, you know, so that ought to tell you how long ago that was. And I didn't even play it. I played it for like 2 days and I just sold it. Because we already peaked. You know, gaming already peaked. It's like
what is this? You made the worst content. I made the worst content? Just like Rich from Review Tech USA. You don't make content. So I made the worst content, but I don't make content. Which one is it? You just sit and watch people's reaction videos and bitching, complaining. I mean, what are you doing in the chat right now? You're watching me react to videos, bitching and complaining. So maybe Hop off the internet? Question mark.
Gonna get any more exciting than Black Ops 2. It's not gonna get any more exciting than Halo 3. It's not gonna get any more exciting.
Yeah, I'm
than Grand Theft
definitely
Auto 5 and
detecting
4. It's not.
ESL.
Everything is just lame. Everything's boring. Everything's whack. There's nothing to get excited about anymore. We already peaked as a society. We already, you know, just think about technology, like the new iPhone. Does anybody get excited about the new iPhone anymore? No. What's that new iPhone? iPhone 17 Air? Bro, I don't even have. The last iPhone I had was iPhone 8. You know, I'm using the Chinese phone now because do I see it reasonable to drop $2,000 on a cell phone? I don't. I think that's stupid. That's a car. You know, that's a car you could get for $2,000. You could get an ATV.
You can't get a car for $2,000. All right, that's bullshit. You are not buying a car for $2,000. Ricardo Cumsucks of the 10. I grew up truly on the brim. You have absolutely no idea how it was like before the internet took over. I don't blame you. You can't. It was a different world. You have absolutely no idea what it was. Yeah, no, I basically grew up with the internet my entire life. So, yeah, no, I gotcha. I mean, as a kid, for a lot of my life, I didn't have the internet. But, like, once I turned 10,
shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
So, about 10 onwards, I basically was connected to the internet all the time.
For $2,000, you could buy a plot of land for $2,000 somewhere. And it's just silly to me because it's like everything already peaked, man. Everything, you know, if you didn't enjoy things in the past, it's not going to get any better. We're entering this era of censorship. I had my last video deleted. I don't even know what for, but I just had to delete it because, you know, we're in an era of censorship. We're entering an era where if you don't fall in line, you're not going to get a piece of bread. There's nothing. You know, friendship is dead. Love is dead. Family is dead. Patriotism is dead. You know, because your country doesn't love you anymore. It's no longer about whether you know what John F. Kennedy would say, right? Don't ask what your country could do for you. Ask what you could do for your country. It's like what could you really do for your country?
Elijah with the 10. Sub Griffin, I turned 27 today. Well, happy birthday to you, man. I'm old as shit. I'm off today and just gonna sleep. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I would do.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
I'm not really a big birthday celebration person myself, so yeah, I can definitely relate, man. But either way, happy birthday to you, and I'm glad you at least have the day off. Yeah, there was something, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I saw this. Americans burn PTO to stay home and sleep, report reveals. A new survey has revealed that many U.S. workers are spending their vacation days catching up on sleep rather than traveling. 1,200 Americans how they used their paid time off over the past year. Over a third admitted that they used some of their PTO just to rest at home. The rate was highest among millennials at 43%, followed by Gen X at 34%, Gen Z at 33%, while only 20% of baby boomers said they'd taken days off for sleep. So, yeah, it's like the trend nowadays is people just take time off to, like, you know, chill out and sleep. Which, that's exactly what I do when I take time off. I just use it to sleep. I don't travel, don't go on vacation, don't really do anything special. I just, you know, lay in bed and sleep.
Your country nowadays? Nothing, because your country hates you. Your country dislikes you. Your country's actively working on self-imploding. It's, everything's over, man. It's over. It was fun while it lasted. You know, that's why I think we should all just be trying to focus on finding some sort of cope that could just see us through to the end of our days, because it's over, man. You know, everything already peaked. There's no, like, excitement anymore. You know, like, you know, I had this dream a couple days ago. It was a dream where I was in 5th grade again. And it's like we had our yearbooks and everybody was walking around. You know, we were getting signatures on the yearbooks. It was a dream. It was like a memory, right? It was one of those dreams that's a memory replaying in your head. And the feeling I felt in that dream was a feeling I haven't felt in a while. It was excitement. It was
community,
happiness, joy, camaraderie. And I realized that all those are dead. All those emotions are dead. You know, you can't really be happy anymore, because if you're happy in 2025, somebody's going to call you a fruitcake. If you show enthusiasm about something in real life and in today's day and age, they're going to call you cringe. So everything's dead, bro. Passion is dead. Everything's gone, man. Everything is just a big pile of rubble now. And it hurts me. It hurts me to admit because it's like this is our life. This is our one life. And we're just born in this era where there's no excitement about anything. You know, anybody who was able to live the early 2000s and the 2000s and the early 2010s, such as myself, and, you know, if you were born earlier in the 90s or the 80s, I'm sure you guys could admit that it's not nostalgia. It's not nostalgia that we have. Life really was better.
Yeah, things have
back then.
changed.
Life back then really was superior than it is now. Because back then there was this...
The only thing that's gotten better is technology. That's it. Every other aspect of human existence has gotten worse. Food has gotten worse. Relationships have gotten worse. The job market's gotten worse. The economy's gotten worse. Entertainment's gotten worse. The only thing that gets better is technology. That's it.
Of community, of authentic community. You know, you might have community now, but everybody's just conniving. Everybody's trying to see what they could get out of you. Everybody's trying to see how they could finesse you and everything. Everybody just feels so plastic, so fake nowadays. But back then there was this real sense of community. You know, I'll never forget when when I was a little kid. My parents, they bought me the Xbox, the original Xbox, and I remember we went to Best Buy to buy it, and there was this my neighbor worked at Best Buy, right? And it was like for whatever reason it was like too expensive. But what my neighbor did is she gave us like a discount. She gave us her discount, and that was enough. You know, that discount was enough to help us be able to afford it. I mean, when I say afford it, I say like, you know, I was never, you know, I think I could go as far as say that I was never poor, but you know, when you have parents that are on a budget and stuff, like, you know, a couple extra bucks off really does help. And it's like back in the day, you know, your neighbor would look out for you. Back in the day, you could ask your neighbor for help. You know, I remember my neighbors, my friend from growing up, he would come over to our house and he would ask us if we had a cup of sugar. You know, and it's not because they can't afford sugar. It's maybe, okay, they can't go to the grocery store right now, or they need the sugar now, not 20, 30 minutes from now after they come back. And it's like, you don't have that anymore. Because nowadays, if somebody asks you for a cup of sugar, they're
you don't want, like, the thing is now, you don't even want to meet your neighbors. Like, I don't want to know my neighbors.
Gonna keep the cup you gave it to them in, and then they're gonna accuse you of putting some sort of poison in the sugar. It's like there's nothing. There's no community anymore. There's no trust. There's nothing really beautiful anymore. You know, I've noticed that everything's just like their own head, and unfortunately, that's just the way the times are. You know, everybody just thinks they're.
We've become a nation of strangers through unlimited immigration.
Everybody thinks they're tough, and you know, it's fair to say that humanity, we peaked already, man. We peaked. Video games peaked. You know, like I can't even game anymore. I'm a hardcore gamer. I was a hardcore gamer, but nowadays games are just so whack. Games are whack.
We've become a nation of strangers through unlimited immigration and allowing crime to fester and breed.
Like you hop onto a new game and you like play a multiplayer game, and then instead of staying in that same lobby, they disband the lobby, and now you're stuck looking for new players. So that rivalry, you know, maybe some guy teabagged you after he got kill on you in Halo, and now instead of, you know, having that revenge, wanting to seek that revenge, that competitive revenge, they just disband the lobby. So it kind of zaps you of that desire to play. And it's just like everything's whack. Everything is lame. Everything is ass nowadays. Everybody's in a competition with each other. You know, like you can't even have male friendships anymore because some dude always thinks he's better than you. Some dude thinks he could like little bro you. Some dude's always trying to give you advice and tell you how to live your life. You know, that you can't even get a girl because, you know, women only want the top Chad man. You know, and even if a woman does give you time, she's never going to give you that grip. She's never going to give you that puss. You know, she's never going to be intimate with you or really like you because she only wants the top percent of men. You know, it's like it's over. Society peaked, and people always talk about geomaxing. It's like, bro, just stop. It's like anywhere that they have cell phones, it's over. And they have cell phones everywhere. They have cell phones in Dagestan. They have cell phones in Afghanistan, bro. You know, you really think Thailand is going to save you? You really think Thailand is untouched by this lameness that we have nowadays? It's like everybody's just about money now. All the women, all the men. You can't really hang out with people. Nobody's like about sincerity anymore. You know, and it's just, we peaked, man. We peaked back in the 2000s. That was like the prime era to be alive. That's why sometimes I wish I was born in like the 70s or the 80s, because I would have been alive in that era. You know, I would have been an adult in that peak era of civilization, of humanity, where you could really make a name for yourself. You could really, you know, maybe you could make connections, have a girlfriend, know what love feels like. But in today's day and age, man, there's no love. You know, women from young age, they're indoctrinated. You know, they listen to these rap songs. I want a boss nigga. You got me. I want a boss nigga. You know, some dumb stuff. So if you're not this freaking Tyrone, that's 6'8", CEO, good luck. You know, it's over. You know, that's why, like, you know, I don't really care to go outside as much as I used.
You've been to Thailand in the 2010s and 2020s. Thailand is lost. Yeah, I've heard it's gross there. I don't know, man. The whole concept of just going and, like, meeting some run-through bitches is just nasty to me. I don't understand the appeal of going to a country that's infamous for, you know, sex work. That's just disgusting. Like, why would you want to go there and just fuck these women who have been, like, run through thousands of times?
I don't really care to socialize with people. Honestly, like, the more comfortable I feel talking to people is usually older people. You know, older boomers who are not those cutthroat boomers that we know. You know, I prefer those kind of sincere, humble boomers. Those are my preferred people to talk with because millennials, Gen Zers, I don't really relate to them. They're I don't know, maybe we're just all just corrupted in a way, and it just sucks. It sucks. It just sucks. Everything sucks now. Everything is lame. Everything is whack. There's nothing to explore. There's no adventures to go on. There's no unexplored continents. There's no gold buried in a crashed pirate ship. There's no cool video games being released. Everything is whack now. Just look at Call of Duty, man. I really, like, as someone who played Call of Duty, my first Call of Duty I played was Call of Duty 2. My best friend growing up, he had an Xbox, and he had Call of Duty 2, and then he got Call of Duty 3, and then I finally got my 360, and for my birthday I got COD 4. So I played these dope, top-notch Call of Duties. I played Black Ops 1, Modern Warfare 2, World at War, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2. I played all those peak Call of Duties. And I see the state of Call of Duty now, that they have, like, Nicki Minaj skins, they have American Dad, Beavis and Butthead, and they have all these, like, rainbow suits with unicorns and Snoop Dogg, and it's just like, this is not what I grew up on.
Ricardo Cumsocks at the 10, when I was a kid, you came home from school, and it was over. There was nothing haunting you, period. All you had to do was hang out with your friends in the neighborhood. There was no online. It was amazing. Yep. I mean, that's how it was for me, too.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
I used to play outside after school and on the weekends, so... Like, that's the thing, is, like, I always had video games, but I didn't really play a ton of video games as a kid. Like, I was always outside and, like, doing stuff. So, like, riding my bike, and, I would go places with my mom all the time. I would go over to, like, friends' houses, go to, like, amusement parks. I don't know, man. Like, just go hang out, like, at random, like, public areas. So, yeah, it was very different back in the day. Very, very different. And it was, like, safe enough, too, because, like, you could just, like, my mom could leave me, like, sitting in, like, a central area in, like, the middle of town or whatever. And she would go, like, shopping, and I would just have, like, my Game Boy or something. And I would play outside and just, take in the scenery and fresh air. She would go shopping and run errands and stuff. Then we would go get, like, lunch or... I don't know, bro. Just way different way of life now. You can't fucking do that shit anymore. Like, half the people, especially in my area, don't even speak English. So it's like you walk down the street and you'll hear, like, 5 foreign languages, bro. You can't leave your kids around people like that.
This is lame. I don't want to play this. Even Halo is lame. Like, Halo's my favorite video game franchise of all time. And unfortunately, even Halo is lame now. I tried playing Halo Infinite. It's so boring. It's like, it's not rewarding. Everything is it's all tacky. Everything looks tacky. Like, even the way you unlock things, it's lame now. Back in the day, like, if you wanted the diamond camo, you had to play Call of Duty. You had to get 100 headshots with each gun, and then after that, you had to complete a bunch of challenges, 40 double kills, 10 triple kills. You had to freaking get 10 kills with your secondary. You had to do all these little challenges and all these little things that really kept you entertained. And now, if you want a cool skin, all you have to do is buy it. So it just makes all the skins lose value, because it's like, none of them are cool, because they're just paid for. None of them show, like, damn, this guy's a badass. This guy really, did this. It's all whack, man. It's all lame. And it's just, I feel bad for people who weren't able to enjoy the old world, and I consider the old world like 2016 and before. After 2016, everything just went downhill, and especially after C19, if you know what I'm talking about, it really went downhill after that. That's why I'm glad I graduated high school before all that, because I couldn't even imagine going to school now. Back when I used to go to school, people, there was social media, but people weren't all into it like that, like they are now, and everything wasn't being recorded and monitored, and it's just, everything's whack, everything's lame. We already peaked as a civilization, we already peaked as a species. And, I don't think there's anything that should genuinely excite you about the future. Like, none of the technology that we're going to see get developed will actually be exciting tech. It'll just be a rehashed, more controlled version of what you already had. Like most cars in the future, they're going to have, they already have all these tracking devices. They're going to be controlled. You can't, you're not going to be able to drive from certain hours. Like, it's over. It's over. Things like being able to buy a, being able to go and, just buy whatever you want. That's probably not going to happen anymore. Like, all the technology that's going to be created from now is just going to be more mass surveillance, more control, more,
I mean, the technology's boring. Like, dude, I literally only use my phone for, like, I use it for Twitter, YouTube, and, like, looking shit up on the internet. That's it. I don't even use my phone as a phone most days. So... Like, the only people I really call or text anymore is, like, my parents. That's about it. So, I just don't really care about technology anymore that much. Like, even my new, like, this computer I bought, it's like, yeah, I got this new computer, but it's like, there's nothing I want to do with it. It's kind of sad.
You know, more just keeping you in line, reminding you who you are, you know, reminding you that you're not free.
The dopamine has been, I guess, depleted in my brain from the, I guess, just mindless entertainment products.
Reminding you that you're not legit. You know, even things like you know, cash. We're losing cash. Like, people don't even want to use cash anymore. You know, like you like split something with someone and automatically like, oh, Venmo you. It's like, I don't want Venmo. I want my cash back. You know, and you know, we're just heading in that era, man. It's like everybody thinks they're a superstar. You know, most women think they're Kim Kardashian, and you know that it's like it sucks. It sucks, man. Because even something as simple as like having a friend group, it's over. Because most guys, they're super hyper competitive now. They're all trying to mog. Like all these all this lingo is out there now. Mog, sub 5, high tier, all these things are out there. And like a lot of dudes that have some sort of looks, they let it get to their head. They think they're better than you because they look better than you. You know, they think it's like, you're not better than me, you know, but you're just better looking, you know, so I guess you could think you're better. You know, it's like there's nothing genuine about the world anymore. Like, there's nothing authentic about the world anymore. Even things like going to the doctor. I feel like when I go to the doctor, it's no longer that like doctor that like genuinely cared about your health and was doing tests and, you know, asking you questions. It's like whenever you go to a doctor, all they do is just ask you to like open your mouth and they like check your tongue and they like, maybe you're lucky if they get that thing that they put in your ear, and it's like, that's it. And they just like round it up to like an infection. It's like, what happened to these doctors that like did tests on you and stuff? Like, you know, like freaking made sure they got down to the root of things, and even things like mechanics, like car mechanics. It's like, have you ever seen these barbers? Like, most barbers think they're celebrities now, charging $100 for a haircut. It's like, screw you. You know, that's why I still go where I go where the haircuts are cheapest, because it's like, I'm already balding. So for me to pay some barber $100 to cut my hair, it's foolish. It's stupid.
Mogged, yeah.
You know, and everything is like for promo now. Like you go to the barber shop and, you know, the barber's recording you. You know, it's like everything's just lame.
Oh yeah, dude, that shit's
everybody
irritating.
Just thinks for like a story, for a reel. It's like nothing's authentic anymore. You know, you'll even notice that with boomers, with older people. You have older people, all they do is like record and go live on Facebook or something. It's like, what happened to just like sitting around a campfire? You know, it's like now you sit around a campfire, now everybody's recording, everybody's trying to get cool angles of the fire. It's just lame. Everything is lame. I really do dislike where we're heading as a society. That's why, you know, my goal is just to try to live out my life as peacefully as I can. You know, I don't want
the gym too.
Want fame. I don't want notoriety. I don't want to be known. You know, that's why I don't even care to like I don't even care about getting big on YouTube. You know, yeah, I've had some success and my channel gets some views and stuff, but I don't even care about that. I think that's why it grows, because I don't care about it. I genuinely don't care about it. You know, because I just do this because I genuinely want to talk. I genuinely want to vent. I genuinely want to say and speak my piece. You know, some guys, they don't grow because they're doing it to try to get clout. They're doing it to try to get money. I don't do that for this. I don't do that for this, man. I do this just because I genuinely want to talk, and I genuinely want to get my point across. And it just sucks. Everything sucks. Everything's lame. Everything's whack. The older we get, people get lamer and whacker. This next generation coming up, they're whack. They're all brain rotted and stuff, and Skibbity Toilet, you know, and Coco Melon and Shark, you know, Scooby
What
Shark.
is Maxi Mutt?
They say, you know, it's just over. You know, it's over.
Like half Mexican?
Already peaked as a society. You know, there's like no role models anymore. There's no like it kind of, it's sad to me when I see soccer players. Like, you know, I liked soccer growing up. I did. I was a soccer fan, football fan, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, it's kind of sad seeing people like Ronaldo get older. Seeing people like, honestly, like Ronaldo's the only one I ever really liked. Everybody else kind of seemed lame. You know, and it's just sad seeing like this new generation of soccer players. Like, they all want to be influencers. It's like, what happened to focusing on the game? You know, that's why I was always a fan of Ronaldo. Because it's like, it always seemed like Ronaldo cared more about the game than he did about clout. You know, and that's why he got so big, because he just cared about the game. And it's like everybody nowadays is, you know, even UFC, you know, all the UFC fighters want to be like celebrities now. They're all on Instagram giving their piece. It's like, what happened to these old school type of guys that just went in there, slugged it out, left? You know, those guys had aura. Those guys had mystery. Those guys were cool. All these guys, they get into a fight in the UFC, and like 1 minute after their fight, they're posting like, "Hey guys, it was a good fight." It's like, shut up. But, you know, do you guys feel this way? You know, do you guys feel like everything is peaked already? Even like rap, music. I only listen to old music. I only listen to music from...
Dude, stop listening to rap. Like, once you hit 25, I feel like rap music just becomes completely unlistenable. Like, once your frontal lobe is fully developed, it just... I don't know. I have like a revulsion to it now. I can't listen to it at all. I don't really listen to any music anymore.
My era and before, because all this new music's lame. You know, it's like a bunch of lame brain rot. And I don't know. I just feel like we peaked as a society. But peace out.
I mean, I can't even tell you the last time I've opened up Spotify. It's probably been like 5 or 6 months. I listen to rap on my CD player. I don't have a CD player. We've got the full black pill lineup now. Millennial managers are literally being hospitalized from work stress and burnout. I hate being around large groups of people. I'm going insane. The world hates socially awkward people. How wealth inequality broke the soul of humanity. People have changed, and it's actually terrifying. Millennials are living through Ragnarok. People disgust me. Dude, they're really trying to pipe me into the black pill content now. They're really trying to pipe me in the black pill content. Something big is coming. I'm 40 and I feel like an outcast. Is Ghost of Sloptei better than Tsushima? Nope. Cringing at my incel era. Oh my god. Good people are excluded from society. I'm a good person. Women love Italy. Oh my god, bro. It's just... Dude. What comes after the black pill? Take the clown pill. Oh my god, bro. Chud, it's over. That's right, man. I can't go back to a 9 to 5. Dude, everybody's just making...
Can I turn on my mic to rant?
This is like the most, I would say, recurring theme I've seen with these Black Pill videos is like old Call of Duty bot gameplay.
It's about quitting my job. I did not expect over 100,000 people to be listening. I'm not gonna lie. I had like 80 subs at the time, but you know, it turns out I struck a chord, and then I'm not alone, and there's tens of thousands of people who feel the exact same way.
I mean, I kind of do like the fact that old school COD commentary is coming back, but I wish it wasn't just like all like, oh, I want to fucking kill myself type shit. I don't want to watch like just straight up like, yeah, I want to fucking kill myself, dude.
And despite there being thousands of comments from people all over the world in all different situations, all different jobs, there was one thing that was obvious. And, you know, it's that this generation, my generation, is not as accepting of this 9-to-5 system as the generations before us. I think we value not feeling like shit, and it kind of gets, you know, labeled as lazy. You know, the boomers really came out to play in the comments, but I don't think it's a lazy way of thinking. I think it's a self-aware way of thinking. You know, I think most of us are aware we were given a very short life, and you know, they'll call us lazy for not wanting to spend it stuck in a miserable job, you know, or a miserable office. And you know, how did this happen, right? Like, how are we the first to acknowledge how crazy this is? And you know, why did my last video speak to
All
something?
right, awesome. Thanks, nigga.
I want to
All
go over
right.
the general consensus of the comments on that video. You know, I'm gonna be honest here, I tried to read them all. You know, there was an insane amount, so bear with me if I miss yours. I'll get to it eventually. It's not, I have a job, so, and I actually do enjoy reading them and like talking to you guys. So the takeaways from all over, you know, people in all different parts of the world, all different, you know, situations are the same for the most part. And there's like a ton of value there. So, you know, the first one I want to talk about is just the fact that the corporate world is an adult daycare. Someone said in the comments, which is like a perfect description. You know, it's like
What type of adult daycare?
an adult version of high school, and you know, you think it's going to be so much different, and then you get there and you're like, what is this, right? So I thought maybe my company was worse than others, but it sounds like at a lot of these companies, people aren't working. Like, they're literally not doing anything, and you know, there's a lot of corporate lingo that gets thrown
There's a lot of people I know at my job that don't do anything. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them.
around to almost create like the impression that things are getting done. You know, like, let's circle back internally and let's connect on this, or let's set up some time later to talk about this, or let's email back and forth about that for days as opposed to just, you know, figuring it out. It's fake. And I think the worst part is someone's got to do something, right? So the work ends up getting pushed on the people that are at the bottom. You know, the people that actually are working hard, and you know, they're not going to be given gratitude at most of these places. Like, the amount of comments that people are like, yeah, I work hard as I can and they give me more work. And you know, like, me personally, I'm not trying to give off the impression that I need flowers for doing my job. Like, I need a pat on the back. I'm very aware work is work, but like, I don't know, maybe just acknowledge the fact that your job is being done by me, and that, you know, you're getting paid way more than I am, and you can't even say thank you. It's like, it's so crazy. And it was even crazier to see that I'm not the only one. It's just happening everywhere, all over the world. The next takeaway that was very obvious, and it's like, you know, when someone leaves one comment, that's one thing, but when you get hundreds of comments of people saying the same thing, it really sticks out, right? So those who are working non-corporate jobs seem to be much happier. And there was even people who were working corporate jobs and then they switched to, you know, more traditional, like more manual jobs, and they were like, I am so much happier, you know. And this makes sense to me because
Yeah, until they get fucking older and then their, you know, body starts breaking down. So, you know, everybody hates office jobs until they get old. Then all of a sudden you're like, fuck, yeah, manual labor is not necessarily the way.
when I was 18, I started working as a doorman in the city. And I was going to explain it, but you open doors, it's in the name, right? At these big apartment buildings where, you know, there's like actual billionaires in there. So as you can imagine, that you're not always treated as a human being. And you know, it's definitely not the most glamorous job. It was, you know, you have to take out people's trash. You know, there's dead mice everywhere, and cockroaches, and you're cleaning all the time. It's not glamorous by any means, but I was happier there going to work every day as a doorman, getting less money than I was at my office job. And it wasn't even like close. Like, it was like, I was noticeably less miserable. And people all over the world, same thing. Like, I spent a lot of time thinking about this and why this is, and it's because it's not fake. You know, there's nothing fake about having to wake up some drunk guy passed out in front of the building, telling him like, yo, you gotta dip, bro. Or like, you know, your coworkers, there's nothing fake there. It's like you're actually doing something and you're not constrained to.
Yeah, well, that's different than like manual labor. Like digging a fucking ditch is different than opening doors.
To a chair all day staring at a screen. You know, I'm clearly not the only one who's had that experience. Like, so many comments saying the exact same thing, and I think that's interesting. And it's really unfortunate that, you know, these jobs pay way less.
Yeah, I know they're all from people my age, because, you know, we grew up playing these games.
Than these corporate jobs where, you know, the majority of people aren't doing anything and you know, aren't contributing. But I think, you know, in the future, at least, like, these are the jobs that the jobs that we're talking about here are the ones that can't be replaced by AI in 2 years, right? So, you know, someone's got to open the doors and protect people. Someone's got to take the garbage out. Someone's got to fix the broken pipes. Like, I think we're going to see in, you know, the future a switch to where these jobs are actually going to pay more, and they should. So I honestly, good, because, you know, like I said in my other video, a lot of these jobs are going to get replaced by AI because it's not like they care about you anyway, these companies. So if they can replace you and it's cheaper to replace you, your ass is getting replaced. But as of now, these jobs pay less and, you know, you're actually doing work, but at least it seems like you're way happier. So I kind of touched on this earlier, but the next takeaway is like our generation values not feeling like shit. You know, I think we have an ability to identify what feels good and what feels like shit. And, you know, in my opinion, it gets labeled as lazy, but it's being awake, you know. One life on earth, you can call me lazy for not wanting to spend it, you know, staring at a screen in an office chair, just wanting to, I'm not going to say it, but, and, you know, not all boomers think this way, even though most of them do. Like, there was some great comments from older people, and you know, I'm going to put one up on the screen here. This one was my favorite. But it's a total shift in just ways of thinking. And I think a big part of it is like our parents, there was no internet, there was no social media. So I feel like when you don't have to watch some TikToker make millions of dollars from little lip syncing videos, it's probably a little bit easier to clock in to the office every day and just not.
Dude, you can't even get into welding school. That's the thing. Like, welding school now has like massive wait lists depending on where you live. And apparently they've been infiltrated by the DEI shit. So if you're a white guy, you get like, you know, less preferential treatment. And if you're a woman, you get approved immediately. Like, you're accepted immediately if you're a woman. But if you're a white guy, you get hit with the waiting list. So, wonderful shit, man. Not even the trades are safe nowadays. Neonverse animations of the 2. Can we watch? Yeah, we can check what that is. Ricardo Comstocks of the 5. There's no friction. Kids can't escape it now. I don't know how they do it. I feel so bad for them. When I was a kid, you got off the bus. Yeah, dude, that's the thing. Is like, I would never let my kids ride the bus. But, yeah, everything in life is like so polarized now. And also monetized at the same time, so... There is no just like relaxing or, you know, enjoying the moment. You're constantly being marketed to and radicalized one way or the other, depending on your worldview.
Not ask any questions, right? Because you're just, okay, this is what's supposed to be done. This is how I'm supposed to make money. But with the internet, it's like we see how much the world has to offer, but it's a tease. It's like you can't have it, but you can watch it, you know? So then, you know, all of a sudden you start to ask questions. You're like, why are there so many people on the internet that have found so many ways to make money where it's like, why am I doing this? And our parents didn't have, you know, you couldn't make an investment in, you know, the meme coin thing, I'm not going to even point to that, but watching a kid make $1 million, he's like literally 15, like it's just a different world, and to pretend like that doesn't have an impact on how we think about going to work every day is just naive in my opinion. And, you know, the meme coin thing, I'm not like at all encouraging that, but I'm just saying like there's all these different ways to make money on the internet, and we see it because of social media, that I think that's playing a big part into why this is now seeming so ridiculous, and it didn't before. And kind of going off that, I think there's a general lack of trust now that our parents and the older generations didn't have. Also because of social media, right? They kind of just did what they were.
There is no sense of trust anymore. Like, you cannot trust normal people. Like, the average person you see on the street, you cannot trust them. Ricardo Comstocks of the 10. What this kid is saying is right. He just can't articulate it. Everything was personal 25 years ago. Not in terms of a bad way, but you had to talk to people. Every major thing was done face-to-face. Yep. I mean, even something like ordering a pizza now. You can do that online and have the delivery person drop it at your door, and there's zero contact. Whereas back in the day, you had to call up. You had to meet the delivery person at the door. You had to give them the cash, take the fucking pizza from them, and, you know, exchange like a little bit of, you know, banter or whatever. Nowadays, you just click a button on your phone. The food gets delivered, left at your front door. You wait for the person to leave, open the door, pick it up. Like, that's what it's like every aspect of human life has become so disconnected when it comes to like interpersonal communication and interaction. So we're more isolated than ever before. But the thing is because you can't trust the people around you. That's the environment that we've catered. You know, we have criminals running around who can't get fucking left in jail because it's racist. We have, you know, unlimited immigration where you don't even speak the same language as your neighbors anymore. And you just can't trust anything. The sense of community is dead. The homogenous environment is dead. It's just everything about, you know, I would say 2010 onward. It just feels like, you know, you're a stranger in your own hometown. You feel like a stranger in your own hometown.
were told all the time, and they had no reason to question it. I think it was like an assumption that these big corporations and governments actually cared about you, and you can trust them and just do what they want you to do, and everything will work out. And I think we keep getting proven over and over now that this isn't the case. You know, this system that we're supposed to just shut up and participate in isn't necessarily here to help us, and I think it's very clear now as opposed to before. And they're also not even trying to hide it. Like JP Morgan, I just saw in the news, is building a $1 billion delivery system so that their 10,000 employees don't have to leave their desks at all throughout the day. They can just order the food, which is insane to me. Because, you know, when I was in the office, I didn't work at JP Morgan, but when I was in the office, the highlight of my day would be walking outside and getting lunch, which, you know, is super depressing, unrelated, but it's like the only time I would be out during the day is walking around and eating Chipotle. It was my little slither of freedom, right? So, you know, now they don't even want you to have that, which is just crazy to me, right? And then, you know, I think another big reason that this shift in thinking is happening is because these jobs are not paying enough. Like, how is it that the one constant is wages, right? Everything else has gone up. Cost of living, cost of, you know, doing anything, getting on the subway, even like the marketing things, like everything goes up, right? Except for how much you're getting paid. Like, why am I getting paid the same salary that somebody 15 years ago was getting paid?
Because we imported 50 million people.
Paid when, you know, everything is more expensive. And it's, I think if we were getting paid more, our tolerance for bullshit would obviously be higher, right? So I think that's playing a big role here as well. And a lot of people asked me, do I, you know, regret quitting, and they want to see an update. And I think, you know, it's too early to tell. I mean, I could so easily end up back in an office job that I hate, right? Because, you know, at some point that's cheap, right? But I will say, like, my life, I'm just so much more appreciative of life again, and I've really just been enjoying myself. Like, I understand I'm very blessed, but like I was just in Italy for a week, and it was like the best week of my life, right? And, you know, I'm monetized on YouTube now, which is crazy. So, you know, that's also just like not something I would have ever imagined. So those are two things alone that have happened since I quit that, at least for now, I can say I do not regret my decision at all. Like, not even close. And, you know, this video could age terribly, right? And I'm aware of that. You know, I'm a very realistic person, right? So I'm not, you know, gonna just crumble if that happens, you know, if, you know, everything goes to zero. But, you know what I mean? I'm aware. So as of right now, I do not regret quitting. I will say that. And I'll make another follow-up video because, you know, who knows what could happen in a month. And it would be crazy if I went back to an office job and just, you know, kept talking about how bad they are. So if if that happens, I'll make...
You think that this is okay? No, it's not okay. The Western world, especially, you know, I would say the U.S. it probably has the biggest impending threat because we have so many fucking foreigners here.
Make a video if who knows what I'm gonna do. But
the only benefit we have is we still have guns. But, you know, Canada, Western Europe, they have a little bit more time. But
say for now is I definitely don't regret quitting as of February 10th. So yeah, that's it for me. Appreciate you guys. And we're at 4,000 subscribers now, which is insane. And just the support from all those comments and everything was just crazy. So appreciate every single one of you guys. And I'll talk to you later. Peace.
Let's see.
Imagine a world where humans are overruled by technology, and nature was replaced with machines and evil corporate practices. In WALL-E, that's pretty much what you get. It's a depressing world that they live in. I mean, can you even call it a world? Humans have evolved to survive on this luxurious cruise ship in outer space. Imagine living on a boat your whole life. I'm almost certain it will get repetitive after a while. I know for me personally, exploring and traveling to new, interesting locations gives me life. It's great for my mental health and for my soul. To be fair, I guess the humans
I don't travel
in this universe do have an excuse. They don't know that such a thing was possible 800 years ago. This ship and everything about it, that's all these humans really know. They don't know what a tree looks like. They don't know what animals sound like. Hell, they don't even know what Earth is. It's not just their mental health that is suffering here, but their physical health as well. They don't exercise, they're all overweight, and nobody even uses a pool anymore. It's that sad. They've lost their essence. Yet despite this luxury, they're still not satisfied, and rightfully so. As easy as it is to live a carefree lifestyle, deep down they know something is missing. The captain is a special case considering he's the only one in the movie who actually sees that there is a pattern here that isn't being talked about really.
Honestly, it's the one thing I get to do on this ship. I don't want to survive! I want to live!
Follow my directive.
Ah!
He's sick of sitting around all the time. His human nature is slowly but surely growing tired of his automatic lifestyle that he's living. He doesn't have to lift a finger to do anything. When he's given a book, he doesn't even know how to open it. It isn't until the end of this movie where he finally gets an opportunity to break out of this predictable rinse and repeat formula. When drama and adversity comes his way, he's the hero who fights his way to victory like a badass. To finally have an opportunity to do something manually on his own without some machine doing it for him gives him great satisfaction.
The Goy pods, yep. This is the future that they want for us.
His entire life was on autopilot, and now he finally gets a chance to live. Speaking of autopilot, similar to how Google has taken over the web, imagine if Google was literally Earth itself. The company, by and large, is like a girlfriend who takes good care of you, but in actuality, she's manipulating and taking advantage of you. This company doesn't care about humans' well-being. Hell, they don't care about their health, period. They just care about money, power, and control.
By and large, everything you need to be happy.
That motto is programmed into these people's minds when they're babies. Literally no one is aware that the very home that they're living in is actually evil. Wally and Eve basically break the matrix and reveal what this company's true intentions are. Wally's a big fan of the way Earth used to be over 1,000 years ago. He keeps historical items in his home.
Me too.
And cherishes these possessions as if it were his child.
I also am a fan of the way Earth used to be 1,000 years ago.
He's fascinated by watching old films, particularly romance-related. Through watching these movies, he learns about physical and emotional connection, and begins to notice how alone he is. He resorts to befriending a cockroach in order to have some type of companion. Eve is that spark of hope that his heart had been craving for so long. I know this is a Disney movie, so you can't really trust it all that much in regards to authentic romance, but anything that gives me hope that successful, intimate relationships are still possible in 2022 is a movie worth watching in my opinion. And how ironic is it that robots are the ones to save the world? They're also the ones to show these lifeless humans how to have meaningful connections with each other. This movie ages very well. When you really think about it, it's doing a pretty good job predicting the future so far, especially during the time we live in now where we're told we need to keep a specific distance from one another. That's the way people live in this universe as well. They don't even use a pool for crying out loud. If any physical contact is going to take place at all, it's going to happen through a virtual reality video game or something like that. That's not to say connection with humans is dead per se, it's just heavily relied on by technology, more than ever before. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against technology. It's strange, but WALL-E isn't a movie where I think about how screwed the future must be. It's actually a movie where I think about how life was 1,000 years ago. People who lived 1,000 years ago would think we're all so privileged to live the life that we live. That's not to say our problems aren't valid. They are, but the stuff that we're able to do today, like travel from country to country quickly with flying planes, interact with friends and family through the power of the internet, and even something as simple as being able to deliver pizza to our homes. It's so easy to take these amazing advancements in technology for granted. 20 years ago, you wouldn't even be able to watch this video. I think there's a difference between entitlement and just genuinely feeling like things aren't right. The way these humans live in this universe, this isn't right. WALL-E is a movie that makes you contemplate the following questions. What can we learn from previous generations? What can we learn from future generations? What if there is more to this life than what we are programmed to believe? We think all we know is all there is, but what if life could be more spectacular than we could even imagine? What if there still is a way that we could connect with people on a deep level? What if we didn't have to rely on the same system we use every day to survive? What if we could break the system? We always have that choice, and it's the small things that add up. You can hug a tree and spend some time in nature in general. You can go and talk to that person you find attractive. You can give your body
Yeah, good luck with that.
Permission to move, to be free. When something doesn't feel authentic, we all have the power to say no and do something about it.
Yeah, I've never seen WALL-E, but I know what it's about. Just go outside, bro. I go outside every day. I got a dog, so that's a requirement. Back to your pod, flesh bag. That's right, man. I can't work a 9-to-5 job. Feels like I'm dying. Oh my god, bro. Holy shit. Talk about melodramatic. I have to work. It feels like you're dying because you are dying.
I can't work a 9-to-5 job. Anytime I've ever tried, I started to legitimately lose my mind. Like, I've worked so many different types of jobs. I've worked at U-Haul before. I've worked at a call center. I've worked from home. I've done sales. I've done customer service. I've done real estate. I've done food service jobs, retail.
It's too quiet. Can't watch it. Oh well. Yeah, I feel like a lot of them are just grifting. Y'all gonna fix her, guys? I'm 32, unemployed, and not where I thought I would be. You gonna fix her? Yeah, I don't understand how people don't know how to cook. That shit's piss easy. I cook all the time. So. Dude, look at all this black pill content. Jesus Christ.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The black chud.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Ryan Miller with the FUD. Did you hear the idiot Democrat candidate? Oh, yeah, the Jay Jones guy. Yeah, he's running for attorney general in my state. Wishing death on a Republican candidate and his family. The Dems' silence is telling. Well, they approve, so. You know, their solution is just to kill people they don't like. Which I say we meet them where they stand. But it's not time for that yet. But yeah, he's running for attorney general in my state. And Ricardo Comstocks of the 5, who controls all the porn channels? Who controls YouTube? TikTok was just given over to Ellison. Early Life? I believe it's of our greatest allies, Origin. Yeah, and they immediately started banning the juice emoji on TikTok. Also, if you mention APAC, you get banned too. Gross. Why you have no friends? Because I don't talk to anybody. There you go. Saved you 13 minutes. Shadowbane with the 5. My sister-in-law doesn't like to work either. Her fiance makes enough money so he can stay at home. Mom, oh wait, so she can stay at home. Mom, all she does now is drink wine all day. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, once you're just sitting at home, it's like you become, I don't know. Personally, I would have to stay busy. Even if I was absolutely loaded.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
I would
nigga. All right.
have to find something to keep myself busy. Click on the she ghosted me? Why? I don't care about some random guy getting ghosted. Bro, what the... Work harder. For what? Hold on, let's try this.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that in 2025, most people, they're not working for dreams anymore. They're working for survival. Especially men. I mean, come on. I mean, the deal between men and the world, that has changed. You know, and most men know it when they wake up every morning. For decades. For decades and decades, the promise was simple, right? It was the whole go to school, work hard.
What a retarded name. Dad mode in dark mode? Why wouldn't you just title it Dad in dark mode? What does dad mode in dark mode mean? I'm like, what? Why not just dad in dark mode? Or dark mode dad? I don't... Yeah. Whatever. Ricardo Cumsucks of the 10, they're wiping all early life sections. Yep, I heard about that. The ADL was pushing for that one with Wikipedia. For example, look up Larry Ellison, then Google Larry Ellison Jewish. Next month, Google will not return the actual answer at all. You know by their faces. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're trying to get rid of it. The ADL is pushing for it. Yeah, there you go. Yes, Larry Ellison was raised in a Reformed Jewish household by his adopted parents, but he has stated that he is a religious skeptic. Doesn't matter. Does not subscribe to the dogmas of Judaism, having refused a bar mitzvah. His biological mother was Jewish, and his adopted parents attended synagogue regularly. Yeah, so he's Jewish. Doesn't matter if he's practicing or not.
Climb the company ladder, buy a home, you know, raise a family, retire with dignity. That was the script for so long. That was the dream, the American dream, right? Got to be asleep to believe it. So, yeah, men bought in for a long time. They gave their youth, they gave their energy, their loyalty, and their very lives to that script. But, of course, that script doesn't exist anymore. Hasn't for quite some time. And today, the average man isn't working toward a dream. He's just working not to fall behind and to not lose his apartment, you know, to keep food in the fridge for him and his kids. He's working so that the lights don't get shut off. And that's not a dream. That's not chasing a dream at all. That's just running from collapse. Survival isn't about building. It's about treading water. And that's exactly how millions and millions and millions of men are feeling right now. Like they're thrashing just hard enough just to keep from going under and drowning. But
Dude,
the worst part is
one of those old shitty floor gaming chairs. Oh my god. That they used to sell at fucking Walmart back in the day with like the speakers on the back.
World looks at them and just says, you know, hey man, if you're drowning, you must not be swimming hard enough, right? Where are your water wings, bro? There's no one around to give you any water wings. But yeah, I mean, when you reduce a man's labor to pure survival, dude, you strip it of meaning. Work becomes purely transactional. It's just a transaction, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 hours of your life a week in exchange for just enough, if that, to cover the bills. We live in a gig economy, so you're probably doing more than one thing. That's why you're working double what you should be. But yeah, I mean, it's whatever you're getting, it's not enough to build, and it's certainly not enough to dream.
Well, to be fair, a gig economy is the natural state of an economy. Because think back like 100 years ago. The idea of working in an office was gone. Like, that shit didn't exist for 99% of people. Like, the gig economy was normal. Like, you would live in, like, a village or a small town or maybe a small city. And if you were the woodworker, you would do, like, gig work for the people who lived in the area around you. If you were the farmer, you would farm. And essentially, that was, like, gig work in a sense. Or maybe you were the guy who made horseshoes or the, bladesmith, like all this type of shit. Like most of the economy in the pre-industrial revolution world was gig work. That's a very natural state of an economy. Now, granted, what we have now is a lot different, but a gig-based economy is not inherently bad. Like a plumber is gig-based economy. Same with an electrician or an engineer or a doctor. Like, those are all gig-based jobs. You get paid based on the quantity of work that you take on. Now, Uber, I wouldn't put in the same category. That's like a weird, bastardized form that you're having to go through a company to do that type of work. But, a gig economy in and of itself is not inherently bad.
Just enough to reset the meter, right? So you can run that gauntlet again next month. I mean, just think about the man who finally gets that small raise at work. Like, that's gotta matter anyways. With inflation, it's negligible. If it's like shooting a BB gun at a freight train. But I mean, for 5 minutes, he may feel like, wow, maybe things are gonna turn around. But and then lo and behold, his rent jumps up $200. Groceries climb, insurance hikes. That raise disappears even before it even lands, right? That's survival mode. That's the treadmill that most people are running right now. And the cruel twist is that on the guy side here, we're told that's noble, that providing, even if it's just survival, is what makes you a man. That's the litmus test for a man now. But, what they don't tell you is that this definition of neo-manhood, it chains you to a system that no longer rewards your sacrifice. Most men are not lazy. I've talked about this. They're not lazy. They're not unambitious. They are trapped in a loop, on a hamster wheel, and on a treadmill. And no matter how much they give, they're still just one missed paycheck away from disaster. I mean, there's
Raymond from Temu. Yeah, he's not as unhinged or entertaining.
Reason why there's all these cheesy corporate slogans that talk about dreams and growth and opportunity, right? It's marketing. Just marketing. They dress up survival to make it sound like vision, But the reality is that most men, they aren't climbing any ladder. They're holding it up for someone else because, the wealth goes up.
You're not lazy. You did everything. Well, you have money to show for it, though, right, Ricardo? Like, you didn't end up empty-handed. Like, you're able to pay your bills comfortably. You got money to spend. You can do what you want. So. You live in a one-bedroom apartment? Why's that? Do you want to, or is it because you have to? Oh, yeah, well, I'm not talking about a house. Yeah, I get what you mean about the houses and stuff. That's the reason I don't own a home. Houses are too expensive where I am. Hopefully wait, with your own bathroom. Yeah. There's no such thing as apartments without your own bathroom in most places. I mean, that's like a thing in New York City, but I don't think really anywhere else. What are you doing it for? I have no idea, man. You got to figure that out yourself, unfortunately. You know, ideally it's so you can have a wife and kids, but, you know, nowadays that's less of an option. Nowadays, unfortunately, it's not an option for most people. Boomers are selfish and didn't want to give their kids a nice home to start a family. Yeah. It's crazy, man. You did everything right? Yeah. I mean, I guess I have too, but, you know, all I really have to show for it is my cards. But I get what you're saying, man. Unfortunately, even if you do everything right, you don't get the desired outcome. Because our society is pretty fucked. Everything is out of balance. You know, the natural order has been completely turned on its fucking head. And, you know, as a result, society is getting more and more depraved. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. Many such cases. No, but I mean, it is true, man. Like, just having a good job, owning a home, or having a nice apartment, that's no longer enough nowadays. This money means nothing to me? Yeah, that's kind of where I am too, bro. It's like, you know, money's nice, but there's not even anything I want to spend money on. So, that's the thing, is like, there's not anything. Like, I don't want to just like blow money on stupid shit. There's not anything that's worth buying. Go find a good Christian woman. You got the you got this evening's lotto numbers as well too. I'm just here. The only thing in the world I truly love is my cat. Well, you got your brother too, right, Ricardo? You said that as well, so don't lose that. Griff, you should give some money to Melonie. Nope. I'm good, man. Yeah, unfortunately, we live in a pretty soulless time. The soul of civilization has been sucked out. And it kind of is just a hollow husk now that's decaying. Can't believe you're still here. What do you mean? Usually I sleep a little bit in the afternoons now. Like between 5 and 10 typically. Not the whole time, obviously, but I'll sleep for like 2 or 3 hours, maybe 4. You're not like Raymond? Oh, wait, you're a lot like Raymond. Okay, gotcha. But you have your job, Ricardo, so you have something. I had my fun, and I did, but now it's like, well, you could be like me and never have had your fun. You could be like me and never have had, like, your fun. So at least you've had that. Why do you have it? I don't know, because you need to pay the bills. Gotta pay your taxes so you don't go to prison. That's the meaning of life nowadays, man. Barely had fun. It was pathetic. Yeah. I can relate. I never did any of the fun shit like you're supposed to do in your 20s, so I understand. I mean, the biggest thing is you just got to find something that brings you like a sense of meaning. And that's easier said than done. You know, whether it's your work, whether it's your family, whether it's, you know, a hobby, whether it's religion, you got to find something. Because especially for men, you know, what you do is what defines men. Men are defined by their actions. So you got to find something to do that fulfills you. And unfortunately, it's easier said than done. Like, it's very hard to find that thing. I have no excuse. My mom and dad were great to me. I don't know how I fucked it up.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Well, you were talking about the other day, Ricardo, how, you know, you like hanging out with the 35-year-old women and stuff, and that Raymond should do that. So, you know, just put yourself out there, see if you can find somebody if you want. You know, it's never too late to try that if that's what you're looking for. I don't know. But You know, unfortunately, the only person that can help you with that type of stuff is yourself. So, no random spawns. But it really just is, basically, you have to find something that, you know, fulfills you or has your interest. I love older ladies, but at this point, it's like, why? So you have a companion, you have somebody to go do stuff with, even if you don't feel like doing that stuff, you still enjoy it. I don't fucking know. But that's for you to decide. So, generally speaking, people are happier when they're with someone else. So, just telling all you guys, you'll be exactly where I am when you blink. When you sneeze, you will wake up as me. Yeah, I don't know. Time goes slow for me, so. But it's never too late, Ricardo. You just gotta take action. The only person holding you back is yourself. So, have faith. Just turned 32 and it feels like it's going fast. I don't know, bro. The past, like, I want to say like 7 years for me have been a fucking crawl. Is Ricardo a doomer? I don't know. Hopefully not. Can't give up agency. Ricardo can't give up on Colonel Angus. The gay pair farm, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just bored all the time. That's my issue. That's why time goes by really slow for me. I'm just always bored, bruh. That's my problem. Dude, I'm like fucking Light from Death Note, bro. Literally me, for real, for real. But yeah, it's just like, this world is so boring. Cue the Lay Epic anime music. Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey man, Bad Bunny is going to perform at the Super Bowl. And Christy Nome confirmed there'll be an ice raid and the media are going to lose their minds. Yeah, it's a shame they can't deport him. But yeah. I saw the thing where he's like, oh, you need to learn Spanish. It's like, yeah, fuck off. Apparently he sounds like an actual retard to like native Spanish speakers. From what I've heard, is like if you're a native Spanish speaker, he sounds like he has Down syndrome. Which I can't confirm, obviously, because I don't speak Spanish, but... Yeah, I've seen the picture of him in the dress. So he went through his humiliation ritual and probably sucked the right heeb cock in the music industry. I don't... This is the problem, though, bro. It's like not when I'm streaming that I'm bored. It's when I'm not streaming. Like, whenever I have free time, I'm just bored to death. Like, I have zero desire to play video games off stream nowadays. I don't want to watch TV. I don't want to listen to music. Like, I just don't want to do anything. I just like to sleep. Literally me. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Oski will ask you the 5, at least you won't be as retarded as Light, leaving the note in your gem locker. Well, that was that other guy. I don't remember his name. What was the guy's name? Mikami or whatever? I don't remember. It's been so long since I watched, since I watched fucking Death Note. That shit sucked, man. Ever since I watched, like, the full series, I never wanted to watch it again. Yeah, episode 26 through 37 sucks. Yeah, I feel you on that, but usually I just sleep on my days off. Yeah, same here. It's nice. It also saves money, so when you're not awake, you're not being advertised to. I think that's what I have the most fatigue of, is just everything costing money. Like, if I want to drive somewhere, it costs money to park. If I want to eat, it costs money. If you want entertainment, it costs money. Like, if you want to do anything, it just costs money. So, I don't know. And, like, when you have to pay to do shit by yourself, it's not really worth doing anything. Yeah, they're gonna start charging the oxygen tax. I can look outside, everyone in their cars and their own lives, the main characters in their own lives. Like, I constantly wonder, what are they doing? Where are they going? Bro, it's all the simulation. Yeah. It is kind of hard to comprehend that shit. But Ricardo, you just got to find something, man, that, you know, brings you some sort of satisfaction. So, whether that be finding a lady friend, whether that be volunteer work, a different job, you know, helping out like a charity, picking up religion, I don't know, but it's not anything that anybody else can do for you. It's over for me. No, it's not. How old are you, Ricardo? Unless you're like 80, it's not over, bro. It's not over for you. Yeah, you're fine, dude. You got plenty of time. You're a guy, so. You said you make good money, so you're good, dude. You're fine. I would love to be Christian. I just cannot believe it. Raised Catholic? Well, have you been back to a church recently or whatever? Why don't you look up and see if you have a Latin mass near you, so you don't get the Globo Homo version. Just go give it a try and see what happens. You know, go for like, you know, every week for a month or two and just see. Immerse yourself. And then talk to like the father who works there. Well, it's not so much the people who would be in the church. It's more so you won't get, like, the Vatican II slop. You'll get, like, the actual, you know, Catholic Church experience, not the, you know, 1960s, you know, cultural enrichment type shit. Here, we'll put on some mood music. How will the Roman Catholic make you more depressed? But Ricardo, it's not over, man. You got plenty of time. Don't give up, dude. Never give up. Because if you give up, they've already won. You're shit-faced loaded. So you're rich or geeked? Yeah. Time is it? It's 8:40. Shit. All right, I gotta get off, guys. Damn. I feel bad for Ricardo, bro. I don't like to see people be doomers. It's not over for you, Ricardo. Have some faith in yourself. You know? Where is it? Do I seriously not have it on here? What the fuck? Oh, maybe. No, that's not it. Let's see. Where is it? There it is.
Stop being gilded, domesticated garbage. Stop being weak. And when you see a threat come down on you, deal with it. Become a human again. Stop being weak.
There we go. One more time for posterity.
Stop being gilded, domesticated garbage. Stop being weak. And when you see a threat come down on you, deal with it. Become a human again. Stop being weak.
Hold on, we need the video for the full effect. We can't leave on a doomer note. You got to get hyped up, Ricardo. You got to have a fire for life. A passion to thrive. You know, every day that you win is a day that they lose.
I've seen Bill Gates. You are psychopathic criminals. I think when I get up here and get angry at the New World Order, courage and want to defeat them. People that are ignorant send me emails and say, why are you trying to scare people? I'm not trying to scare somebody. If I tell my kid that if I go ahead and lay it out, all out here, what we're really facing, you've got courage and you've got will, and you're going to get angry and stop caring. It begins with not caring about what your slack-jawed, knuckle-dragging, cowardly, pseudo-tough guy, football-watching neighbor thinks. Okay? That's where it begins. It begins with not caring what happens to your individual person.
That's right.
And when you have that attitude, then the enemy doesn't have anything over you anymore. Stop being gilded, domesticated garbage. Stop being weak. And when you see a threat come down on you, deal with it. Become a human again. Stop being weak. We got a bunch of criminals coming down on us. God. Ugh. Murdering scum. I want to get humanity awake. I want to get our forces up. And then I want to bring these people to justice, and you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I want to unleash humanity, not have a bunch of con artists, pot-bellied, chicken neck, pieces of garbage running our world.
You hear that? If you don't win, they will. So, it's not over, Ricardo. You got this shit, bro. Don't be a doomer. It's not all cope. The ultimate demoralization plan comes into full effect when you give up. At that point, the plan has come to a close, so it's not over until you're 6 feet under the ground, bro. And you got plenty of time before that happens, so... You got plenty of time. But anyway, guys, I got to hop off. Have a wonderful Tuesday, everybody. And Elijah with the 2, thanks for the pair. And happy birthday again to you, man. Hope you have a nice day off. And, you know, hope everybody else has a great day as well, too. And I guess I will see everybody later. Peace out, guys.
Begins with not caring what happens to your individual person. And when you have that attitude, then the enemy doesn't have anything over you anymore. Stop being gelded, domesticated garbage. Stop being weak. And when you see a threat come down on you, deal with it. Become a human again. Stop being weak. We got a bunch of criminals coming down on us. God. Ugh. Murdering scum. I want to get humanity awake. I want to get our forces up. And then I want to bring these people to justice, and you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I want to unleash humanity, not have a bunch of con artists, pot-bellied, chicken neck, pieces of garbage running our world.